Everybody knows that crap with the Charlie Chaplin mustache will just say, "There's the door." Everybody knows that.
They're the ones that keep the show rolling along.
I know it.
So make them happy. Go get something.
Can't wait to get these accounts banned. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. For sure, no doubt. I've had like no doubt about these accounts are. You should just already consider them banned. Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker.
But we have really become super tight during this global pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians. You know her from everything, and you also know her from a recent amazing.
Are you fucking serious?
Experience. I present to you one of my good pals, one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Letterman. Everybody.
Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker.
Fresh off the tennis court, Andy Letterman.
That's right. I actually didn't play tennis, but I wear the outfit. I feel like if you wear the outfit, you might play tennis.
That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I dress like a golfer all the time now.
We do. Tony and I, we match in rich people outfits.
Yep.
But you know what? I like listening to Brian talk about. Do people know that's her name? Redband. I like listening to Redband talk about books, and then when I walked in, it was watching him struggle to try to read the fucking ad. It was amazing, right? Like, is he gonna get through it?
Well, we usually have it on little or on big pieces of paper.
Like, and then put hashtag Tony's. You guys.
Anyway, welcome, tennis player.
Penis Williams, guys. It's my new character. Penis Williams.
Oh my goodness, what's special about Penis Williams? She have a penis?
Well, I did coke with
Whoa.
So I don't like to say her name.
Oh my goodness.
Years ago.
Does it rhyme with Serena?
It rhymes with vagina.
Alright, well this is gonna be fun. Andy, it's been a while since you've been on this show.
Yeah, I did it with Roddy Piper.
Oh my goodness, that's the last time you did it?
I killed him.
Wow.
He worked with me and then dropped dead. He was like, ugh.
That was it. He's been through the ringer with everyone. You're the one that pushed him over the edge.
He's like, who was this? Was she a lesbian? I can't tell.
That's how it works. That's how it works with you. You were also the last person to hang out with Brody Stevens. You were You were Robin Williams' last opener.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
It's a sexually transmitted. All right, guys, this is a tough crowd here. I'm nervous. I'm sweating.
We're gonna have fun, Andy. I don't even know if you remember. It's been so long, but we have a band on this show. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're gonna be. They've been getting ready in the back. Maybe they're astronauts. Maybe they're reptilian soothsayers.
I hope they're in
Lincoln Park.
I hope they're in blackface.
Could be. Anything can happen. I present band in the land, the Kill Tony band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jesse Johnson.
I mean, that's pretty
Wow.
good. That's pretty good.
The sweet sport. Oh my god.
Fuck it.
Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. You can hear the flatness of the Spalding that Jeremiah has. The first noise I heard was the classic sound of a flat basketball bouncing off the main ridge.
Not to be confused to when Red Band was reading that, but anyway.
Are you serious?
Welcome, basketball players.
Back there.
That's right. I remember you wore T-switch and rim job. However, T-switch. Okay, that's important. Do you make a lot of shots? Because you look like we wouldn't be able to count on you for a free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
Really? Well, we're gonna have to see. Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition later. And then,
dog, that's bullshit.
I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W street baller,
Oh my goodness.
and I'm a slam drunk. I drink on the court, and
Slim drunk?
that's me.
Ginger, I love that.
Goodness. You're like Stone Cold Stephanie Austin. Got a little Bud Light there. How exciting. You look like if Kathy Griffin got stung by bees in the morning time. What's your name?
Slam Drunk.
Oh, that's your actual name. Okay, wow. That'd be an odd trip to the DMV.
These are our bird names, homie.
Oh, they're just your basketball, your court names?
Yeah.
Wow. And who's this young whippersnapper back here? Looks like he only shoots three. Yeah. Up front, you got Urban back here, dog. Hell yeah, Urban back here. Laying it up, dunking it, shooting threes from downtown.
Shooting threes or banging threes?
It's all somebody never even
fucking
watched
hilarious.
basketball. Shots from downtown, Tony.
Actually, I have never watched a basketball. I grew up without a TV, Tony, so.
Wow, you always wear that mask?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Rip Job. I gotta keep my mouth clean so I can eat that ass later.
Wow. My goodness. You have a steady girl who's ass you eat, or do you get around a lot?
Shit.
But what is it?
Shit.
Wow.
Eat shit. That's what eating ass is.
Rim job. T-switch, slam drunk,
T-switch, like a switch, homie.
Oh, that's right.
Using his personal life of switches.
Wow.
One person gets.
Can we switch him out?
Who do you need? Switch
No.
player.
It's like a gauge.
Oh, you're the only one that knows the gauge term in the room. What's that mean?
Like a switch, like a Nintendo Switch.
That's what I thought you meant.
Your microphone's starting to make more sense.
I've never
Tell
heard
us
of
more.
it. I've learned so many sexual things on this show. Like, what's the one where you put the pencil in the dick hole?
Oh.
Sounding. That was the classic one. What was another one? There was another weird one. Switching positions?
No, I think it's switching like you can top or bottom. Yeah.
Alright, I don't know. T-Swish, Rim Job, Slam Drunk, and Urban back here. The whole band is here. Andy Letterman. Let's start the show, shall we? This is Kill Tech. Maybe if we get 60 seconds, then we go afterwards. Starting out the show, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, truly an icon on the show. An absolute monster. I love him more than anything. Sometimes I give him some good old, like you would with uses. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. What else can I say? Long-time regular, great comedian. Here's William Montgomery.
Oh boy, here he is. Don't you want to
Here he
squeeze him?
1 minute uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
I haven't seen Jack Nicholson on the sideline lately. That's my impression of a poser Lakers fan. For all the atheists that hate my material, as the late great Rick Moranis said, God bless the haters. Y'all ever notice how every commercial these days has a product? What's the name of the band that played that song you hear when you accidentally call a fax number? No, really, what's that band's name? You know times are tough when your coke dealer goes to rehab. No, seriously. Oh, man, a good friend in Memphis had to go to rehab. In Charlotte, I just want to say I loved your voice in the movie Her.
Okay, there's a minute.
She does have a hot voice.
William Montgomery.
She could get it. Really? You would have sex with Andy Letterman?
There you go. William
Why?
Montgomery. Another
Why not?
very funny set. 45 seconds.
You would just drug walker?
lightning,
Oh, for
and then,
sure.
then
Everybody
you
knows
start,
I drug walk Andy Letterman.
commenting on things. It's pretty
The
awesome.
fuck is Mail to
I
World?
like that fax machine.
Who the fuck is Grandma? You sent me an email from Mail to World. Who the fuck you think it is, baby?
Jack Nicholson,
Oh, dog. What is it? What are the domains? Don't be shitty.
Actually not dead, but
Mail to USA
He's a recluse.
and future domains.
Have you ever been a recluse?
I have been
How about
bitten by a brown
future
recluse
domains?
before in
You have?
South of Memphis, yeah.
Choose a category.
Very toxic bite.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
Lower leg
At Mail to Fun,
Thanks for the snake sale.
Mail to World. Oh, Oh, his rabbis under military world.
What are
Oh,
you doing when
well,
you got
that's
bit by a
that's
spider?
good.
Were you outdoors?
That's a good one. Is it?
Hollering at. It was
Dog,
an African
I get so many fucking accounts banned.
on the south side of Memphis. We were on her waterbed.
A waterbed?
A waterbed.
She had a waterbed.
She had a waterbed.
A black girl had a waterbed.
And a water.
Yeah, what
I
do you
lost my
mean?
virginity- I lost my virginity on a waterbed.
I grew up with one.
You grew up with a black girl or a
A waterbed.
African Americans?
The problem is with waterbeds, they weigh so much that you can't really have them on a floor. So.
The black
Were
girls
they-
or the waterbed?
Were they ever? It's still the waterbeds, really. I don't think they were ever really comfortable, were they?
Oh no, this one they had different models. Like mine almost felt like a real bed, but it was.
The black girl or the waterbed?
Yeah, right. It depends how big they are. That's
Damn,
what
Eddie
I'm
Letterman
Cool thing is you can heat it up.
trying to land this fucking joke. It landed, girl.
No, I lost my virginity when I was 14. Northeast Philadelphia. We're fucking bumping DMX. It was fucking sick. I got sick.
How long did it last?
It wasn't good. I don't know how long it lasted. I didn't know time. I couldn't tell time like that. I was 14. I was a fucking
You
kid.
could tell time at 14.
I couldn't. I was a very slow kid. He took advantage of me. Thanks for bringing it up.
My God.
Pumpkin to
Did
me.
he lose his virginity too, or?
No, he had already lost his virginity in prison. No, he did end up in prison though. Not for fucking me at 14. Heroin. Turns out if you get your kid a waterbed in high school, they're going to be a heroin addict.
I've read that.
It's true.
So you were on a waterbed with a black girl. Then what happened?
I felt something tickling my lower right leg. I tried to swat whatever was off my lower right leg. Turned out to be a big brown recluse.
Oh my goodness.
It bit me. The next day we go to see the Harlem Globetrotters.
No, you didn't. Wait, no, you
Hell of a show.
You're making up a story about hanging out with a black girl. This is what you think
And
they
then went
do.
to the globe.
No,
Harlem Globetrotters.
no fucking,
You just go
no
see the
fucking
Harlem
We
Globetrotters
went to a game.
telephone.
in Southern Tennessee.
They beat the Washington Nationals.
That's a baseball team.
You know what's weird though? Jim Nicholson was in the front row.
That
The
is
callback, guys.
true.
There's 4 people in the row.
That's good. Did you really do good?
I did. At the stand house in the street here.
Was it
Standard
fun?
Hotel. After it was her first time, and after she did it, she went, "Oh, my dad doesn't let me do anything. Like our dads don't let us do coke either, by the way. Your dad just made you like the most athletic person on earth. Your dad was right. Ours was wrong."
That's incredible.
So cool.
William, what's been going on this week in your normal real
I
life?
still have same shorts on.
Yeah, very bizarre.
Oh my God!
A little bit
Busted
out of
out.
control. How often do you watch those? I've asked you this.
It's not my dick, it's my tummy.
No, we know that's your tummy.
It's a fupa. It's part dick, part tummy. It's the same.
David Lucas has this video on his phone of his first time meeting William 2 years ago, and he has the exact same shorts on.
No way. Is that
Swear to
true?
God.
Oh,
Were they broken?
These are the only shorts I wear. I did not. I bought Birkenstocks. I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
Oh my God!
Okay.
That's it.
Super comfy.
You usually wear
Highly recommend.
call your dad real quick. Call your dad. Put him on. Get used to new shorts.
Tell me you stole a shirt.
My previous plans of having people send you shorts did not work. What size do you wear again?
I think we know. I think it's a large.
A large?
Well, it looks like you're wearing a medium. It looks like you're wearing a
It's a
medium.
36, 32.
That's why it's broken.
Call your dad on speakerphone real quick.
My phone, I don't have my phone on.
Yes, you do.
If you're listening to my backpack, keep sending shorts to William.
Greg, grab
If I want to get my phone on my backpack,
You just grab his backpack.
This is important.
now,
So what is this bullshit?
Oh, it's on top. Here we go. We're gonna call this.
Thanks, Greg.
We have to get.
Can you FaceTime him? I want to see him.
This is the music from that game, the Harlem Globetrotters game that him and the black girl were.
Also, he said African American, which sounds like the N-word now, don't you think? It's like he's trying. It's worse, right? It really is. Since the bird watching bitch.
Uh oh, here we go. Put him on speaker. Turn the volume all the way up. Might be late over there, huh? What is it?
Wake his ass up. It's kill
It's
time.
like after 11. Volume up. Put it right. Baba. Put the microphone to the bottom of the phone, will you? Hi, Mr. Montgomery. It's Tony Hinchcliffe. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, how you doing, Tony?
I'm great, man. I just wanted to hear your voice and say hello. We're big fans of you over here. We're doing an episode live right now, and I want to talk with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously. It's
Not a short time. Let's just say.
yeah. He says that it's the only pair of shorts that he wears. What can we do about this?
I think he's been wearing those since he was a sophomore in high school.
No loyalty, your dad. No loyalty. I love that.
And he has, sometimes they've been too big for him, and sometimes they've been too small.
Well, we're at the small part, Dad.
Oh my goodness, we're definitely at the small part. The front is busted open.
He's Louis C.K.ing all of us right now.
Yeah. You need to invest in another pair of shorts.
What do you think we should do? Should we start a fundraiser or something like that? Or maybe we should,
Yeah, I think those things set it back originally maybe about $12.
We could probably find the exact manufacturer of those shorts and buy a new pair of those shorts, William.
you know what? That's what we're going to do. We solved the problem, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Papa. I love you.
Oh.
Hey, somebody.
We love you. We miss you. Come back, visit us soon.
We will. We love y'all and miss y'all too.
Awesome. Bye-bye. He's the best.
Why did y'all fucking do that to me when Papa was on the phone?
That was so
What did we
cute.
do? What did we do?
Y'all made me look like a fool.
No.
Your pants made me look like a fool.
And your father made you look like really up the ante. He told us you've had those since you were a
Oh,
sophomore in
yeah.
high school.
Sophomore in high school.
He said that they've been too big on you, they've been too small on you, that you fluctuated weights through your life.
It's like your little blankie at this point.
What?
Is that like your little blankie? Are you scared to get rid of those shorts for a reason?
Oh, it's so upsetting how small they are on you.
Jeremiah, do you like if I see you looking, Jeremiah?
Is that a plastic bag coming out of your boxers?
I see what you're working with this time. Thank
William,
you. All right.
William. Do you think that if we bought you a new pair of those shorts, would you wear them?
Yeah, do you know the brand of those shorts?
They're Old Navy.
They're Mountain Hardware.
What are they?
Mountain Hardware.
Mount Hardware?
Mountain Hardware.
Mounted Hardware?
Mountain Hardware.
Size what?
These are probably a 36.
Well, what do you need?
38, obviously.
38.
No, I got a 40 and they were way too big.
38.
Oh, you attempted and you overshot? I love
Yeah.
that.
I got a 40. I got a size 40. It was sad. I looked like a fucking clown.
They were down around your ankles
They were, and I tried to put a belt on.
and then put it on your neck accidentally.
Mounted Hardware. There it is.
Pants and shorts are one of the first things that comes up.
Oh my goodness. Oh, these are expensive. That's why they last so long.
Yeah.
Look at that. How'd
Yeah,
you
really
get
great
these?
shorts.
How'd you get the original pair your sophomore year? Your parents or your grandma or someone?
I was working in an outdoor store in Memphis, Tennessee.
What was the outdoor store?
Called Outdoors Incorporated.
Outdoors
Is
Incorporated.
that when you just put your cup out and people put...
Wow, guys, breaking news. They absolutely have the exact same
Oh
shorts.
my god.
Do they really? For $38.
That's really up to the
Holy shit.
So happy for you.
I remember around Christmas time when I was working there, Lawrence, the main manager, gave everybody a $100 bill for a Christmas bonus, and he didn't give me one.
Why?
And I wanted to cry that night.
I feel like I know why.
Why didn't he give you a bonus?
I don't know. I
What
remember
exactly did you do there? You agreed?
I worked in, at that point in time, I worked in the, what is that place called? It's like a big enclosing with, where you have a bunch of products in it, a warehouse. I worked in a warehouse.
Yeah. What'd you do at the warehouse?
I got clothes, I stole a bunch of shit.
What did you do? What did you do for work at the warehouse?
People would buy stuff on the internet, and I would find their products that they were looking for, and I would get them, and Lawrence didn't give me a $100 Christmas bonus.
Do you think it's because you were stealing from them?
He didn't know.
You know.
I mean, we have it all rung up here. It's on sale, in fact. Spoiler alert. It's a men's J Tree short. It's on sale for $45.
That's the pocket?
They have free inseams, though, 7, 9, and 11.
What's your inseam? My guess is yours is a 9/11. Because it is a disaster.
Because your walls are falling. The twins are falling.
It smells like hundreds of innocent corpses. Okay, all right, that was too
Guys,
far.
come on.
The 3 9/11 jokes got laughs before that. You say innocent corpses one time, everybody gets all mourning in here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the pictures they have of these shorts.
William, what's your
This your butt, what your butt looks like in these shorts.
There is a
Can we get-
hole in the.
And there's a hole in your. Oh my god, there's a hole right in his butthole right there.
Can we get someone to measure William's inseam?
Have you ever pooped out of the hole?
Yes.
No, come on.
There's a hole underneath it that goes right to
Let
the
me
butt.
see.
So
Let's see it. Sit down on that table behind you, William.
Yeah,
And
do
then
the Sharon
zoom
Stone.
in on this.
Do a Sharon Stone.
Yeah. Just lean back.
Oh my
Get in
god.
there,
What is
Zach.
this? Like a.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a big hole.
Oh my god.
It's a vaginal hole.
Oh my god.
Huge hole. That's a
Move
baby
your
hole.
hand.
Just picture me with the black girl in Memphis, just under a waterbed.
William, move your hand.
Yeah, don't hold it like you're holding your
Wait,
camera
okay,
holding
no,
a vagina
hold
open.
Hold it again. Lean back.
What a good song!
Spread your legs out.
Spread your legs. Let the light get in there, William. It's very dark.
Oh god.
Wow.
Oh no, I see red hair.
No, that's my pubes.
Okay. All right, you can zoom out, Zach.
Let me shoot the basketball in there. I know I can make it.
Uh-oh, slam
What did you
drunk.
just say?
I can shoot that basketball right in that hole.
Oh God.
Slam drunk is talking some smackaroo.
Yeah, what happened there?
All right, William. Well, so much fun. Great set, great interview, great talk with your pops. There he goes, the great William Montgomery.
R.I.P. Jack Nicholson.
All right. This is an exciting one. We have our pre-selected 4 in the bucket. A couple of these people I thought were new people that haven't had a shot yet. This is one of those people that I thought were new, but it turns out he was on a few weeks ago, he said. So let's see what happens here. The comedy stylings of Reagan Wartner, everyone. Here we go. Hey, yeah. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. Here he is, Reagan Wartner.
So, over the past few years, a lot of my friends have been of the female variety, you know. And with this, I learned they like to talk about their significant other sex life in pretty great detail. And I hate this, you know, it's a lose-lose. They're going to lock in on one big flaccid disappointment, or they're just going to write me off to begin with. I mean, I can't have you spouting all our dirty deeds to the whole world. I mean, I think that's why Bill Cosby did what he did, you know? I mean, everyone knew how much he hated a dirty joke. So, San Diego Comic-Con just got canceled, you know? I mean, it's a shame. I had my costume ready and everything. I mean, I was going to go with the Batman, you know, had the rice hat, the chopsticks. Only missing the COVID, you know? But it's looking like I'm not going to be able to get the COVID. Like, so I'm going to have to go to one of those COVID parties. Have you guys heard about those? Where you go and potentially try to catch a new disease? It's like going to gay bar in the 80s.
Reagan Wartner. So Reagan, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a month.
About a month. No better month to start stand-up than this
The
month.
craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You have all the on-stage energy of a man that's been doing it 1 month in August of 2020 of all the months.
That was way better than your last.
That they didn't remember. That they forgot you were here.
So that's probably good.
It was definitely good. It was a little bit frightening when you started talking about how women talk about sex. You don't want them to about your dirty deeds, and went straight into a hardcore Cosby joke,
Yes.
rationalizing that what again that he was into raping because he liked clean jokes.
Because he didn't want the women to make
Words, but just like there's something funny about talking shit on it. It's good. It's a good. Your brain is going in the right direction, but your eyes are not. You shouldn't be looking back here.
I mean, Cosby is a great comedian. Don't sleep on him.
Oh, you basketball players love Bill Cosby, is that correct?
Yeah, man, I never sleep on it.
How about you, Slam Drunk? What are your thoughts about Cosby? You're a woman.
Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about the guy. I don't get any of the jokes you guys are talking about.
Did he do
Great
something?
guy.
Did he do something?
You don't know Rim Job?
Nah, I don't have a TV, man. What year is this?
You know
What
what
year
time?
do you guys do this?
2020.
Oh, shit.
We don't have time for pop culture. We're on the court playing ball.
Social distance, I hope.
Of course.
Man, they took out a lot of the Rams in the park, man. You gotta go to special parks.
Reagan,
We should
Warner,
fix those Rams.
where are you originally from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. How long have you been in Los Angeles, California?
Moved here during the pandemic. So like
Oh my God.
Wow. Moved here during the pandemic.
Did you wait? Can I
This
ask?
is the hardest laughs of the night, by the way, that anybody's
Yo,
done.
I've seen a lot of traveling in my day. That might be the worst.
Now, did you move out here because you were watching Kill Tony and you're like, I want to come out and start doing stand up?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Oh, don't lie to us now.
So when exactly did you move from Minnesota? What month are we talking about here? Pre or
June.
post George
June.
Floyd?
Right after George Floyd.
Oh, that's
Right
why you
after
moved.
George Floyd.
Yeah.
Were you close to that incident?
I wasn't working in that area at the time, but I lived right by there. Like,
Is that your
forever.
favorite cop?
Oh my goodness. So you live? How far do you live from where he where he passed away?
About 40 minutes.
Oh sure, murdered for all of us.
That's the way.
For all the
He
people
was
that
gently,
for all the people that have marched and whatnot, I guess I'll
he
say
was
the word
he
murder.
gently passed into the night.
I mean, I guess
Gently.
he
He did fall asleep first. I'm not gonna lie. He did fall asleep. He died in his sleep.
where he passed away from natural causes on that street.
Jesus.
I'm kidding.
We're all kidding, by the way.
Maybe it's him. Maybe it's him.
Nowhere.
Oh, I'm about to call it technical on this show right now.
So how far away did you live from that?
About 40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes isn't close at all.
I mean, yeah, not super close.
Wow, you're trying to be close to the drama. That's weird.
That's
Seems
like
like you're
bringing up
closer
Bill
to like
Cosby jokes.
Stephen Avery's junkyard than George Floyd. He's in Wisconsin. So what do you do for work?
I'm a Postmates driver now.
Did you inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent?
No.
Have you or has someone you loved recently been diagnosed with mesothelioma?
Did you save a bunch of money on your car insurance by switching to Geico?
What happens? You get bored after 480 episodes or something. Have you or someone? All right. Tell us something interesting about you.
So I found out I have a $515 claim against me yesterday.
What kind of claim?
So apparently I didn't cancel my gym membership, and so they're trying to put a claim against me.
Get the fuck out of here. You had a gym membership? No.
Look at those biceps. Of course he
You're
does.
just kidding.
Made up like most of the steroids.
This was in Minnesota.
All the canceled, but they needed it in writing because you couldn't go there during COVID and I couldn't pay this.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Oh, you did. Fuck that.
But you have to make sure that
Yeah, don't fuck your credit up though.
yeah, you have to make sure that you take care of it with them. You have to be very straightforward with them.
And this is
Take care of it,
sponsored by.
or else it's going to affect your credit.
No, they already brought it to like a debt collector.
How,
But they never even told me about it.
how much is your monthly gym membership?
It was $50. Well, they did $25 every 2 weeks. Which is good.
Yeah, that is weird.
So after like the first month of not paying, they just said, "Oh well, we'll just keep on charging him for it."
Yeah, no, during COVID, they kept on charging me, and like so I tried to stop it because I'm like, you can't charge me during when it's not open. So then
That's the
They-
reason why
they
I
blocked
can't
my
use
credit
the
card
gym.
usage.
That's why it won't go there.
That's why I won't go to the gym.
I want to go to that pizza one.
that's Planet Fitness. They actually have pizza.
I know.
So you have a claim against you at the gym. What else is going on in life?
So just moved to a new apartment out of a co-living place, which is awesome.
What's co-living?
So
Roommate?
That's a cool way of saying roommate.
It's much worse.
Share a bathroom.
It's like 8 roommates in one room.
Oh!
Yes.
Shit!
That's not
Tell
how
us
it's
like-
more. Explain it. 4 bunk beds?
No, so they have like these holes in the wall, these pod holes.
Webcams.
Climb into. They do have webcams all in the house. And
Go ahead, keep telling us.
not in the bathroom.
I think you were on the show Big Brother and you didn't realize it.
But so there's like about 8 pods in a room and then 1 bathroom, and yeah, it's really bad.
Oh my god. How much is your rent?
That rent was $800.
What?
We've had somebody on the show before
Yeah,
that
no, I
stayed one of
remember
these
watching a
pod
show
places.
that someone did that.
$800 a month. So now, is that what you did before, or is that where you're living now?
I just moved out of there. I only stayed there for
So
a
now
month.
where have you moved into? Now you have
One
what?
couple. Apartment right by the shittier side of La Brea.
Shittier side of La Brea. That's both sides.
So I don't know.
La Brea and
Right in
what?
the middle of Hollywood area.
The Hollywood area.
Willoughby.
Willoughby. There you go.
What's the number?
Willoughby's a great street, tucked snugly between Santa Monica and Melrose, I do believe.
Tony also is an Uber Eats driver.
Yes, I deliver food all the time. I will be at Willoughby and Santa Monica in 8 minutes. Whoa, whoa! All right. So, what's the craziest thing that's happened to you while you've been delivering Postmates or whatever that you do?
Well, yesterday I had to leave, and I just left because there's this crazy meth head who wouldn't get out of the way of my car.
Did you say oot?
Wouldn't get out to the
They're close to Canada.
Yeah, they get weird like that. I don't even know they did it.
Very passive.
Minnesota. Yeah, but so she just kept on like going all around my car and wouldn't let me leave for
It
like
was a girl?
That actually happened to me recently. I had a crazy guy that was on meth, and he started. He went on the. I was at a meter, busy street, St. Beverly Boulevard, right? And I was at a meter, and I get back into my car. I'm on a phone call too at the time, and so I'm not really moving, but I prepaid the meter, so I'm like, I'm just gonna chill here. And the guy has no shirt on, one of these ripped fucking Latino. I mean, totally messed up though. Totally like Breaking Bad, like fucking Tuco Latino guy. You know what I'm talking about back there. And he has his shirt in his hand, and he starts like detailing my tire. He's like, man, these tires are way too awesome to have this kind of like dust on them, man, or something like that. And I'm like, it's okay, pal. You don't have to do that.
Oh,
He's like, yeah, whatever. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it, man. It's just from the heart, I'm like, no, seriously, if it's from the heart, it's gonna have to be. I don't have any cash on me. I cannot pay you for this. And he goes, I don't need your fucking cash. I'm a zillionaire. And I just rolled up the window because I was trying to complete this phone call. It already sounded like I was like in a bad neighborhood to the person that I was talking. It was like already bad and embarrassing. So anyway,
yeah, I tried to roll down the window and like say, just give her $1 so she'd leave me alone. But then like I rolled it down, she just stood up, just screaming. It's nonsense. I just like, okay, never
There was
mind.
one
Roll
point-
back up the window.
all right, yeah, there was one point where the light turned red at the intersection that the traffic was at. I swear to God, the guy's like, it's been like 3 minutes now, and at this point I'm annoyed because I can't drive away, and I can't get him away. I've already tried, like, now I've tried multiple times, like, please, man, please, I'm begging you, you don't have to do it. But like, this guy could snap at it. He has veins popping out of his neck and chest and shit. And at one point, the light turns red and traffic stops. And I swear to God, a cop car with 2 cops in the SUV stops like right next to me. But I don't want to be like, excuse me, officers, this guy is cleaning my tire, right? But instead, I gave them like this sort of like that because I just wanted to be quiet. And the guy looks right at me, and I'm like, I pointed that guy cleaning my tire, and I give him the old like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing.
We got a switch in the quarterback.
But I didn't say anything. And what? But the cop basically looked at me like, fuck you, buddy, because
We think to fuck you.
gives a
Go
shit.
fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
I live in that neighborhood and it's just gone fully homeless.
Tony's like, Black Corvette Matter, man. Come on, help me out over here, dog.
It's unbelievable what has happened to
Yes.
one of the loveliest neighborhoods in Los Angeles
It's a treat to live there.
since the big riot in June. It's absolutely incredible. It really changed the
Yeah,
dynamic.
they burned a couple cop cars and now
Good thing we solved racism, though. Totally worth it. Great job, everybody. Anyway, Reagan, anything else?
So my mom's getting divorced.
Whoa!
I know I was gonna say, and your dad isn't? Uh-oh, what did you do?
Yeah, they got divorced a long time with my mom
Why's your mom getting divorced?
because apparently, like, her husband is being weird. So he's like a narcotics officer,
Oh, Jesus.
and he's getting retired, and he's just acting like super strange. Like, he's super like mad all the time. Wow. Stupid stuff.
He's dabbing in his own supply.
Is he collecting minerals and stuff like Hank did in Breaking Bad when he wasn't able to work?
He's like William Montgomery's drug dealer.
So do you think your mom and dad will get back together?
Hell no, they hate each other.
Then
Do you have siblings?
Yes.
Yeah. You have a sister?
Yep. Well, three stepsisters.
Whoa.
No, real
It's
sisters.
like my favorite porno.
But what I was wondering is, since my mom's getting divorced, I mean,
There's a count. You're like, yeah, you're about to
they're
go for it.
siblings, so
Yeah.
step me.
Fair game, dude.
You can do
Absolutely.
that anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah, we know that you have. You ever jerk off to like your stepsister's like underwear or something?
You ever put your underwear in your dick?
You ever do anything weird with your stepsisters? Tell the fucking truth,
I
dude.
have never done anything weird with my stepsister.
Come on, you think that clip's gonna get us a lot of hits? Come on, dude.
Tell us what you did to her.
My younger stepsister's like a butch, so.
Ooh, a challenge.
Fun.
I love that.
Heck yeah. It's good to
Turn
try.
that lesbo. Turn that lesbo.
It's good to try out.
Okay. Go ahead. Just let it out.
There you go. So not into the butch, huh?
Not the butch, you know.
How about the more feminine stepsisters? You think you should call one right now and tell her that you've always wanted to fuck her? How many of you think that's a good idea?
I'll do it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
You
There you
gotta
go.
do it.
Reagan Wardner showing improvement. His second time on Kill Tony. 1 month experience.
He's having quite a career already.
Huh?
He's having quite a career.
Yeah, I always wanted a Corvette my whole life. Or not Corvette, a convertible my whole life.
Yeah.
And I found out very quickly that you do not want a convertible at some red lights. You'll just be sitting there, there'll just be like crazy people like lurching over, and you're like, okay, that's why I have a roof for it.
Yeah, I have a convertible and I very rarely use it. It's actually quite shocking. Even on beautiful days and things like that, like the sun is fucking aggressive and it gets way too hot.
The roast master,
Sweet,
he's
sweet
afraid of
AC.
sun.
No, I already have enough sun. I don't know if you can tell, but I look like a fucking homeless. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Vitamin D. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Kenneth Burnett.
What's up, Kill Tony? Make some noise in this bitch. All right, what's going on, man? My name is Kenneth. It's a very simple name, but people always mess it up for some reason. Like, I got a job at this Mediterranean restaurant, and the lady, she's like, "Hey, Canoe, can you come help me with the trash?" I'm like, "Bitch, I am not a water raft." Like, the fuck? Like, 10 minutes later, she's like, "Hey, Kayak, can you come help me out on the grill?" I'm like, "Bitch, I am not a boat, okay? I understand if our conversations are making you wet, but I am not, okay?" I'm half white, and sometimes that works out in my favor, but not like you think it does. It's not like I get pulled over by the police and I just pull out a picture of me and my mom at the Grand Canyon. Like, "Am I free to go, sir?" They're like, "Nah, we're gonna have to have you step outside the car. We don't need to see who this white woman is. She might be missing."
There you go. Exactly 1 minute.
What's up, Tony?
You got a white mom?
Yes, I do. She has a black name, though. Her name's Regina.
Oh, shit. My goodness. My brother once had a black girlfriend named Regina.
He said it more black than it was like Regina.
She says it like Regina.
Oh, she tries to be
My
Italian.
mom used to be a little dark.
Parmigiano Regina. Lovely, lovely. Where's that at?
Where's my mom?
Yeah.
My mom lives in North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina.
Oh, nice.
I live in California like 8 years.
Lovely. Lovely. You go back to North Carolina and visit a lot?
I actually drove from San Diego to fucking North Carolina in 3 days.
Which car?
Acura 2006. And yeah, it was good.
What were some highlights of that road trip? I feel like not
I
enough
feel
people
like the biggest highlight is I didn't get coronavirus, and we stopped in Texas, you know, so that was good. I saw my dad. That's the best. That was like the one thing I did. I went to see my dad on Father's
Did
Day.
you find him? He was just walking down the
Oh
street.
man, I know my dad. Don't do that, Tony.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's a
I mean,
stereotype.
You did picture like you found him. Even
My dad had child support. He actually went down and signed up.
This guy's like the Jackie Robinson of child
So
support.
give me once a month to eat at McDonald's, and then excuse me, what McDonald's?
Yeah, that's McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's. And we would sit in front of the house, you know.
Wait, is your dad to the Lucas?
No.
Okay.
I think I'm a little bit older.
Why do you think you call it McDonald's?
I'm Waffle Carolina,
North Carolina. Did they call their most popular sandwich a Big Mick? Is it like Switch or is that?
Last time you guys roasted me because I had on a red shirt, and you guys said I worked at McDonald's.
Well, now you look like you have the Jay Leno collection shirt on.
The old J.J. Leno collection.
I broke into Guy Fieri's house and I stole this shit. Sorry, Guy.
That is awesome. I like your style, man. I do. You've lived in LA for 8 years?
No, I lived in San Diego for like a year. I was living in LA for like a year prior to the coronavirus, so I've been out here like a year and a half.
Okay.
It's been good though.
How's the
I've had some good
coronavirus
strides.
been treating you? What have you been doing during this quarantine?
Well, I fucking stimulus money up. Like,
Yeah, what'd you spend it on?
you know, like Nico said, you get the bag and tumble it. I fumbled the shit.
Right.
I fumbled it.
Tell us some of the fun stuff you
Well,
spent.
I was doing dumb shit like buying $90 pre-rolls, you know?
Oh, God.
Like, I just did that. I
Literally just
think I would have
spending
Jordans
away.
before the coronavirus. Oh, no, this is
Wow.
$70.
Wait, was that from one of my favorite shoe stores on Melrose? Did you get those in June?
I got these here. These are like the best shoes they had in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay.
I think they look good. They look good. It's worth it.
Did you think at all on that one wild night about looting at all? Did looting
You know
cross your
what?
mind?
I wanted to, but like,
I mean, I
I was watching it live on the news. I'm like, I could get there in 10 minutes.
not only
10 minutes by e-bike, that's fast, man.
it is. I mean, Rick Kosick, my neighbor right there, and I actually weathered that storm together. We walked out to the intersection.
what you guys started the George Floyd
Fairfax. No, the night of the big LA riot, though. Rick is my very close next door neighbor, and we're very like neighbors. We're like
To a
people
far
that I
away
know.
next door neighbor.
Jesus Christ. Okay, way to squeeze that one in there, Joel.
So I have YouTube comments back there.
My God, yes. Yes, anyway, and for example, like the Trader Joe's was wide open, and the paper sorts, like these are behind, anyway, it's right around where we live.
I've been arrested once. I don't want to be arrested again. I spent exactly 12 hours in jail, and that's enough. That was enough. I learned my lesson.
Did your butthole get it?
Actually, you know what? Once you get past the fact that you can't leave jail, it's actually kind of relaxing.
In 12 hours you got there?
And that's like being on the bench and just accepting your fate as a player.
Well, they brought me in around 11:30. I was like in my room by midnight, and then I posted the bill.
What jail was this, North Carolina?
Yes,
Okay. Is it maximum security?
home of the first sit-ins. What happened?
Maximum security. Is it McDonald's?
I didn't think it was good for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
It was maximum.
But I enjoyed it.
As opposed to far away.
I'm kind of nervous you guys had a white woman on stage, and I'm not gonna lie, you guys kind of made me nervous.
No, you're good.
I
You're
like
good.
your honesty, but you don't.
I do. Like, I was traumatized by one of them.
What? Really?
Yes.
Did I traumatize you? It's always
You're
me.
not a white woman.
I mean, I'm
I wish it
pretty
was
close.
me. I wish I
I'm the voice of a white woman.
In high
I'm the
school,
insensitive son.
This white girl liked me. Another white girl lied and said that I touched the white girl. The white girl said I didn't even touch her. And I still got suspended from school. My dad took me home.
You should have your mom pick you up. You would have gotten off.
You didn't even get to touch her?
Man, I didn't even touch her.
You know what, Annie? You should let him get a free. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
I was ready to. I was like, these are my reparations.
Let me
Here
put
we
my mask
go.
on. I'm with you.
Have a grab.
But no, so my dad sat down, turned around, slapped the shit out of me. He was like, boy, don't you know you can go to jail for that type of shit?
No McDonald's for 3 months.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I never really, like, I was in 10th grade. I never even talked to a white girl. I was like, so just like, I just spoke to you just now, you know?
Well, welcome back.
Like,
Not all liars.
So you haven't talked to white girls?
No, I'm joking. No.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I'm looking to start having sex with them more, and maybe not marry
What do you mean
them.
by more? How many white girls have you had sex with?
I fuck like 4 white girls.
When's the last time?
Yo, one more, you're out, dog.
2018, I fucked this girl because she was like 19. And I just
Wait, say that again? Say it again?
2018, I was 27. She was 19.
Wow. Look at you.
Okay, you scout young. I walk the line. I walk the line.
I checked the ID.
Oh, very good. Good job. Well, that's fun. So it's been that long since a white girl?
Real question, because I always am curious when I hear that you people like check IDs and stuff. Like, how long before you had sex did you check the ID? Was it a casual thing? Like,
Do that while you're
You gotta do some Mac
You're
shit.
like giving it the one eye.
You gotta pull some Mac shit. And you gotta be like, hey, babe, go in the store and buy this for me. So you don't ask them for it.
Right.
But
You ask them to buy you a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack of beer, and you see what they come out with.
Cigarello.
Well, gummy bears. Over 18, but under 20.
Hey, man, go rent this car for me.
yo, can you get some scratch on tickets while you in there? Yo, you want to go get a tattoo real quick? Hop out real quick.
Yo, vote for me.
I only got this mama's milk.
All right.
Dude, I said get beer, not Gerber.
Yo, Tony, I gotta talk to you about something. I remember I walked up on you one night and I asked you about
Me?
I want the wine.
I was like 5 minutes late, by the way.
Yeah, but he just said walks.
Okay, go ahead.
And I told you I wanted to do a rap battle with your boy in Arizona,
Right, Tristan.
Tristan. Good guy. And you said, yeah, sure, set it up.
Oh, Jesus, why do I have to sound like that?
That's what you sound like.
That's what you sound like. Everybody's goddamn impression of me.
And I hit him up, and he was down with the shit. And then coronavirus hit, and then I hit him up like after, like, yo, let's go to the store now. And they're doing it. And I ain't mad at him, but I feel like he dug it.
He's in love right now.
I know, I was
He is.
in love too.
Tristan's in love.
He's in love. He's
Yeah.
making sweet love right now.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at him.
yeah. But I'll tell you this: when things get up and running, I know
I
for
want
a
to do
fact.
that. I want to do that.
You know, Tristan, when the pressure's on, big audiences, that's when he shines. So he's probably waiting until the energy's back a
I'll
little
watch
bit.
the floor with him. Set it up.
Hey, man, I can't wait. I'm pretty sure.
I'm
any
not
day
gonna
now-
lose a rattle to a white boy in the middle of super whites movie. I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, what if you
Now I want to see that.
I just can't do that shit.
You have that behind you,
Unless I
like
want to go
Confederate
viral.
flag and like have it really be real.
That's it.
There's a Macklemore joke here somewhere. If you guys want to look for it,
So,
Oh, I like that. Get it,
yeah,
Matt.
I think you just did it.
and I can give myself a rim shot. You fucking idiots!
Rim shot from rim shot. There you go. All right, Kenny. Well, so much fun. Great fucking interview.
Have a good night.
What a great guest. Great flow. Kenny Burnett. All right. It's one of those times right now where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians, guys. This guy, for sure, knows something or other about being an African American. Am I right? I love this guy. We're good friends. Hang out all the time. Here's David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah. Girls swear it hurt us when they tell us you'll never meet another woman like me. And it's kind of like, bitch, that was what I was aiming for. Like, love is not hard to find. Women always make it seem like you'll never love again like you love me. Like, I convinced myself to love a dog, and all that nigga do is piss and eat. So it won't be too hard to love a bitch that fucks me and get on my nerves. It's not. Love is not hard. Who the fuck won't fall in love with somebody that fucks them 3 or 4 times a week? Like, I get love like a motherfucker. I think the perfect woman is a deaf mute. I think that's my perfect chick. She can't hear shit or say shit. Like, Helen Keller would have been my perfect 10 in my book. I want me an old Helen Keller ass bitch. You can't see your hair? Oh, hell yeah. You won't see me cheating on your ass. Then you won't hear me opening this door for you.
Awesome.
You're gonna have to hear her talk, though.
David Lucas.
I gotta hear her.
Let me just tell you, my insight on a set like that is that I don't even think you would have gotten through 40 seconds of stuff that you talked about, because I think if there was an audience and a pause after you won't meet another woman like me, after you tell a girl you don't want to be with her anymore, that's exactly, I mean, that would just be, that's sort of like, and then it just builds. I've seen it enough times to recognize it.
And then the dog part, like,
it's interesting how weird the translation of well-written jokes and the timing and everything, it's so off. But if you have an ear for it,
right.
that's extremely smart. I haven't heard that before. You won't meet another woman like me. Like, why do they say that if you're breaking up with them? Because
Yeah, it's a beautiful blessing. Thank
right,
you.
exactly.
Bitch, you slapped my tires and broke my windshield. Why the fuck do I want to do liability in my life?
I love it, man. Real quick, I want to give a shout out. Comedy Store icon right here in the room right now. A guy who has, I believe, okay, he's walking away. He just walked away, everybody. A Comedy Store legend, the great Jeff Scott is here.
Oh my God.
House piano player at the Comedy Store for well over 2 decades, almost 3. A guy who is extremely respected and loved by absolutely everyone.
Absolutely. And you know, Jeff told me a piece of advice, because as a lot of people may or may not know, door guys get the opening spots on a lot of the main room and original room shows. And I paid attention to what you said, Jeff. Jeff said he misses the days when Mitzi had the opening comics introduce him. I'm like, if that means that much to him, I can take 20 seconds out of my set to introduce Jeff Scott tickling the caps.
The best part is that Mitzi never told him that, and he just tricked him.
Yeah.
You got Jeff.
He's making like a fool, dude. Man, Mitzi used to make all the opening comedians get the piano play $100.
And the blowjob that sucked my dick.
Sure do miss those Mitzi, dude.
Also, some of the coolest Halloween costumes.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've seen this guy turn into a dinosaur, turn into a skeleton, man. He made a dinosaur thing out of milk cartons.
He starts right after Halloween for the next year. He really puts a lot of effort in. It's good.
Hey, Tony, you know what my favorite Halloween costume is my mom did for me?
What were you?
She gave me a white t-shirt.
Honey, I blew up the baby's kids.
God, you racist, motherfucker.
Was it a creamsicle and you're wearing it now?
It's racial.
She gave me a white t-shirt and a red hat and told me I was a gallon of milk.
You'd be a Trump supporter now, which is amazing.
Or good
Burger.
Yeah.
That's funny.
She's gonna be for Halloween, Tony.
Oh, you know me. I'm gonna be a gay guy.
You're gonna be a toilet seat.
Yeah, that's right. You know me. You know me. You're allowed to just sit on me, and then you can either take a number 1 or a number 2.
Or just pee on it.
Sure, absolutely. You pee on the toilet seat?
All the time.
What's wrong with it?
Yes, he does. Look at him.
Oh, well, you know,
He
actually,
makes Helen Keller clean it up.
It depends on if the toilet got stains in it. Because if the toilet got stains, I pee on the stains.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of the stains? That makes sense.
That's
I'm
fine.
upset.
I like going to the bars that got the little soccer balls in it.
Oh, where are those at?
I'm trying to think where the fuck they was at. Maybe at the Denver airport.
Oh my goodness, little soccer balls in there?
Yeah,
I think it was.
where they have little games, so when you pee, you're like, whoa, I'm playing game.
Oh my god, they don't have anything in the girls' room
Yeah,
for that.
you guys just have to sit down and let it
There's like
flow.
dildos in the toilet for us to sit on. It's not fair.
Tony went in there before you.
What?
She said there were dildos in the toilet.
All they do is they put these dildos that go up and down in the toilet at the Denver airport. It's not fair.
Stop snitching on that thing. Are those pilot wings on your shoulder?
Yeah, you heard those Microsoft.
Yeah. I
They're
earned,
Trump wings.
I earned my wings.
You let the pilot sit on.
Yeah, that's it. They call me the cockpit. Alright, what else is going on in
David saw your wings. He got hungry.
Hey man, shut your broke, dirt, and whiskey looking ass up.
All right. Okay.
What else have you been up to?
I'm
What's
going
going
deep sea fishing tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, really? Are you gonna just jump in the water and just sink?
I don't think fish like dark, man.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you going?
Long Beach.
Oh, they always have Groupons for that. Where you can go.
Well, here's the story, dog. All right, so I'm like in negotiations of producing my first movie in Georgia, right? So the guy asked me to be a producer, so he just called me tonight. He's like, "What are you doing tomorrow?" I'm going on a fish trip. I'll buy you a ticket right now. We come at 4:30 in the morning, and we can discuss everything. So I'm like, "Oh shit!"
In a bird or are you deep sea?
Remake Free Willy? Why
Might catch a Marlin brother.
I'll share my location with everybody on Kill Tony the whole time.
But it doesn't really help when you are in the ocean.
But I mean, at least y'all know where I left from.
He's gonna try to fuck you or murder you.
Yeah.
I'll take my pistol with me, man. I'll take my body.
You're not gonna take
Oh,
Can you imagine if David drowned and the police find him and they're like, this body found his extremely bloated body, and I'm just like, he's only in the water for 20 minutes.
Like his block was weighing him down. He sunk to the bottom because he had a gun in his pocket. What if it's because you bring the gun, the guy tries to fuck you, and then you're like so startled that your gun fires into the boat's bottom and then it sinks because of the hole you
You
shot?
gotta squeeze the trigger. It's a block, not a high block.
Yeah, but what if one of your rolls just went in there?
Oh my
Man,
god.
you want to talk about rolls, motherfucker?
I know you
If you ride a fucking
What's your
motorized
favorite? I like
broomstick,
fire
get your
rolls.
ass out of here, boy.
Fire roll?
Yeah.
You guys talking about sushi?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
know in between your shit smell like a California roll.
No, that doesn't make sense. I dated an Asian girl. It should smell more like an Asian
That's
roll.
why she like it, nigga.
Yo, I was at the airport this week, and there was a Wendy's next to Panda Express, and I thought of you.
Wow, that's like
I like Wendy. I don't really care.
Oh my god, you take it so seriously sometimes.
the girls working there, it's like
Oh, I see. I don't
They don't got no Asians, they got Mexicans at Panda Express.
Hello, Brian. Oh, hey, can I get an orange chicken? You want that, little man? No, yeah.
everybody sounds like what's her name that sings the song?
Oh, that shit.
What's her name?
No, man.
She's a legend. Oh, what is it? It's Nicole Tran. Yeah.
I miss Nicole.
Yeah, Nicole's the shit. We gotta get Nicole back soon. Did we talk to her over the quarantine? I think we did. We had a pandemic talk with her, yeah.
Yeah, real, so shit. That, going deep sea fishing, started at the MMA gym last week.
There you go.
That's why I wasn't here, because I fucking fucked my neck up.
Really?
Yeah.
Day one.
But that's my first time being on a mat in like 10 years. You know, I used to wrestle in high school, so I ain't really like wrestled or grappled or anything in like 10 years.
And then how long did you wrestle for? How long were you on the mat for?
Yesterday, last week, we did 3 3-minute rounds, and that shit felt like I ran for 2 hours.
Right. Yes, it's extremely hard. Hard to not vomit after
Right.
3 3-minute rounds straight on.
Yeah, and then one time he caught me in the stomach with a knee, and I felt like I was really dying, bro. Like when you already like at the point of it. So it made me like earn a new respect for like UFC fighters. I'm like, these guys are exhausted, getting choked out, arm bars bars and they're not tapping,
Right.
that's a lot of fucking heart.
It's crazy. They do usually tap with the arm bars, and two things you can't really get away from is a real rear naked choke and an arm bar. Am I right? My jiu-jitsu specialist back here.
Yeah, I can't watch MMA with people who don't like respect that because they're always like, "Why didn't you just stand up and knock him out, dude? I would have just stood up."
Idiots.
You ever play basketball? Because we need a big man.
Yeah, I hope. I can shoot like a mama.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. Who do you think shoots better, you or
I'll not shoot anybody on stage, and I'll put money on it.
Okay, let's grab a trash can or
All right,
something. Somebody want to grab the trash can out of the main room, green room?
Yeah, let's do
Let's see
this.
what
Trash
happens.
can.
It's gonna be our first.
I'm right here.
It's gonna be our first ever Kill Tony shoot off. It's very exciting.
Not a shootout, a shoot off.
That's right. No shooting here. There you go. That's good. We don't. Yep. Here we go. Okay.
Now pretend the ball is your sperm and this is a fertile egg, okay?
Make it happen. Good luck.
Let me get the
Go
brown
stand
ball.
with David. Now we'll put it out on the edge.
There's no way basketball fit there.
Give me a fucking basketball. Throw me the Jesus. No, it's
Break
not. What are you talking
How
about?
bad are you?
I'm gonna make it right now. Yeah, make sure I don't break anything. Oh, right off the front of the rim. So close. My rebounder actually somehow let the ball roll right over. Yay, there it is. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah, put it over there. Put it over there. Put it over there. It's been a long time since Brian's been near a basketball. He thinks that they fly multiple feet any direction. Put it over there. Okay, take the trash bag off. It's okay, Brian. Relax. It's all good. Play the Harlem
Oh,
Globetrotter.
you looked at home. I looked.
Take it over there. Play the Harlem Globetrotter music. This is perfect. This is our first ever Kill Tony shootout here. Oh! Did you get that, Zach? Can we get a light over there? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, David, Luke, Jeremiah, I had a feeling Jeremiah wasn't going to like this very much. He didn't think we would call his
This
bluff.
flat ass ball. He's gonna blame it on the ball.
Here we go. Jeremiah with a big shot. Oh! This is incredible. The lighting just simply could not be any worse for this, but our best. Can we get maybe... Can we get like all... Yeah. Sure. Here we go. Oh! Nobody has missed. For those of you keeping track, nobody has missed the first ever Kill Tony basketball shootout. Oh, Jeremiah from way downtown. Oh, he gets rejected by the ceiling. That's it. For those of you paying attention, the game is over. The black man won the basketball game. Oh, there it is. All right, all right. All right, see, you should have quit when you were ahead. Okay, that's it, everybody. There you go. Jeremiah not taking this loss easy at all.
This is so fun.
It's over. It's over, Jeremiah. It's over. All right, this is the last one. There you go. Good job. That's it. Jeremiah, get back on stage. There you go. You missed. That's the end of that segment. Jeremiah, get back on stage. That was fun. No. David, no.
Don't make us edit out a whole nother chunk of this.
Okay, stop fucking playing. Jesus fucking Christ, bunch of goddamn animals in here.
Oh my God, Tony trying to get Jeremiah to stop, and he's like, "Good job, buddy. Okay, it's over now.
Yeah.
Hey, the round's over.
Bouncing the ball up the
Segment's done.
ceiling.
Great work, bud."
He just fucking, Brad Williams, rest in peace, just got crushed by a basketball. He was gonna pop in.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
He's gonna pop out of the trash can.
We can do that, though. I love it.
Get out of my house. I guess the Brad Williams segment.
Hey, the world back up, you know, come on.
David, so much fun.
Yeah, bud.
I'll see you next week. There goes David Lucas, everybody. On to the next one we go.
Holy shit, that's funny. Oh.
So, great shooting. David and Jeremiah could not miss until they started missing.
Yeah, I would like to actually see
Not
them
gonna
play
get-
one-on-one.
Yeah, we might have to.
I love how clean your guys are
the
being.
Kill Tony Olympics could start any day now.
Yeah, I'm better at not playing with trash cans.
All right, this is exciting. This guy has had a ongoing storyline on the show, and he's great every single time he's ever been on. So he's back again, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Joseph. Here we go. It's that time.
I installed security cameras during the day. It's usually for like paranoid women that are afraid to live alone. I'm thinking about getting a job doing it too. I had this dream that my stepmom died last night, and my whole family was crying, freaking out. I just woke up drenched in my own semen. This brother, he's adopted from Africa, and he recently came out of the closet to my parents, and we're all pretty upset because we really try to make that closet feel like home. Everyone knows China's racist. They talk about they eat dogs and women are second-class citizens, but there's a lot of bad stuff too. There's this construction crew next to my house driving me crazy every morning. I made reports, yelled at them, but I still hear them speaking Spanish.
Ryan Joseph. Ryan Joseph did it again.
That was funny. I like that you did it in the "We Can Do It" strong girl hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really keep myself going. You look like Sean when he was a bad boy on Boy Meets World.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
I forgot about
This is what Chris.
Ryder Strong. Oh, that's funny.
This is what Chris Benoit looked like when he was murdering his family.
Who's that?
Chris Benoit.
He's a wrestler. Who is he?
Known for being
Oh my
short
God,
and
shit.
strong and effective.
Oh, okay.
Chris Benoit murdered his family.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you do look like you would just fucking murder everyone in your family.
Yeah, lately I guess I do look like that.
What did you look like before?
So, keep us posted on how's the relationship been going.
Pretty crazy.
Catch Annie up a little bit.
Let me
Give
hear
her the short end of what she's
Okay.
missed the last few weeks.
In a nutshell, started dating this girl during the pandemic, and she basically she was dating another guy at the same time as me, and but once we went exclusive, she told me about it and said she's gonna cut him off and everything like that. Took her on this nice trip to Arizona. We decided to go exclusive. We get back and apparently she fucked him. And didn't know about it. And then and she also told me she'd never like talk to him again or whatever like that about that shit. And
He said, why don't you delete his number? She did. And then he goes, why don't you unfollow him off Instagram? She's like, I won't.
Yeah.
It's very.
She's like, I have to look at his hard cock on those pictures.
pretty much.
Well, do you think it's because you thought you took her to a nice trip in Arizona? And she's like, this guy thinks a nice trip is in Arizona.
6 hours.
I gotta get back with this guy I'm still following on Instagram.
I was running away from the riots. I was freaking out, and I didn't even know that.
Are you scared of black people?
Yes.
You kind of have a Trump. It's like a Trump bandana.
Yeah. No, like
You realize everything red to Trump now?
I do.
My goodness,
Even Native Americans.
your Trump lips. Look, these peppermints are white and Trump.
Yeah, I got a Trump spot in my panties once a month.
He's a good marketer. He's a good marketer. You know how pink is for breast cancer, red is for Trump. It's good marketing.
It's like probably like at least the third or fourth most popular color in the world.
He took it from fire engines. It's no longer for fire.
Wow. You mean Trump engines?
Trump engines.
Trump man. So, I wonder what Donald Trump would say about. I wonder what Donald Trump would say about being recognized for the color red. But I guess we're not going to find out because we don't have a soundboard or anything. How hard would I have to set this up exactly? Let's see if we can get him on the line. He's a big fan of the show. Donald Trump, Annie has. Oh boy, Annie. Okay. All right. Mr. President, Annie Letterman has stated on this show that you know Annie.
Sure.
Probably I'll sue her. Because it'll be fun.
Oh my goodness! Wow, he's gonna sue you.
Even when I get my period, I think about it.
What do you think about Andy's?
And it only makes common sense.
Okay, this isn't really working today, Mr. President. Because I'm chasing a dragon that only popped up once, huh?
Thank you very much. It's really
You're
nice.
welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you on. Thank you. That's the President of the United States of America, the owner of the color red, Donald Trump.
It's true.
Okay, so what's happened this week with this girlfriend?
Okay, let me just finish.
Because last week, right? Go ahead. Yeah.
So I didn't know it. I didn't care anything about it. But she kept being like, "Are you still talking to any of those girls that you were seeing?" And I was like, "No, I told you I would delete all their shit, but you won't delete that guy's number." And she's like, "I will right now." And she deleted it. And I was like, "Well, what about Instagram?" And she's like, "I can't do that." So then I knew, right? And then I came on, talked to these guys, and I freaked out because I knew it was building up. And so I looked this guy up on Instagram. He's a copywriter, pretended I wanted to write a book. And tricked.
So good.
I know. I tricked him into being. I was like,
He literally tell her the like message exchange.
I was like, "Hey man, what's up? I'm a comedian from LA. I want to write a book. I was wondering if
Because he knew that the guy was a copywriter.
yeah." She said he didn't live in California. I was like, "Do you live in LA?" He's like, "Oh, I do, but I'm out of town for now. But I'll be back." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I was like, "So I see you're mutual friends with so and so. When's the last time you've seen her, man? I haven't seen her in a while." He's like, "Oh, we talk all the time. I saw her like 3 weeks ago." And I was like, I took a screenshot, sent it to her, and then it just started.
You didn't even wait. You didn't even. Have you thought about it since then? How you would have handled it differently with all the information that you gathered? You got excited.
Well, yeah.
You threw your load.
Then he like sent me a picture of a.
You're still on the phone with the guy. You're already sending her screenshots.
I've been like haunted by images, man, of killing this guy, but I would never do that. Never do
This guy freaky.
that. Never. Seriously, like, hey, yo, I'm gonna need a timeout real quick. I would never do it. But like, it's there.
It's not his fault.
Anyways, so he like sent me a picture of a knife, and I was like, what the fuck? He's like, keep poking around, buddy, and you'll see what's going on.
Wait, did he send you like a emoji of a knife?
No, like his knife. It was like this weird, like the most threatening teenager ever. Yeah. He's like, and that's what makes it worse. He's like this fucking loser in a cabin in Washington State.
He's such a violent copywriter.
This bitch
I
is
would
gonna
not want to start shit with a guy
fucking
who lives in a cabin. No, I feel like I can take anybody in an apartment or a house, but a cabin, that's where shit gets scary. Those guys, they have to go get wood for their.
Do you really think you can take anyone in your apartment?
Obviously, I can't beat up
I don't know, maybe
anyone
you're
who
a
lives
tough-
in an apartment or a house. Pretty sure Brock Lesnar doesn't live in a fucking cabin. Anyway, do I really think that?
I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm learning you.
So anything new this week? I'm learning you too.
I'm learning you, boo. I'm learning you.
Yeah.
So here we go. This week's update.
Yeah, I just keep going back to her and we fight. And then
What do? You make love?
yeah, it's like really hot, like jealous, hate sex,
Yeah.
which is nice. Then like, we'll try to like get it together and then I'll be like just have images of him like fucking her or lying.
You like it. I'm telling you, you're into this whole thing.
This is I'm actually getting close.
You want a girl that's also wanted by other people. You're not used to that. In your past, you're with a lot of overweight girls with like grumpy eyes and things like that. Am I right?
When their eyes get bad?
I was only with like one
They would wake up really swollen. They had swollen mornings.
No, one semi-fat chick. One semi-fat chick came to my window and asked me to have sex with her.
She came through your window. How big is your window?
Okay, what do you have?
Jesus, it's a sliding door?
Yeah.
Dude, it's when I used to like do drugs, right?
What'd you say right there?
She thought it was a drive-through window. Pretty loud. It was I'm from Florida, and it's when I used to do drugs. I was doing like Adderall and coke the whole night. Wow. She shows up, and she's like, "My boyfriend just broke up with me. You can do whatever you want."
And what'd
Can I
you do?
put you on a diet?
I was like,
Get you to the gym. Let's go jogging.
You just started personally training her.
she had a pretty face. Like, come you have sex with her from behind, and then like you try to put it in her butthole, and she's like, "Back on my right shit." Wow, you're on those kind of drugs, you can't get it up, right? You can't.
I thought I already saw you take the longest shot. I was gonna see.
Nah, man, that's half court. Here's your full court, dog. Yeah.
Okay, what did you do with the big girl? What was different than sex with a normal, normal shape?
I couldn't get it up because I was on tweaking so bad. So I was like, "Do you have any weed?" She's like, "Sure." I like smoked all her weed that night. And then I was like disgusted with myself when I slept on the floor in the living room.
Right. And why do you think you felt so disgusted?
I wasn't really attracted to her.
How big are we talking about? Like David Lucas or William Montgomery? Or
No. We're talking on a Wonder Red Hand. No. I like petite, like thin girls. The girl I'm dating now is Latina, right?
Oh, dude, you're never gonna get her to stop fucking me.
She's gonna have other men's children while you're dating her. You realize, right?
There were red flags. I got slapped by a bum on our second date. I went to pick her up.
And you mean Trump flags? Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting to pick her up, and I guess you can't take pictures of homeless people. They get freaked out, and like 3 guys like attacked my car, one of them slapped me in the face. And I kept thinking maybe that's a sign I shouldn't go on a date with this
Maybe
girl.
it's a sign you shouldn't take pictures of homeless people.
Yeah, I didn't know, but other people do.
Steal their soul.
Yeah.
I saw a sign on one of the tents near my house now, the street tents that said, "Don't take pictures of it. It gets us homeless people raped." I'm like, what?
Wow, the fuck?
How does that?
I think living outside does.
Yeah, it's the zipper, I think, that's getting you raped.
I didn't even see them. I was taking pictures of the tent because I hadn't been in bed.
You know, when you're a rapist, there's someone in the tent is just one zipper more than
I know, probably, you don't have to pop a button.
double the zippers.
But anyways, I also went on Tinder, right? And I took screenshots of all the girls that matched with me, like I found the hottest ones and sent them to her. I was like, I wonder if this girl's a faithful bitch. So now,
I love your ex-tweaker energy. Is so good.
Yeah. So
I just want someone that's faithful.
and then we get like back together and like we're gonna be over, baby.
Oh my goodness. So
And
let me ask you this: when you're having sex with this Latina girl, do you ever like dirty talk about her hooking up with another guy? Like, have you ever been like, "Yeah, you think you're close to other guy?"
I feel like a cuck, but I'm not.
Yeah, 2 copyrights don't make a wrong.
Oh shit.
He's been holding that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I feel like a little bitch because I took her back, and
Boy, that guy's gonna take her back eventually too.
Correction, you don't feel like one. You is one.
well, the thing is, like
She's gonna take her back. Take her
I
back.
told her I wouldn't talk to her, and I didn't until she like sent some text saying like, "Don't ever message again." Blah blah blah.
Right.
Fucked up.
So then you're like, now I'm gonna message you
Right.
again. You said don't
Now that
message
she
you.
cut you off, you're like, "You can't fucking cut me off. I'm cutting you off. You can't fire me because I quit."
Well, she's been like calling, like begging, crying, like get another chance.
This story is becoming sad to me.
Oh no, I love it.
There's a
Absolutely
knife
not.
involved. We
No.
don't get the knife
Should I
buddies.
stop talking
See,
about it?
no,
so.
not at all. No.
I eventually.
Your comedy is way better than these stories.
No, it's incredible. It's a compelling story with funny comedy.
We learned that she's Latino. You can't fix that.
Latina, and there's ways around it.
My friend told me that.
Here's my solution: is that you might need to start fucking someone else as well. And then this is what your sister told you. There you go. This is what I give. Everybody always says Tony Hinchcliffe has the most sisterly advice.
Or find a healthy relationship, maybe.
Boring.
Oh my god, Joel, go fuck yourself.
Someone call the boring police on Joel.
You are really a
Why do you go find yourself
You
something
are a
awesome?
fucking
Why do you slow it down a little bit and stay inside for 20 hours?
Why don't you have one girlfriend over 13 years?
I've never been that kind of guy.
That worked out for you, didn't it, bitch? That ended
Daddy, I
well.
told you that in confidence.
That ended well.
Yo, that
He put all his eggs in one basket. And that
that's the
basket
last time I
cheated on him.
went to Thanksgiving. Oh my god. Yo, this bitch just brought up real stuff.
Damn, Annie's dropping nuclear warheads over
Don't
here.
know me.
I just think that like encouraging more crazy shit is gonna end really bad.
That is
He's
my
gonna
new
kill
favorite sound
somebody.
effect, by the way.
No, he won't kill.
Annie's dropping bombs over bags let me ask you this: do you think that's a possibility that you might have sex with someone to increase her jealousy a little bit? This way, you're no longer the bitch. Now it's just a fucked up thing.
Well, it'll probably just fall apart. There's no trust, right?
So there's already no trust, right?
Yeah, there's no trust. She's going to New York for a couple of weeks.
Oh, she has got
Oh,
to fuck
shit,
every guy in the Bronx.
She's going to a cabin. She's going camping.
I'll make a brand new start of it.
She wants to make sure what she's doing, she's trying to get back together with you so you don't fuck anyone while she's in New York fucking everyone.
Yeah, that's what I told her, pretty much. All she does is like, are you gonna, I'm afraid you're gonna be with other people.
Oh, you guys
Yeah.
fucked.
I know, but Farrah's talking
So
about
when
it.
she goes to New York, what are we gonna do? Let's come up with a battle plan. When is she going to New York?
Dude, I'm just getting to the point where I don't care. I assume just fucking.
I care for you.
You care, you're just tired.
No, like, you get to the point where you're just like, once you're like, I don't know, you just get to the point where you don't care. I just hope comedy in the fucking world opens up again, so I have nothing to do.
You're doing a good job at having.
You have something to do, you have a whole dramatic thing you're dealing with. This is fine. You're having a great quarantine, like you're having drama.
She had a book called Ethical Slut.
Did he do the copy for it?
Who had a book called Ethical?
That was the other red flag.
Annie did that.
This girlfriend of yours wrote a book called Ethical
No,
Slut?
she didn't write it, but it was on her coffee table when I first came.
Oh my god.
What a dumb bitch, sorry.
I know. I'm like, oh, it's okay. I'll still date you.
We gotta, okay, next time you do Kill Tony, you have to read that book and come with like what
Yeah, grab the book before you break up with her.
It's like a Bible for poly people or something.
Oh, no!
She's a Pauly Shore fan? Stupid.
Yeah.
Polyamorous just means a really into
Yeah, that's what I call my fans, the Pauly people.
You can get one of those black lights that you can keep in your pocket, and every time you come to your house, just shine it all over your bedroom.
It's gonna be really sad for you when her face lights up.
Why is it around your eyelids? You look like a raccoon.
I'm gonna stop talking about her on this show.
We've only just begun.
Too late now.
Fun times, Ryan. And this has been, you're an absolute killer. And like I said, I'm going to keep the invitation wide open for you, pal. And because this is really, really interesting stuff. It's fun. Not everybody gets to have a wild, California Latina relationship. And it's fun to get updates with things like that because it is different than, dating a fucking basic white girl. And
Yeah, I've always been in the Latina. I'm from Florida. Right, and like I lost my
To an alligator, but
yeah.
Ryan Joseph, everybody, there we go. On to the next one.
there was only one more in there.
This is it. One more of these.
I like that you searched around for so long.
Well, no, because you have to get it. You have to find this little piece of paper.
I thought you were trying to make it like
I
there's
got a
so
couple
many
Sharpies in there, an extra jewel pod. I got to make sure I grab the right thing. All right, your final bucket pool of the night goes by the name of Castle Wolf. Castle Wolf.
And this I know for sure.
Hey, hey, hey! There you go, Castle Wolf, everybody.
I've been on a plant-based diet for the last 4 years now, and this shit has really opened my mind. I'm at a point now where I'm not opposed to the idea of sleeping with a transgender woman. I figured I've been eating Beyond Meat all these years. What's the harm in trying Beyond Pussy? I am a little surprised to see that the celebrity pedophile sandwich spokesperson, Jared Fogle, was not on the Epstein flight logs. Come to find out, he was forced to take the subway. I found out that Tinder does not have a sense of humor. I was very drunk one night and decided to change my bio to Islam on the streets, jihad in the sheets. Yeah, I was banned post haste next morning. That's my time. Thank you.
There you go. That's a minute. Castle Wolf. Am I saying that correctly?
Castle. It's horrible. Castle. C-A-S-V-A-L. Casabal. It's Spanish, but Castle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Castle.
It's awesome.
What ethnicity are you?
I'm Cuban.
Oh, did you fuck that guy?
I did. I took his virginity.
Goodness. That's exciting. Were you born in America?
I was. I was born in Miami.
Miami?
Yes, sir.
Wow. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I've been here in and out for 10 years now.
Okay, what do you do here?
Well, before all this happened, I was a touring musician, and now I've just been hanging out.
Oh, really? What kind of music do you play?
I play in a rock band, but then I also write for people, so it's
What's the name of the rock band?
Vespera. Vesper with an A at the end.
Wow, that's a Vesper.
Vespera. Everything with me is very hard to pronounce, apparently. My name, my band name, it's wonderful.
So it's Vespera.
Vespera.
Vespera. Oh, Vespera. Okay. Very exciting. What do you do in the band?
I sing.
Really? Give us some. Yeah, can you give us a little diddly? Maybe something from the official YouTube video Sleepless?
Oh, you don't want to play that? Shit's heavy as hell. No, I'm not going to scream on a microphone right now, but...
Come on, fucking do it. Scream? Yeah, you have some pent-up quarantine energy? Here, play it.
I don't. I'll give you some Sinatra. I'll give you something else.
This is your plant-based diet right now. You need to fucking man up, dude. Eat some meat.
Here, I'll sing it for you.
That's
You want to do this? How that's like last night.
Wait, are you lip syncing?
No.
He's whispering. He doesn't want to blow our ears out. I fucking like that. That's
Oh my
good.
goodness, that was one of the laziest performances I've ever seen.
Dude, quarantine's fucked me up.
Man, that was the quietest screaming I ever heard.
Sing Sinatra. Let's go a cappella. I want to hear this Sinatra that you said you could do.
You guys want to play something?
When I was metrosexual.
Hey, you know the song Hey Ya by Outkast? Can you do a metal version of that song?
Welcome to a segment we call Shoehorn a Song That You Learned into the episode. Today's segment will have a Hey Ya from Outkast.
I mean, it's a pretty universal song.
I think that's cultural appropriation. I don't think we can do that.
Do Sinatra a cappella. Come on, you got it.
Oh, wait, a shoehorn a song into the thing that you were singing earlier in the show. That's crazy, dog.
Yo,
Shoehorn a
Billy.
Song That You Learned is what I said.
that is fucking hilarious. What?
That's what Jeremiah thinks his singing sounds like.
Yo, Annie just double dribbled in her panties, dog.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I'm hard as a rock. You have everybody excited.
I want to hear Jeremiah try to sing it now.
Yeah.
Since he's going up against
Wow.
Jeremiah's like, I gotta read
That was a
this
good
song.
one.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I don't know the lyrics really of that song.
Fly me to the moon.
To Frank Sinatra?
I just know Fly Me to the Moon in other words. The other part I know.
Sing that part.
Really try.
That's some Justin Timberlake.
Sorry.
Everything I you got a moment when I tell you
Stop it. Oh my goodness, it's working.
Alright guys,
I'm from
kiss.
Miami. I don't know this song, unfortunately.
Kiss.
Okay, alright, this is beautiful.
Jeff Scott wants to see you guys kiss. I can tell by his
Okay,
laugh.
Like
alright.
Cottonmouth.
Alright. Caswell, tell us something else interesting about you. What else in your life? You get a lot of girls being the lead singer of a cool hit band. You have tattoos on your wrist. You have a nose pierced. You seem like a good-looking guy. You're Cuban. You probably know how to romance them. You can make like a rose pop out of anywhere or something, right?
He's like the salt Betty.
Yeah, dude, I grew up on I Love Lucy, so I should follow those tricks. It's worked so far.
So what else? It's quite the entrance going on over here. What else? What else do you do for fun?
Wait, do you have long hair you're hiding?
I do. I'm like in that awkward phase because it started growing out.
Let's see it. Shake it out.
Oh my god, it's so different now.
Whoa.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Casper Wolf.
It's
We see the wolf now. Wow.
It's horrible right now.
So what are we talking about? Girls, boys? What are you into?
Oh, I'm straight. I date women. I just got out of a relationship like a month ago, maybe.
Yeah, with the Latina girl that is currently
Black girl.
I wish. I lived
Does
in
she have
Miami.
an ethical slut sitting on her coffee table?
I think it's embedded into her, maybe. I don't know. I don't
Why'd
like
that
her.
relationship end?
You know, when you get into enough emotionally abusive relationships, you kind of pick up on the patterns, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to walk out of this before I end up like Ryan Joseph. So I was just like, I was out. That's it. I just walked out before I got fixing it.
How long were you together?
4 months. It was a quarantine.
That's good for you.
Thanks. Thanks.
What's your favorite thing in the bedroom? You have any special sexual maneuvers that you do on a girl? You give them the cubano,
I call it the.
That's where you put a sandwich up there.
Yeah, you put a sandwich in her butthole, and then she poops it out of her mouth.
That's so good.
Do you ever give a girl the old Fidel fucking Castro?
What I like to do is I go to the room and I just grab stuff in the room and make a makeshift raft, lay them on it, and then I sex with them.
Oh, Elian Gonzalez.
He's hot. Honestly, Elian Gonzalez grew up to be fucking smoking.
Is that true?
He is my celebrity crush. He is fucking banging.
Wow. Look at that.
Sorry, it's true.
You check out the baby on the boat, the kid on the
Yeah.
boat. Yeah.
They got hot as shit. The dolphin saved him.
Yeah, that baby.
Come on, the dolphin saved him. They probably raped him. You can talk about dolphin rape.
He's a grounded dog.
Not a baby anymore. It's all grown ups. All right, Castle.
Yes, sir.
How about any other hobbies? How do you kill time in your place during the quarantine?
I am very fortunate to have a studio where I live, so I've just been working for the most part.
Wow, you just make music all the time.
Yeah, sometimes I learned to make cold brew coffee on my own. That was fun.
You
just put it in the refrigerator for a couple
Yeah, dude, I was blown away. The filtering part's the worst part, dude. It takes so much time to make it.
It's pretty hot.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's pretty hot. Wow.
Yes.
Like, for what he was, a young boy turned into a man.
inner tube immigrant.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear he still has the marks from the raft on his back.
Wow. The rubber meets the road.
Do you play any instruments outside of singing?
I do.
Like what?
Everything that's here.
Whoa, really?
Except trumpet.
Better than that?
Yeah, I suck at the woodwinds now. I think I got out of that when I was 6
How about
years.
drums? Can you play drums real quick for us?
I started learning how to play it during quarantine.
Nah, that's not good.
Well,
That's not good enough. You can't even beat me in a
But who is you?
Wait,
I'll take a bet on that.
actually, I would like to see that.
I'll take a bet on that. I'll take a bet on that.
white drummer versus the Cuban guy. Oh my God! I can't believe it's going down on Kim Tony for the first time ever. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen, y'all. We going into overtime right now.
We gotta keep it moving. There goes Castle Wolf. Thank you very much. Castle Wolf.
Thank you for
There you
having
go.
me.
Maybe episode 500 I'll do a Mexican drama.
He's got to go and practice. Tony gets good at things.
Stay tuned for episode 500. Because if I do a Mexican drama, it's got to be against Joel.
Yeah, this was the one
And then if he wins, he gets to take my job for an episode, and it'll be an episode of Kill Joel.
Oh,
But if I win,
You get to fuck his
wait,
ex-girlfriend of 13
I guess no
years.
matter what happens.
Yeah, but then you have to be the drummer for an episode, and Joel gets to be.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
That sounds like a lot
I
of
get
fun
to make
me.
fun of how bad Joel is at hosting the show.
Just has to shower before.
Do you remember when Jeremiah hosted it?
Yeah.
And it was like 30 minutes of ads up top.
Yes.
Alright, sorry, I don't know why I was throwing it. Yeah, dog, I love you. What happened, dog?
Kiss.
Well, you trying to get out enough on that side. Why you crapping on me?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time that I look forward to every single week. An absolute genius is amongst us. A guy, I don't know if you've ever seen Moneyball, but this guy bats 1,000. He slugs 1,000. He gets on base every goddamn week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians on the goddamn planet, a creative genius. This is the creative force of Michael Blair.
Love the shoes.
Here he is, live in the flesh, a joint in his mouth. He is rolling around. He is getting in his zone. We've seen this before. He's away from the microphone. He's approaching the microphone. This is Michael Lair.
This is
Originally from
gonna
New
be
York,
hot as
through
fuck.
Chicago, and now okay, here he is.
I've seen that.
I'm not gonna do. I'd like to
Oh,
say
she can do it.
I'm what the house cripple, but I'm also the house ombudsman. And this has been an amazing episode. And Annie, you're a big part of that. Like, you brought a great energy today. And these fucking basketball players. And one white chocolate over there. I feel on board. Annie, those bamboo earrings.
Yeah,
Like it looks cute.
I took them actually out of a black girl's ear.
Yeah, I'm a big LL fan, so, and I'm from New York, so I recognize those earrings. But, Tony, shut the fuck up. Alright, so, obviously Hollywood's all up my ass. They're like, Michael, you're so good at writing. We need you to be the next Dick Wolf. I'm like, what? Like, we need you to be the next Dick Wolf. I'm like, what? Like, Dick Wolf. He got the cop shows. He got the firemen, he got the doctors, but we're in effect. What do we need to show up on now? The nurses. Tony, pull out the box.
This is the box that was given to me before the show by Michael Lair. I'm opening
This
the box.
is my Dick Wolf.
Oh, wow.
Alright?
That's that other guy's
Oh
name.
my goodness, there's scripts in here. Here
Yeah.
we go.
Pass out to everyone, Benny.
Thank you.
Because no one tells me anything, so I have no idea.
Should I? What do I do with all these? Pass them.
Pass them
I
out.
have some of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Wow, where'd
more
you
than
get this? Pass them to the band.
They still make these?
Brian.
Are we all supposed to use them?
Yeah, what's the name
There you go.
of the show?
Smoking nurses.
Yeah, what are you holding?
Cigarettes. These are candy cigarettes.
Alright, pretty intuitive, right?
Yeah.
Like, it helped with, since I'm melting, I didn't have to explain everything.
Okay.
Alright?
All right. Here we go.
So, Tony, is everyone ready?
I think so, and I think
This
the band.
is my Dick Wolf. Everyone in Hollywood is like, Michael, they're right the next Dick Wolf. And I'm like, okay. So, Tony, help me out.
Here we go. And remember, band. Let's do this as if though your characters are doing impressions of your actual
Yeah.
people, not in character. But
Pardon me. Thank you, Tony.
you're welcome. This is the Smoking Nurses from a guy who watched Law and Order, Michael Lair. There's Tony, and here we go. Theme song in 3, 2, 1.
337.
Overtime. They smoke, they nurse, they are the smoking nurses.
The Smoking Nurses is filmed entirely behind the hospital where the nurses go to smoke cigarettes.
I am so burnt out. Frontline better turn into Funtime ASAP because Nurse Redband needs to get FUCK fucked.
At least you have fucks to look forward to. Nurse Redband, I lost 7 patients to Corona this morning. I courageously offered each of them one last chance to bust a nut.
Nurse Jeremiah, that's a violation of your nursing.
To heck with those! This is the rapture, honey. These men deserve a final nut blast.
One of the men who died was only 40 years old.
No one's safe from Corona.
Well, he also had gout and gangrene from abusing crocodile.
Corona!
Man, I hope this plague never ends.
Nurse Jessie!
Fuck y'all. I love living in isolation. Away from my rotten kids and son of a bitch husband. Watching reruns of The Sopranos and ripping farts. With no commentary for my rotten kids or son of a bitch husband.
Time to ourselves is important. Some of these patients were the last people they'll ever talk to. And holy moly, will they not shut the fuck up.
It's like they see the light and want to get everything off their chest. I must have heard a dozen murder confessions.
Speaking of confessions, why does everyone have a new Disneyland lantern except me?
Because we all went to Disneyland in the middle of a pandemic and didn't invite you.
You nurses are a bunch of Rudy Tuesdays.
We didn't invite you because you wear scrubs on your days off. It's embarrassing.
They're the ultimate in comfortable clothing. Why would I wear something less comfortable?
Say you're naked under your scrubs.
Well, excuse me. It is a health code violation to not wear underwear with scrubs.
Probably.
Fair.
Now, you better not wear scrubs to the chief of staff's wedding.
Canceled. Half of her bridesmaids killed themselves from exhaustion. She thought the ceremony would be in poor taste.
Suicide. The ultimate party foul.
Next week on The Smoking Nurses.
I thought you quit.
Smoking?
No, nursing.
You wish.
I do wish. When you're gone, I'll be the charge nurse. That's the nurse in charge.
I know what a charge nurse is. I am the charge nurse.
I'm just saying, you leave, I'm the charge nurse. The nurse in charge.
We all know that the charge nurse is in charge.
The week after that, on The Smoking Nurses.
We all got the GD Corona. How? We wore the most protective clothes.
It's getting in through our shoes. The average pair of Crocs have 40 dime-sized holes.
Damn you, Crocs.
The end. There you go, The Smoking Nurses.
I ate all my cigarettes.
That was fun.
Hey, Annie. I met you on my first day when Tony pulled my name out of the bucket.
Outside, right?
Yeah. And right now, I'm having my 46th appearance.
Wow.
Like,
Almost a year. We almost have our anniversary.
no, I traveled. Don't make it an advocate. I'm trying to make a point.
46 episodes.
And I met you, and you were talking to the guest, another amazing comedian, Dan Soder, and my son was here. And even though I look so young, I have a 21-year-old son, and he grew up in Wyoming. And I've got to meet Dan twice, and my son goes to me and goes, yeah, that makes sense, he's from Colorado. Cause he's a good dude like that. And you're good people too. And I look at your earrings and I think about how before I wanted to be a comedian, I grew up in Queens. I always wanted to be a rapper. I was White Mike. I was the minority in my, successful. And let me spit one hella verse at you and see how it goes.
You're gonna spit a verse at Annie?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow, what a great way to
with respect.
Absolutely. He's going to spit a verse. Here we go. Michael Lair spitting a verse from a guy who watched Law and Order. This is a verse.
I love a girl with extensions in her hair, bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair, offended back in the bad attitude. That's all I need to get me in a good mood. She won't walk with the switch and talk with she's like. I love when I wanna just get to doing things. Tending that the bus stops and come on the ladder. Once she gets popping, it's hard to make it hardest up. She loves to dance to the right jam. So sweet as fried sugar with the candy yams. Kinda complexion. Cutest little thing. Let's hear from the girls from around the way.
Wow, look at that. Not only did he spit a verse, I think that was 2 or 3 verses, and he also did it all in Latin.
I loved it. Thank you.
Tony, keep testing. See what happens.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna wrestle you on the floor.
Oh, okay. You want to do some fucking floor wrestling?
I can't walk, but my muscles are right as rain no more.
See, that's a challenge I can't turn down. Floor
There's
wrestling.
so many challenges.
Lair. Your lips still work.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, Red. Rain is something
Ruin the
else.
moment, Red Man.
Never met
Rain
someone.
is weird, dude.
I've never.
We need to get Red Man a cat scan.
Your brain is
scan. What'd I do this time? It turns out we looked at your friend's brain. It turns out
There's an actual packet.
100% baloney.
It turns out his brain is just a dolphin with 8 buttholes. All right. Michael, anything else before we end this puppy pie?
2 things.
Okay, 2 things.
One, with Red Band, I've never met a man who obviously likes pussy so much, but is really homo.
That's true. I noticed that too.
Yeah.
He's always the one that brings up all the cases.
He knows a lot of gay terminology.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you don't know about
And then he goes, I think that's what it means.
That's
It's like
called
you were very
crossover, by the
confident.
way. It makes me laugh.
Go ahead, Michael.
Tony,
Yes.
I use you and Brian's platform to make a shout out.
Absolutely. Give a shout out.
Alright, you see my shirt?
Yes. It says Sharna versus everybody.
Now, Shauna Halpern is the Mitzi Shore Improv, and for 40 years, she fucking invested her life in comedy in ways you never fucking know. And the plug maybe ended this, but I love you, Shauna. And thank you for making my dreams come true, like these gay guys right here.
That's right. Thank you, Charna, for giving us the great Michael Lair. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Tons of merch, tons of awesome content, tons of awesome everything. Michael Lair is the man, and we'll see you next week. Well, here comes a drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. Let's see what we got tonight. Ooh, la la, we're all playing basketball, it seems. Extra John Watersy type of vibes, sort of a scary movie. It's unbelievable what you're able to accomplish.
And he has her outfit on.
In this amount of time. Ryan J. still showing explosive advances every week. Unbelievable. You got everybody in that thing in an hour and whatever this was, 15 minutes or so. Well, we did it. A lot of fun stuff happening, guys. Annie Letterman, thank you so much for being
Thank you
here.
for having me. It was so fun.
What's
Thank
going
you.
on? What are you plugging? You have podcasts.
Plug my podcast, Me Inspiration, comes out on Thursdays. You can see it on YouTube/Annie Letterman. And other stuff. I have a Patreon, also /Annie Letterman. ANNIELEDERMAN. One D, no T's.
And one N at the end.
Yes, one N.
Letterman. LEDERMAN.
And follow my Instagram.
At Annie Letterman.
Yeah.
Awesome. absolutely great. Jeremiah Watkins was the leader of the band. There you go. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. What else, Jeremiah? Tell us about the work that you've been doing.
Man, I got a new breakfast show called Eating Breakfast with Jeremiah.
I tried to request it the other day. I was eating a sausage biscuit driving to take me.
I didn't see you then.
Right.
Somebody trolled me as Tony Hinchcliffe spelled differently, and I accepted him, and then it was a bad impression of you.
Oh shit!
I thought he kept requesting me. I didn't know that was the real you after the fact.
So funny.
But yeah, I got a lot of Jeremiah Wonders out with like Dr. Phil, Mr. Fumnar. The band was on recently. I've done a lot of cool things, Jeremiah Wonders, and then I want to give a shout out to Kenny Brown, who's a local comic in the OC area. He passed away recently, and I want to shout out to his friends and family.
That's right. He's been on the show. He passed away. He's no longer with us. Yeah. We don't know what happened. But
I was hanging out with him right before it happened.
Really? Is that true?
Oh, it's a callback to the
beginning
of the show.
That's right. The great Jet Ski Jesse Johnson was here. Absolutely killing it as always. She has brand new ornaments for sale, and you can get those. They're like Christmas ornaments, but I like to call them anytime occasion ornaments.
Anytime, any religion.
She hand makes them. Every single thing is handmade by her. I've seen them. I actually bought one off of her. I have it hanging. It's the first thing you see when you walk into my place. It's just dangling by a string.
So your name is more Etsy than Jetsy.
Whoa.
I'm learning from Tony.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's my style. These ornaments are unbelievable. You can get them by hitting up jetskijohnson@gmail.com.
Or my new website, jetskijohnson.com.
Wow, Jetski, I haven't even gotten to go there yet. I can't wait. Expect some traffic.
And real quick, Comedy Store YouTube page, check out Through the Looking Glass with Mitch Burrow and I. Annie was on it, Red Band, Tony.
I was on it. We had a lot of fun. Yes. And, hey, everybody, that was Chroma Chris back there this whole time. Chroma, what do you think about tonight's episode?
Yeah, it was ballin', Tony.
What else, Chroma? Tell us something else.
Know that you can follow me on Instagram at Chroma Chris. I've recently been writing, coming up with some new music that I will be putting out soon. So keep on the lookout for that.
We will be on the lookout for sure. Follow him on social media. Guys, I know you're not going to believe this, but the entire time, Rim Job, that was actually Joel Jimenez. Joel, what's going on back there? You got Mostly Sorry, the podcast. What'd you do this week? What's going on?
We're on hiatus because David's out in Chappelle Land, so I'm waiting for him to get back.
Oh.
So we'll see. We'll be back. That's it. Mostly Sorry. I love you guys.
All right. Well, Red Band.
Check out Virtual Red Band, my virtual reality show, and also there's in Cursive. We got a new Patreon, and Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. That's why I got you.
A whole bunch of new merch at Tony Hinchcliffe Patreon, patreon.com/Hinchcliffe, where I go over everything roasting with the writer's room of all the roasts, all the meanest people. We talk about us being mean to people, making jokes, of course, and honoring the ones that we love.
Oh, also, wait. I have masks for sale that are...
That's right. Where can they find those masks?
You can find them if you go to my Instagram. It's in the bio. Hit them up. They're fun.
There you go.
They're selling out.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hanks.
Yeah! How exciting! Whoa, that sounds like applause. Oh my goodness, that was interesting.
Big hands.
That was the effect. A lot of big hands in the room tonight. It's a big hand audience. Wow! Hi, Redman.
Hey, Tony.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Great. Ryan J. Ebelt is here, everybody. Look at that. Whoa, there's the
Whoa.
turn in the wave.
Look at this.
RyanJEbelt.com for every print, every poster in Kill Tony history, every single episode
Maybe the
of the
most
show.
pathetic shit you've ever seen.
T-shirts. RyanJEbelt.com. He's doing auctions, a bunch of fun stuff. An
Dog,
incredible artist.
Tony, you
He's
gotta
already
calm
started
down.
drawing. His
You gotta
sequence.
get about some fucking grade A communist. Really? Oh yeah. I'm sure somebody in my family is rolling over and they're gonna be I'm a communist. These motherfuckers are such communists, they're communists. Wonder. Be that fucking Chinese guy.
A nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty.
Qing
is about
dynasty.
to bear witness to
Ching Chang
radical
Chong.
reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalistic Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of Communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would, nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the
Okay.
father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, to collect taxes and such as crime in the region. He had received a university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu, as well as serving as a regional agent for the central government. Wenming also collected information on political activities happening around the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Danshi. Unlike her husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wenming and Danshi. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a stable, energetic, and happy child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5 in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his honorary name, which was customarily provided by his teacher. This was Xixian, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the start of the 17th century and Korea, had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world, and in particular, the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. By the 1830s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological and military development where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ports. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars, launched by the British, caused immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system, overseen by the Qing dynasty. Yet, despite modernizing, only political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed, in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang, or nationalists, and the communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modernization from an early point. In 1915, when Deng was 11 years old, he attended a boarding school in Guang'an before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1990, at 14, this time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. Then, in the fall, enrolled both Deng and the diligent work, frugal study program, whereby Chinese students were sent to France, halfway around the world, to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician from the provinces just a half-century earlier. The reason that Wen Ming chose France for his son's education was that in China, France was deemed a bastion for political and economic learning, while also being free of much of the political baggage of British involvement in China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poverty. He also struggled with French, but did pass exams which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in Deng values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng set sail from Shanghai on the 11th of September 1920, arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. From there, Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, the young Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found themselves without proper food or amenities during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Deng managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued by selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Deng began working part-time for the Schneider and Company Iron and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Deng was unsettled by the working conditions here, he decided to return to Paris after only 3 weeks of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved to a neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne-Colombe. Whilst there, he survived on little funding and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Deng had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, Chinese nationals attended rallies at the Chinese embassy in France to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work-study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorer civilians. But the social policies introduced in response by the Chinese ambassador Chen Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these. But Deng was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Deng had very little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal funding slowed, he again found work on factory floors, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and sampling the local cuisine, he later claimed the first 2 years he spent in France were the most valuable, teaching him about the uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more and more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Deng to begin attending political meetings from 1923 until 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Zhou Enlai, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name The Red Lights. Deng became a fully fledged member of the organization later that year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to move up the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Deng had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, under communist patronage, Deng began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Deng moved to the Sun Yat-sen University of Moscow, which was established in 1925 and named after Sun Yat-sen, a leading Chinese nationalist who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement back in China, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with the Chinese communists. At the Sun Yat-sen University, Deng continued his education in communist principles and about the broader history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military strategies that had evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the Opium Wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, Many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlord Kai had attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as Emperor of China. This proved abortive, and by the late spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen country's politics through the 1910s. By 1919, his nationalist party, Kuomintang, had become the most dominant force in southern China. Other movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists had much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability wrought by the old, backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause in 1926, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby Nashek marched north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set off for Xi'an in China in early 1927, traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Deng was consigned to delivering lectures to the army personnel of Feng Yuxiang, a commander based in northwest China who was receiving the backing of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn at Chiang nationalists to engage in a purge which sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go unharmed thanks to Feng Yuxiang choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927 signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the nationalists and the communists, one which, in one form or another, would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists moved inland and built up their base there. At the start of the Chinese Civil War, Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. These early years of the war were very difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be remembered was still just a young man of 22 when the Civil War began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also his 7th Army and purged those disloyal to the communist movement. Deng married for the first time in 1928 to Jiang Shiyuan, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived, as his wife died following complications during childbirth less than 2 years later. The baby girl she was carrying was lost as well. To compound the difficulties, Deng was also unable to attend his wife's funeral due to the nature of his work during the Civil War. He married again in 1931, his second wife being Jin Ying. Little is known about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years of the Civil War. Eventually, he divorced and married for a third time in 1939 to Zhuo Lin, the daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, and 2 sons, Pu Feng and Che Feng. In the midst of his familial shifts in the late 1920s, the communists continued to experience difficulties and military reverses in the growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi, in the south of China, in 1929, as secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the Bai-Se uprising of Guangxi. He also sings with Mao Zedong. Forces were situated in Jiangxi province to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists, who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on their journey northeast, many dying due to exposure to the elements as they were under-equipped for this journey. In February of 1930, Mao had created the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet government in the region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi. Though his power when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomat and future head of the Chinese government, Zhou Enlai. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Deng continued to be a middling official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Deng's political career was somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Deng had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power, causing uncertainty around the strength of their army. Opposing factions debated the military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance to Mao, who had yet to consolidate power. But due to his long-standing commitment to the party and status as a veteran, he was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in Ruijin, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, as some viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked favorably on his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole were struggling to deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After a massive encirclement of their positions, Mao and his forces just managed to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. These events would become known as the Long March. They represented a low ebb for the Chinese communists, but in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao allegedly saved the communist cause and a piece of party law in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers of the First Front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, took part in a cross-country march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and attacks by the Kuomintang army as they moved westwards. Only 1/10 of those that made the trip north to Yang'an survived through to the end of the Long March. It was the Long March that began Mao's path to power, as he showed great leadership skills during it and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's further rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party, being promoted by Mao and Zhou. Furthermore, as party membership plummeted significantly across the country, as it looked like the communist cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circles of the Communist Party. During this time, he had been traveling with Mao throughout parts of their retreat. But by the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid fever and almost succumbed to his illness. Although party membership fell, the virtue of their sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them as national heroes. Deng's backing of Zhou and Mao turned out to be to his advantage, as they controlled the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern China and had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, neither the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back at the Japanese. Buoyed by the seeming ease with which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese continued to make incursions over the border into China in the mid-1930s. This eventually expanded into a full-blown invasion in 1937, after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing in July that year. The Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945, and is viewed by many as constituting the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences for as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their capital was established in Chongqing, and they would fight together for the next 8 years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces, and trying to strike against the occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. This set the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally active in provinces like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was symptomatic of the wider war. The clash between Japan and China was equaled in ferocity during the Second World War only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, thus providing the Chinese with new allies and a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. Deng was involved in some brief efforts at peace talks between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. These proved abortive. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially as an organizer and propaganda official tied to the Second Field Army. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalist Republic of China came into being on. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with a mopping up operation to take Hainan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, Deng was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Xikang, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in communist victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The communist takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in communist China, and found Deng's political skills to be exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was heating up over escalating tensions in Germany and the Korean Peninsula. The visit was also organized to discuss the Turco-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Much of the agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructural development, development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushun were touched on too. These talks also secured Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance and later Minister of Finance, including a post as the director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan, in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize, furthering the country's transition into socialism. The key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms that would then be run more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the new factories of the cities. This would also aid in removing large estates from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first five-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957. Agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment. The gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participating of the Central He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used to identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion, but his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split with the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In the second session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second 5-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional. It aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on regional party officers to press people out of agricultural work and into industrial factories, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, the officials were even known to melt down farm implements like plows and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being produced. There were also problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction being undertaken in a poor and rushed fashion, leading to flooding months later and the drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, they benefited Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 cadres conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. All the same, it was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China during the Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary school and university students formed into violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade, as the Cultural Revolution went on and on. The attacks included vendettas against a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these were Deng and his close ally Liu Shaoqi, both of whom were accused of being unreformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on economic policy. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though eventually, in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new positions of authority. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play in bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations, and eventually, in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Deng played a major role in this process, both as a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history for China's economical by opening the US market to the goods China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Deng's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, nasty little man, a view shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labeled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent from the square, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four, that had obtained substantial power during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only led to Deng's dismissal from his positions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, only 5 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of the Military Commission and Army Chief of Staff. Hua Guofeng, a military leader, was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led, with several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned. With the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following Mao's death, Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the communist state. Deng would rule China for the best part of a decade and a half, down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Luoyuan Fanzhou, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and reprisals were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Gone was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with the supreme disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony, and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without fanfare or excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Bo Luan Fan Zhong were the policies of opening up and the four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines, with large proportions of it controlled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included purchasing goods from more countries than it previously had, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France, countries that, in time, would develop a voracious appetite for cheap Chinese electronics and manufactured goods. The Four Modernizations was a term for the more wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was under Deng they had become state policy. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. Much of this echoed the model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as China moved towards the production of small electronic goods, automobiles, and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Deng years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities. which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. The development of these urban centers is very much the legacy. Deng's time as head of the Chinese state also saw the continuation of the rapprochement with the United States that had begun under Mao. Where the US led, other Western countries followed. This was significant in terms of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's, the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997. But following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in a form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop of Austria's Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century. And so, the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was, in theory, established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed, that in theory, less than half the population actually had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second or third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation issues in the long term. Moreover, today, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing following the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform the communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of the one-child policy or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With no resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers and tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened on the 4th of June remains widely debated. A bloody crackdown ensued, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square Massacre. But the exact death toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 presaged the Chinese Communist Party's iron grip on power down to the present day, and the reluctance of the state to introduce any kind of liberal reforms in response to public protest. It would also be one of Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority which had occurred as a result of the Tiananmen Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe between 1989 and 1991. In order to prevent the same occurring in China, the reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous Southern tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February. Visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen, Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over sufficient support that it re-galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet, he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed that he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997 at 92 years of age from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued and, in fact, only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. But this lack of fanfare should not lead us to view Deng as a more minor ruler of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-orientated economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 80s and modern China owes much more to his legacy than that of Mao Zedong. Indeed, when the history of the 21st century is written, although he died in 1997, many will note that in setting China on the path to becoming a superpower to rival the United States, Deng substantially shaped the century that followed his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform? The individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle? Or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
תפסה את התרנגולת בשד ונתנה להכניס את הראש, אבל לא הרגה אותו, הראש שלו, מקום שהוא עושה ספייפה, כלומר, אנחנו נדבר על מקום שהוא עושה ספייפה, במוח, מי כאן אנחנו כולנו? אז באור, אז אנחנו נדבר, לא צריכים לדעת את זה כל היום, ובכך הנה, זה באור, זה כל החלקי אז האוף אוכל, זה מיד נכנס למקום שזה זפת. ומשם מהזפת זה עובר לקופבן. אין לימוד לאנשים בקופבן, זה משהו מיוחד בפחות. ואם בעיקר הקופבן, זה פשוט חור קטן שקטן מטרות. לקפוא אדם, זה המראה עם אדם, חור קטן מטרות. לא תלמור, אם היא נפלה לתוך ראש, לא מתה. היא ככה, והחיים שם, אנחנו לא מבינים מאוד. והעין שלה יסלחו, אז יש לנו עוד שיסלח קצת, ואנחנו מבינים מאוד, היא מסורים, אז אנחנו מסתכלים. אז אני רק אגיד לכם מה שקוראים בגברה, זה מאוד פשוט. אם זה עבר אדום, מול בקווה, אם זה מתחת ליערות, זה פשוט. ומדומים שאם הם זלב, כל מה שהתחיל מהאדום, הוא נשאר אדום, זה קשה. לא היה גם תגיד, שאם ירוק, משהו שירוק, כמו הזבל, נהפך לאדום, זה גם טרף, כמובן. זה לימון. לא, זה לא משנה, זה לימון. זה לימון. לא, זה לא ספור. סוג של מי זה? זה טוב, זה שהוא... טוב, לנו יש יותר טוב. זה לא יש לנו. אז איתך. עכשיו נשאלת השאלה, היא חטפה ביס בראש, האם... דרוסו, הוא בן אדם בטעות דרס את הציפור, את המתכונת, הרגל שלה. עובד עם הוא דרך את זה, דרוסו, הכל, זה זרק את התרנגולת בקיר. וטוב במקום זה לא שנמצא קצת, הבהימו, הבעיה כאן, כל הדברים האלה זה סוג איברים, שהיא חטפה מכה vaccini ulai bisogna mieszkać w sobie Infatti, le chance sono silenzio, c'è
On the 6th of October 1976, Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the man who had ruled communist China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was rare in communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real driving force behind the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shandong Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later, after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li De-wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. The mother, whose name has been lost to history, was Li De-wen's secondary wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly mother, benefited little from her father's prosperity. Li De-wen had a legitimate wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from Li De-wen, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's parents might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li De-wen became excessively drunk and enraged by a disagreement with his second wife and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shumeng's mother left the family home for good with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juchang for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clothes, and unconventional background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shumeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Shumeng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Shumeng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li De-wen died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his secondary wife and illegitimate daughter the part ownership of a house. Li Shumeng's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only one other daughter and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, and perhaps to help care for them in their old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Chu Meng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left for Jinan. Once there, Li Shumeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from her family or her new school is unclear. Either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, meaning crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle and passive character than Li Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yunhe invariably fought back and asserted herself. After what she had seen of life as a poor, marginalized daughter, Yunhe could only reject the Confucian ideals which her family and school were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to Yunhe, the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Yunhe resumed her elementary education in Jinan, but fared little better than she had in Juchang. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being the girl without a father. Rather than run home and cry to her family, however, Yunhe instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. Yunhe did not return to school, but earned her keep doing housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again. Although the details of her marriage and new life are unknown, Yunhe continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in a move that seemed to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yunhe ran away from her grandparents' hometown, or if she was still doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yunhe appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yunhe gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months after Yunhe had disappeared from her grandparents' home, the elderly couple attended a production of the Beijing opera Beating the Princess at a small suburban theatre in Jinan. When the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a headdress bedecked in pearls, Yunhe's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release Yunhe from the company and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yunhe's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed. for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. In 1929, Young-He passed preliminary exams and was accepted to the new Experimental Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Young-He received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Young-He's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with modern ideas and political beliefs, which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the Acting Academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China or prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles, and techniques, or even European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they admired the romance and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during her year at this experimental theatre school that Young-He first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Young-He, and it remained her favourite dramatic work. Young-He's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 men, she had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress from a statue of Confucius there would be accounted the most courageous. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Young-He stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. I never thought that a girl could do that, remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Young-He briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to Jinan. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position for which her minimal education qualified her, 16-year-old Young-He got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, had first seen Young-He in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant and ardent admirer. Her family were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Young-He's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Young-He had entered an honourable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Young-He's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though he no doubt found the prospect of marriage to an actress exciting initially, Fei soured on his new wife within weeks, and Young-He returned the favour. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Fei's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional wifely role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as Young-He's laziness. She slept late every morning, did few, if any, household chores, did no cooking, and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Faye's outraged mother complained to her son that, instead of taking care of her family, Young-Her seemed to expect others to wait on her. Faye and Young-Her soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Faye a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Faye and Young-Her divorced in 1931. In 1930s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of foot binding, to seek a divorce was an act of women's liberation. However, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Young-Her's split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she traveled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Young-Her arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Zhao Taimo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the academic credentials for admittance to the university, and neither did Dean Zhao know of any theatre work for which he could recommend her. But he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Young-Her paid a visit to Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence to get Young-Her a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her there, Young-Her made the most of her new circumstances and received much of her political education while she was living in Qingdao. Though she could not formally register at the university, she attended lectures on theatre, literature, and music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Young-Her, well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Young-Her. Most of Young-Her's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, Young-Her secretly became a party member during her residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected years later that Young-Her's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that she probably couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, Young-Her became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Young-Her's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Dean Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Young-Her and Qi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. Though Qi-wei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time engaged in politics, a fact reflected in his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Ji Wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yun-He was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Ji Wei was finally released, he did not return to Yun-He, but left Qingdao quietly to pursue another mission on the Communist Party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yun-He ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated that she may have incriminated him during her police interviews, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Ji Wei left, Yun-He was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun-He arrived in 1933. The richest and most cosmopolitan urban center in China, Shanghai was known as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theater owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun-He initially had a hard time becoming established here. She secured some limited work with local political theater troupes, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists at theater companies were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing bit parts for months before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, a good teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yun-He's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always been a political arena. In the former imperial era, theatre bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theatre was expressing and disseminating revolutionary values. Yun-He joined the League of Left-Wing Theatre Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar communist leanings. Unfortunately for Yun-He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yun-He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed a defiant attitude toward the authorities and also noted that she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she appeared dramatically thinner, drawn and pale. According to police records, however, Yun-He was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yun-He's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming, with a good sense of humor. No doubt she was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yun-He had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Yun-He was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lan Ping, meaning Blue Apple. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lan Ping, the former Li Yun-He, in the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic community and theatre-goers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. Lan Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial support. She gladly embraced her new independence, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed a rather bourgeois existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping on stage as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lan Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities at both political film companies and major studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lan Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai's film industry were Old Bachelor Wang and Blood on Wolf Mountain. Despite the apparent glamour of their life together among the city's bohemian artists, Lan Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, and yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months. After Tang Na, in his despair at the prospect of relocations, to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lan Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the film and theatre industry would be sure to grind to a halt in Shanghai. Local artists were already dispersing, and soon the communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lan Ping authored a local journal article entitled A Life, a revolutionary artist's manifesto, which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. In this, she insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change, rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there is good reason to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an and the headquarters of the communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed threats to China obviously urged her to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and vouching for her with the Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College, where she also taught drama classes herself part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. His then wife, He Zejun, was one of the few revolutionary women who had been with Mao and his rebel army all through the Long March back in 1934 and 1935. when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had tired of her. Disgusted and betrayed, He Zejun finally left Yan'an and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1938, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening raptly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was much less remote to his supporters at this early stage, and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief and friendly conversation. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing weeks, and soon became lovers. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold that most rural communists considered bloated with bourgeois privilege, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern, everything that the poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province and become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from He Zejun and permitted to marry Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the running of the communist hierarchy. Thus, within just a year and a half of her arrival at Yan'an, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful men in China. To mark the occasion of their wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jiangqing, meaning Green River. It referenced a line from a sentimental Han Dynasty poem. The first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of the civil war with the nationalists. Jiangqing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Li Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zejun's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed against submitting to triple marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and barely articulated position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade and Mao's eye began to wander to younger women once again, Jiang did not react the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the communists finally defeated the nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing served to remove Jiang Qing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women were rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any position of power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of her desire to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove into the work, but she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed that art in the new China should only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values. Anger from her painful childhood may have also been at play here, with her ideas about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be. Her feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, heart palpitations, and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of the few power brokers who remained unfailingly kind to her, whatever he thought of Jiang personally. He brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalt-60 treatments and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bathwater or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward. The Germans disastrously executed a 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over Communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang Chongqiao, Yao Bunyuan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf, though Jiang was the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect had their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guards, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths, whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps while the crowds jeered and abused them. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, terrible new influence on those against whom she held personal grudges. For Jiang, class struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their oppressors. Jiang's role in the Cultural Revolution saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, Red Guards terrorized teachers and lecturers in the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative campaign in which the government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of anywhere between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence, took place between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about his 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai from cancer early in 1976 and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping, she may have believed that there was a path to her claiming power once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, rural workers, and roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. "You have been wronged," it read. "Today we are separating into two worlds. May each keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break." This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. And yet, when the top officials came together some weeks later for their final meeting with Mao at his bedside, he appeared much more ambivalent about his wife's potential succession. In fact, he stated quite clearly that he did not think there should be any sort of presidency at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. "It is up to the Politburo to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included," he said. Toward the end of his speech, his voice began to fail as he grew weaker. "Help Jiang Qing," he began, before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His wife's supporters among them claimed that he said, "Help Jiang Qing carry the red flag." Moderates in the room claimed he said, "Help Jiang Qing correct her errors." Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. By then, Jiang had failed to cultivate any support among Mao's top officials or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity she had earned over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just days after Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition. But less than 2 days after they adjourned, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jiang's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jiang spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program of reform that rejected Mao's legacy. The Politburo, in order to put the past behind them, now turned their attention to Jiang Qing once again. She could not be released because of her previous role in the Cultural Revolution, but neither could they make her a martyr for unreformed Maoists. Deng was facing criticism from the left for seeming to have betrayed the revolution with his more moderate policies. The way to rewrite and contextualize history, the moderates believed, was not to blame Mao Revolution that many still deeply revered. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would be placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and unwilling to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of her judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals and to use the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. I was Chairman Mao's dog, Jiang insisted. I bit whomever he asked me to bite. What you are doing now, she continued, is a widow to pay her husband's debt. To you all I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt. The trial continued for several days, but it was effectively a trial for Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty and, however, the judges, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted a sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin, so too China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging, in which Deng's reforms were the key determinant, not Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you." The Politburo would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was mummified and placed in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding sentinel forever guarding the spirit of the revolution, Jiang was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Yunhe, not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, or the white-boned demon as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end, and she lived through the Civil War, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives, first as a poor child, then as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's hold on power, that she truly rose to prominence, as Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member of the Gang of Four. Over the next decade, her influence over China was entirely nefarious. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Far from claiming any sort of self, the Cultural Revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing. What do you think of Jiang Qing? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is? Or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
אצל לוי, רבים לחודש. מנהיגים פה לא יסרשון לתשושים, לא יסתם בישיבו, אני שימשתי מהמידו. אותו תלמיד, זאת אומרת רב, שהיה שם ששימש את רבי.
It is the 11th of March 2018. Nearly 3,000 delegates have flooded into the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, in China. They are there for the first session of the 13th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however, as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, one which limits the President to serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent president to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man known to history as Xi Jinping was born on the 15th of June 1953 in the city of Beijing in the People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name, the reverse of Western naming traditions, where the personal name comes first. Jinping's father was Xi Zhongshun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongshun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so into the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny at one time. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Zhongshun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we will see, in later years, his family can hardly be said to have been rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qi Xin, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. Xi, too, came from a communist-aligned family. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the communists had been on the brink of defeat in the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists or Kuomintang were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. In 1949, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and established their own miniature state on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was led by Mao Zedong, a figure who had emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as the leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, He was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years. And so, in 1958, he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward to massively increase steel, coal, and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars debate the figure. It could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's Great Famine, instead of the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the Communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government. Yet he served at the higher end of the middling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Zhongshun was purged from the party ranks in the mid-1960s. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for his demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhedan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was demoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping had acquired what was a decent enough primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, a skewed version of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a tractor factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. While the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward, bad times still lay ahead. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. Part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his power, in 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed a mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his Maoist thought in order to save the revolution. School children were particularly stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier. Jinping's father was arrested and jailed for a period of time, and in the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in the movement which Mao promoted to stop sending students to the countryside, the countryside movement as it was, one which the dictator devised as a means of ridding the cities and towns of the lawless gangs of students that he himself had stirred up between 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts, he tried to run away to Beijing and other cities, only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or another until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically imprisoned and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of 1970s. For instance, he was appointed as a regional official to oversee elements of the reform program that lingered in the countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but his applications were blocked on account of his family being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political thaw was sufficient that he was given the formal position as a local chairman in Liangzhou. This is hardly the center of the Chinese Communist world. Liangzhou is on the northern periphery of Shanxi province, a very rural and underdeveloped area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve local agricultural yield, an interest which would later translate into him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979 after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong, the man who had led the Chinese Communists for nearly 4 decades and been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January, he began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. After a miniature power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was a communist of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth that other Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore had begun to enjoy in the aftermath of the Second World War, he decided to open up China's economy and make it more market-orientated. The government would remain an autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit always with the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth that its sheer geography and population meant it always should have been. Deng, more so than any individual, would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's new economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao and the end of the Cultural Revolution, Xi was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy to the party secretary there, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so recently been in the political wilderness. He distinguished himself in Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects. Another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing, and he was promoted as vice mayor of the city of Xiamen in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. Xi was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands of development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of his multi-faceted work in Fujian province in the second half of the 1980s and right the way through the 1990s. Xi's private life changed in these years. Back in 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he had married Ke Ling. It certainly had the air of a political marriage. Xi's father had just been rehabilitated and made a provincial governor as Deng began reforming China from the top down after the Maoist era, while Ke's father was Ke Hua, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Ling is believed to have wanted to move to Britain to join her father there. Xi wanted to remain in China and begin his fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated in 1982. After years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian, in 1987, Xi married for a second time. On this occasion, his partner was Peng Liyuan. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 1980s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. They would have only one child, a daughter named Xi Mingzi, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no suggestion she will ever try to succeed her father politically, as political power in the People's Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Beyond this, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man who would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision under Deng to open up the economy was bearing fruit. While the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing, from 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone, right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was about making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, while Xi was in Fujian over the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware like automobiles, and then into making small components for technological companies from the United States, who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Linmei, for instance, had a population of not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. A quarter of a century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development had also helped cast him as a strong promoter of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members had been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions in 2002 signified Xi's rise to become one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. A year later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013, decade, as the world moved through the great financial crisis post-2008. Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of late 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and Chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was theoretically the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only fully acknowledged when he was elected as President of the Politburo in March 2013, in a vote with he received 2,052 votes out of 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how popular Xi was and how well planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president for 12 years and counting as of 2025, and is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent that his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to a 3rd term in 2023. Having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the undisputed leader of China. There are no rivals to challenge him. Xi's methods as president have been a mix of pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed this program, calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that a class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired during the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, Xi, perhaps inspired by his experiences in his youth when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle had seen dozens of cities of millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even further and becoming congested, larger towns and villages in the countryside were fostered by Xi's government. He also prioritized home construction. China entered just middle-class building boom in history, with state companies erecting enormous residential tower blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. This being said, it has become evident that Xi's building program became excessive. China's building conglomerates are in big financial trouble, and some of the planned towns and cities that have been constructed during Xi's time in power now lie as ghost or entire ghost towns. These broader domestic economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new form of Chinese economic development which has surpassed even what Deng Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s will remember that all manner of small manufactured items came with stickers saying, "Made in Taiwan" on them. In the 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be replaced with "Made in China" stickers. A more mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi's governments have invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government under Xi Jinping has become a giant startup investment agency. It invests into companies that develop electronic cars, technologically advanced solar panels, mobile phones, computers, software, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies that Xi's government has funded have failed, often losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and Unitree Robotics. Others like Alibaba, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei were set up before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the mid-1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these earlier companies are now engaged in completely different activities, trying to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that intellectual property theft and industrial espionage are rife within China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western technology before mass producing cheaper alternatives, which undercut the price of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not based on innovation, but rather on mass production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China. Because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy, it has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, as seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was essentially lobbying for tariffs on China to be kept low. Similarly, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese markets in recent decades that it has become a kind of foreign promoter of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market, with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to scores of nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional Silk Roads, running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones, running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in the mid-2010s, the Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads in Europe. Xi's ambitions are vast. The Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid where needed and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, if we go back 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. If one arrives to a resource-rich part of the Congo today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, a regional power in the Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia under Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first created in 2004, the number of Confucius Institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also ballooned under Xi. In 2018, he ordered the creation of the International Communications Center to direct foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister, Wang Yi, seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's government's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, especially one the size of China, there are lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. A building project can be located in a certain district if a local party official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake cards. This extended all the way to the top of government, and Xi made it a cornerstone of his government to net what he called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in the years that followed, and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another, though many of these are small infringements. Often this can be about clipping the wings of those who they believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma is instructive. Late in 2020, After a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally retains much of his wealth, if not any influence. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping action and thought. Xi Jinping thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official name of it is Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of Deng Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping Thought is derived from both Xi's over the years and his written and published papers and books. It takes a long view of history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate, he has wondered. His core belief is that strong party leadership at the center collapsed and corruption took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the Union. Hence, Xi Jinping Thought holds that a very strong central government must continue to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintains that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all that Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1989. Crimes is larger. The most infamous concerns the treatment of the Uyghur population of the province of Xinjiang in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater control of the huge province by colonizing it with the Han Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed, and thousands more were injured by Turkic Islamic Uyghur radicals, was a major turning point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao, but it was really under Xi that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province, where state cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques have been destroyed. Huge re-education camps and prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs. Policies like this constitute genocide under international law, although, as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial centre. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western, liberal-style city-state for 50 years until 2047. In power, as leader of China, Xi has crushed the One Country, Two Systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong can be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which make society here different to mainland China. In 2022, with the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Lee Ka-chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the One Country, Two Systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union system of Joseph Stalin at the end of the Civil War and has never looked back. Indeed, a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is state media. This can include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the long-standing controversy over China's occupation of Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, China comes second in terms of prison populations worldwide and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is believed to have fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he ever even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands of members were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi has continued China's human rights abuses, though he did not start them. Take over Hong Kong and the dismantling of the One Country, Two Systems arrangement, just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for, is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. it was an easy target. More difficult has been his attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water compared with something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for all its small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters between southeastern China to the north, Vietnam to the west, the Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards parts of Indonesia. Huge amounts of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international law, territorial waters only extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. But under Xi, China has aggressively tried to take over this vital waterway. There are lots of small islands and atolls here that China has claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands in the very center of the South China Sea. Xi consistently argues that these are traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese and Filipino shipping in the region. While the South China Sea issue is a controversial one, it looks unlikely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control of the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China since the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1949 at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation and that it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. Xi is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. A striking element of this was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including a pangolin, in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards, as billions of people were told to remain and stop its spread. For Xi, this was utters. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism within China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control over China was in any way shaken. More broadly, the way in which the pandemic was dealt with in China points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way by ordering what could largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies and by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. Consider the manner in which the electronic car manufacturers like BYD have completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla, or the shock to the world in January 2025 when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek burst onto the scene, demonstrating that it could do what OpenAI's ChatGPT does for a fraction of the price and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. The relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is that between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of his Chinese counterpart, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. He clearly despises China's undermining of the American economy, although in reality, China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perform in the US. Strangely, he was decidedly muted on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025, before his all-out trade war began to focus on China, in particular in March and April of 2025. Xi has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and early summer of 2025, he has made it clear that China is not some economic minnow to be bullied by the United States. It will strike back with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi Jinping's biography cannot be fully written. He is still alive, a seemingly healthy man who turned 72 years of age in June 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, a tradition had been established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is now in the midst of his 3rd term and will almost certainly serve a 4th. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a 5th term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the halls of power have seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwilling to hand over power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. Therefore, while it is likely Xi will serve a fourth term as supreme ruler of China, he might possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he attempt to take over Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining its politics from within. Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft power? Almost certainly. More pressing are problems at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this is the straitened circumstances from which he came. It all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s during the Maoist purges, which followed the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city, and Xi's father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed and out of prisons. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, and Zhejiang in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. This brought him to national attention and finally into the Politburo, where he successively became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. His successes have meant that no one challenges his rule in China, even 12 years after he assumed power, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly a lot of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the South China Sea, despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started by Deng decades earlier. Unlike the Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline, Xi has charted a path where China continues to grow and will quite possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in any event, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Stay שני, כאילו, איך אמרת תואמים? תואמות, מאותו חוליה, וכמו החוליה נשארה. מה לא? זו צלעות, נפסי. אחד לימין, אחד לשמאל, אבל החוליה נשארה. מה אומר שאחד עם החוליה לא טוב, זה קרב? שואלים, בקהל ברמזי, האם שתיים על החוליה שם? אומר רבי, אני לא מבין מה שאתם שואלים. תראו מה זה, אין עוד צלעות כאן, יש לו סוג שחסר, אז זה כאילו פעימה לחצי. אז הוא אומר, זה סיפור ששני הצלעות חסרים, שני צדדים, שמגיע, אנחנו פעימה, אין לו, הוא לא חודר, הוא לא יציב, כן? הוא כאילו חוצה לו חצי. אוקיי, אז מה הוא עונה עוד פעם? הוא אומר שצלע אחד הוא כל החוליה, חסירה זה זה. אתם, מה שאתה אומר זה גיסטרות, זה נבילה, זאת טרייפר, זה יותר גרוע. זה נבילה, אי אפשר אפילו לשחוט את זה. אוקיי. זה דבר, הוראה, גיסטרות, לא. מה, החוליה, אם צלע אחת, מה, זה לא גיסטרים? למה זה שזה יהיה גיסטרות? כי אין חוליה, אין צלעות משתי הצדדים. ומה בצד השני ומה לדבר? אם אין חוליה, אז גם אם יש צלע כאן, כאילו שהוא לא דבר כלום. הוא עובד באוויר. אין לו שיפמה. הוא לא עושה כלום. הבינה חתוכה לחצי. הבינה אתה נפשך, מה זה דבוק במסע? יכול להיות דבוק במסע, אז לא צריך שדרה בכלל. זה לא דבוק במסע. השדרה תופס הכל. הכל תופס הכל. אם הלך החוליה, הלך שתי הצעות בשני הצדדים. איזה דבר הלך חוליה, אם הלך צלע אחת. אם אמרה, אתה צודק. אמרה, אתה צודק. צלע זה לא חוליה. לא. הוא אמר שצלע אחת, מי החוליה אתה? שלא תגיד אמרה, הוא חוליה אותו. הוא קורא לי גדולה. הוא הצורה שהלך חוליה. טוב. צלע וחצי. אני רק רוצה להגיע לנקודה שהיא יודעת כבר.
It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders are support of the army and public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 7 years. Is Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria,
came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married in 1928 when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died, and after a power struggle, Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural agricultural country, which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, into an urban, industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the first year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs, while Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then. Though reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years by the war, and it was 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war, the full name of which was the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years once or twice a week. Other interests that he began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Privolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Working long and hard days on the farm, Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife in Moscow. Raisa Titayenko came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization through which he aimed to move away from the overt authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war, and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the Civil War. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. He was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Poland via the Warsaw Pact, its Eastern European military alliance, than Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with a much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s, after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him, but he was already nearing his 70th year, and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years was Konstantin Chernenko. At 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution, and so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, thereafter the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was related to the 1973 oil crisis, also triggered nearly a decade of so-called stagflation in many Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There were some parts of the Soviet economy that had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or in Japan that had been devastated in the war but had bounced back as high-tech economies boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it, embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of economic life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad problems which the Soviet economy had experienced in the 1970s and into the 1980s, many were casting a more critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Gorbachev was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they should interfere in the economy as little as possible. But others are more interventionist, to balance out what are viewed to be imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, what to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was ускорение, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately This had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. Elsewhere, new administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day version of the new economic policy which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a problem of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors could clearly see that the USSR was on the back foot, as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. In 1983, Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s, and indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest the world came to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to the White House. They both came from humble, rural backgrounds. They also got round to discussing how much both countries had to gain by diffusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the itinerary. Edelman, an American diplomat, remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev and proclaiming that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the perception of a détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summits bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly known that he wanted an agreement with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat. The failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was made when the Americans and their allies in West Germany declared that they would remove some of their nuclear-capable long-range missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 19, this time in Washington, D.C. Both leaders were facing some domestic turmoil, and Reagan's second term in office and time as president was nearing a conclusion, with elections scheduled for November 1988. As such, they both wanted a success out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This banned American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances of up to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, to end the Cold War to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor George H. Bush between 1988 and 1991, notably the 1990 Chemical Weapons Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons stockpiles. Cumulatively, these agreements constituted the most wide-ranging efforts to end the arms race between the US and the USSR of the entire Cold War. Though unfortunately, many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Gorbachev was undertaking his ambitious reform program and the efforts to improve relations with the United States while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic and came like a bolt from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, forces had invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR in Central Asia in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 through the Saur Revolution, yet which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s. Unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through a tenacious campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this failed to have any impact in 1987, he declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in February 1989. Moscow continued to provide indirect support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was on borrowed time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. 26th of April 1986, the No. 4 reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, staff had been running tests on the cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people were left in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed the Soviet textbook approach of limiting information being released to the public and pushing through a state solution. Though in evaluating his response, it should be borne in mind that he was not a scientist. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him in Moscow, which was very poor early on. The entire emptied and a vast containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally undermined faith in the system in Ukraine and led to the sundering of one of the core elements that held the USSR together, the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drive towards glasnost, to a degree which Gorbachev had not fully intended. What else could be expected, other than more openness, when it was the secrecy of Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it did? The area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and cleanup for what was the most destructive nuclear accident in history. While just a few dozen people died in the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died from health complications owing to radiation exposure in the years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of growing unease in Eastern Europe about Soviet rule. Moreover, in the more open environment which Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets, had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans living in the Warsaw Pact nations that resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small, numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers early in 1989. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would have been a military response. Developments in Poland opened the floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, a city that was divided up by the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, while West Germany had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and north again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, gathered to begin physically tearing down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hardline approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, one of the concerns of those who organized the Pan-European Picnic in August 1989 was that if Gorbachev was seen to tolerate this breaching of the tight border arrangements in Central Europe, it could lead to a coup in Moscow and his replacement as Soviet leader with a more traditional Cold War leader. This did not occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred positively to Miklos Nemeth, the Hungarian premier, when asked about the developments. Nor did he attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Free elections were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later, and in October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than some of his Western counterparts. Both the Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited. believing with some justification that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to re-emerge as the most powerful economy in Western and Central Europe again. One of the provisions that were placed on the French agreeing to this was that the German Deutschmark would be transformed into a pan-European currency used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification opened up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later. West Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, more commonly known as NATO, since 1955. Reunification created a problem insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe, an issue with a modern resonance, given that Vladimir Putin has consistently argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand further eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 had even seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be contingent on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a special military status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement was soon abandoned. As America's power reached its peak in the mid-1990s, and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, NATO was expanded, notably through mass enlargement in 1999, as Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary joined, and then the Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions on German reunification and a wide range of other matters in the Warsaw Pact countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could not win, it seemed. For liberal reformers who wanted to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of Soviet, while for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging in was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height. In a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could differ within Russia from the rest of the world, in 1990, when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests Gorbachev had become. Still, he retained enough support to remain in charge and was re-elected as head of the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition group presenting itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, affirmed their independence from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw Pact countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual parts of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plotters struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was holidaying at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. A group of men, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Plekhanov, visited him there and after gaining access, detained him in the house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. In the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, the plotters had not accounted for Boris Yeltsin, a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the plotters. It was a defining moment, one which played an important part in the collapse of the coup in the days that followed. But it also symbolized the manner in which Gorbachev was being completely outflanked by forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters moved very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug-of-war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way the attempted coup. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was highly unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly in the Byela-Vezha forest region of Belarus, where they signed the Byela-Vezha Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, effectively relinquishing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had favored, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Bolivia in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's government. His approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country would be mired in such an economic quagmire that it had to devalue the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connections to the Russian political establishment in the 1990s to acquire enormous assets for a fraction of their value. This corrupting of a small and newly emergent elite, Russians had their standards of living plummet as the Soviet system collapsed and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The Russia of the 21st century was carved during this chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on various projects, both domestically within Russia and on the international stage. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic and Political Studies, otherwise known as the Gorbachev Foundation. It was a mix of a philanthropic entity and a think tank that sought to develop ideas for Russia's development in a post-Soviet era. It also aimed at preserving Gorbachev's legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on exploring what perestroika and glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home in Russia was mixed, abroad he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who, along with Reagan and Bush, had brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade, though, was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected. To avail of advanced care within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down, though he was always reasonably active. speaking out against the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how Russia's post-war politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol problem. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet secret services, the KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the final years of the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a 3rd term in 2012. At the same time, he was not entirely opposed to all of the new president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more a part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed to the annexation of it in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanded in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical of it in private, but he made no major public declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the mid-2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers, was notably warmer internationally than it was in Russia. The long-serving Chancellor of modern Germany perhaps captured this best, stating, quote, "To this day I can still feel the fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, where the tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled. No shots were fired." Mikhail Gorbachev was in many ways an unusual political figure. He rose from relative administrative obscurity to play a highly significant role in the history of the 20th century, and then faded away again almost as quickly. Born in Russia during a period of immense change, he lived through the trauma of the Second World War and came of age in a period of vitality for the Soviet Union, when Russia was experiencing seemingly boundless economic growth, and it appeared to be gaining the upper hand in the Cold War. Thereafter, he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government by the time he reached his 50s. However, he only managed to become the leader of the Soviet Union because of a rapid turnover of leaders in the first half of the 1980s. Once in power, he set about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a polity that had been in decline for many years and which was now clearly losing the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce some minor elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a more open environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw Pact countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse? Or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
יש איזה משהו, חלק מהקליפה, בצורה בצנצנת, שהם עכשיו בארץ ישראל, הם אוכלים את זה, למה לפעמים לא ייתכן, שהם כל כך משאירים אוכלים משהו, ואנחנו לא נשתמש בזה לסתום חול, להגיד שזה מספיק טוב, לא קשר, כי העבודה הזאת נמצא עכשיו, אבל התקציב, לפחות יש איזה משהו, זה רכיב, שזה יכול לסתום חול, גם זה לא. טוב, אז אומרת, זה הבחינצה, שזה תמיד עצמו, חוות הגמורת, אשתו, כולי אמרי, פליגי דוסי. אחרי, החלק הזה, העזור, כולם מסכימים, שזה אסור, למה? כי זה תריסות. מה זה תריסות? זה לא דבור. ומילא, ולמדנו אתמול, שאם לפי רבי גיבל, צריך 3 פנים לעשות כאלה. תריסות הוא במקלע. אז זה תריסות. או, סליחה. אבל הם סוברים, היעדר אבל, זה לא תריסות. לא, אז מילא הם אומרים שזה מותר. אבל הם אומרים שזה מותר לא פונים.
It is the 20th of August 1940 in Coyoacan, Mexico. A man in exile reading in his study is attacked from behind by a Stalinist agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets to his feet and struggles with his assailant. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off. But a day later, the man succumbs to his injuries. His name, Leon Trotsky, the arch-enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man known to history as Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein on the 7th of November, 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yanovka, in what is today central Ukraine, and was at that time part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Lev Davidovich Bronstein during his youth. His father was David Leontievich Bronstein, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian was spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Coal production increased 12-fold during this period, while iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railways, telephones, and telegrams, also brought Russia and Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean more interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards to reform Russian society and end the autocracy and inequality which characterized Russian rule under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population had been effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were in store. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded modern collectivist anarchism in Russia in the mid-19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, following the political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic famine that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Figes, the leading English-speaking historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time owing to food shortages. Compounding all of this were the Tsars themselves. While Alexander II, Tsar of Russia between 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer, he retreated from this stance over time. His son and heir, Alexander III, was a highly reactionary autocrat. This was the political and social background against which the man who would one day become known as Leon Trotsky grew up. When he was 8 years old, his father sent him to school in Odessa, the major city of the Crimea on the Black Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an unpopular teacher. The events of this time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated of 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Trotsky was not alone in his thinking, and the struggles engendered by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 1898 to form the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing the lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trotsky was soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1896 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Narodniks. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. Early in 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was undeterred. Later, in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Following his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the east was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Thus did Lev Bronstein become Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead kept heading west, all the way to London, after escaping from Siberia. Here he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II, another poor Tsar who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, a leading editor of the Russian socialist newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. Trotsky, who is generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer, and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in 2 sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled "What is to be Done?" This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively on the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purity by Lenin and opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between 2 cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into 2 opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the 2 factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Martov, were the more popular and powerful of the 2 factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian class. As a result, himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10+ years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgy Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putilov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, When the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities and industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with him. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette and increased its readership to some readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial
טוב, זה שיר, אבל לא עכשיו. זאת אומרת, כמה שנהיה קצת, ולמטה. מה זה למטה? אבל בואי זה עוד פעם. כי כל הדברות של הנדמים, שאם אתה הופך את המימה, אז זה הפוך, זה כיוון הרשת. במקום הצער של המים, ולמטה. זאת אומרת, בכיוון הרשת. בכיוון הראש. ליעקב, ואנחנו היינו רשמו למקום שאין במילוס. מקום שאין בו צמד, כאילו, כזה, לא יודע מה, משהו. ובאמינו בעומר גביב ומשמי דרב, זה מקבש צורך לקרס, זוהי קרס, כמו שהיה לי בלון, שיש את הבשל, ויש אז מתחיל הקרס, אבל הדרך שלפני הבשל, זה קרס הפניץ. אנחנו יודעים מרון משמי דרביוס, והתחיתנים לו, כל הקרס כולוי, זוהי קרס הפניץ. קיצור, יש לנו כמה שיטות כאלה, לא יודע, 5-6 כבר. זה הדייבי, זה כל הקרס, זה המקום שאין, צמר, זה הטבח לפני, זה הקרס, כל כך. באיזה קרס הקיצון? אוקיי, דיברנו על הפנימית, מה זה הקיצון? אמרנו שהשם שם מקורות, זה אוכל לזרוע הקודס. אז הוא אומר לא, ושיטרוס שהקרס, כל הקרס זה קרס הפנימי, כל הקרס, זה קרס הקיצון. איך כל? אתה צודק, זה לא קרס, זה בעצם בשר. מה הכוונה? כל הבשר שיושב מתחת לקרס, כל מה שנוצא כאן באדום, זה נחשב קרס הקיצון, זה לא קרס, זה הבשר של הקרס. כל זה האוכל לזרוע הקרס. ואז הרבונו, רק רציתי להגיד, מהר מאוד, הוא הולך שמח לאחד מהשירות שלו בהונגריה. כי הרשום בהונגריה זה נגיד לשום הליכות. קוראים לו יוסי לב. שמעת לו? לב? לא, לב, משהו, ישראל זה לב. לא פלט. לא פלט. אתה מכיר אותו? כל יום. אוקיי, יום שמח. קיבלתי. זו גיבורת. אפילו שאתה איזה צבא. יום. זו גיבורת. אני מערוב בשביל רבי שמחני. כן, אמרנו. לא, מפרטו. מה זה? הפנימי? מפרטו. מה מפרטו? או הרדיו, נגד אחד את הבוקר. המקום למשל, טבחים, פוחדים, יוצאים אחים דינר, משהו כזה. כאילו, פתח פתח, מוציא את המים, זה מפרטו. בוא נגיד, כן, דוגמה. זה צריך לעשות את זה סוידה. טוב, אבל כן. ולאמרה, ביקי רבו, בונו, שרבו ורבונו עכשיו אמר שזה מפרטו. זה הפנימי. אז בנאמרה אמרו שזה הפנימי. אבל של האמינה, כל השמע יצורי. עשיתם כמו רבי ברבו, שמה זה איפה שהטבח חסר שם בדיבור הזה. אבל אז מה כל שאתה אמר, אתה לך מה זה, זה צולי. אז הוא אומר, הרי, שייכים לדרבו לדרבו. הוא יוצא בכלל לכולם. אז כל אלה, הוא עושה את כל האחרים, את כל הקטע, את כל הדברים אחרים שאמרנו, הוא עושה. אז כולם נכללים ברבי ברבי. רגע, הוא דרבה שם רביות לו מים, והוא לא ידע איפה לשם מקום, הוא אמר, ואחר כך אמרנו, אז אם אנחנו ראינו איפה זה, הוא אמר סטופי, כן, הוא לא יודע איפה זה. אמרנו שהוא זרק אפשר את הכנס לבוא מקום, אז אולי כל הכנס עשו. אולי, כרפים שלוחת לא קרה בו, שאיפה זה נהיה צער, במקום שזה צער, שאתה מצאת לו. נראה, זה לכיוון הרוב. והבינו שהוא לא עושה לו קראת, הוא נראה הרוב במים, הוא רוצה כל הכנס. אז איפה הוא למה ברבו בכל להיות יותר מחמיר מזה? כל הכנס עשו, אז הוא לא, כל הכנס לא. אבל זה היה לבדי פליז, נכון? אתה צודק. זה באמת אומר, הם קוראים על רב לרבו. ושנעשה את זה, לא, זה שתי דקות. רבי יהודו אינו בטרוי לו. שמה? כנס שבין הגדולה, זה נכתב שם ככה. ובמה קטנה, זה הרוב. אומר רבי מיון, והיום הזה מגדרות, זה עובד דודק דרך. לא שור ענק, לא איתן אותה ענק, יש לו עגל קטן אלו, שנקרא בטבע, ולאבו בובו, זוג ששמות בגדול בטבע. אנחנו מדברים על הפיצוי, על הכנס הפיצוי, שמה, שנקרא לך, כן? הקונטרולת, אם נקרא טבע, והטבע זה לא רוב, הוא כך גדול, אז זה רבימה גדולה. לא צריך לא דנה. והוא בבריאה, אם נקרא הרוב של הטבע, זה לא טבע, אז הוא ששנים אותנו בגדול, אז זה רבימה גדולה. עכשיו אני אומר, אם נכתב רוב הטבע, זה לא טבע, אז למה שזה ודאי שזה טבע. הוא בבריאה יותר, פשיטה, הוא בגיקול לקבל אחרון 51%, זה כאילו הכל. וצריך לו להבטב לו למשהו, יש כאן חידוש גדול, אתם זה רוב, אני לא מבין, יש לי בדיוק, אבל מה הגמרא אומרת? שהרוב טיפה פחות בטבע, טיפה פחות. אז הייתי חושב, אז בוא תעשה כבר טבע. כבר טיפה. אבל זה אינו הדיניקה בוטבע, אבל יעד את אז במקרה כזה שהרוב קצת פחות מטבע, אז רק תעשה עוד קצת נציגים כבר לטבע. כלומר שלנו שלא צריך לבוא איסאי, שלא תלו דפתור ונעים. זה 10 שורות ולמטה, אתה מצא, האימפקטו להשתקע בציפוי נורדבו. תראה, יש את הספון שהקנה נכנס לתוך המויה, ושם זה מתפצל. הנה, כאן, בתמונה הכחול, זה לא היה כחול לפני חצי שעה, אני יכול להגיד את זה. רק לאחרונה זה היה כחול. יושי, התחיל את זה, שם כחול. בסדר, רואים שמצבה שלנו עדיף ככה. שזה מתפצל אחרי הפיצול, ולכיוון לשמאלה, שם זה הסימפון העיקרי. שם המצומה, סיפורי לדעת הציון מתאבד, נכון? יש לנו ראייה כאן, לא? בוא נראה מה... זה הכנראה, נכנס לכאן, זה מתחיל להתפשט, וכל זה לא רואים את הסיפור, אי אפשר לראות. אבל איפה הוא לא יסינה הוא לא. זה הוא למעלה. יש, מי שרוצה לעשות לוקח את זה, לא כיתה את זה. זה סירקל, זה יופי. לא, זה יפלת, זה צמיחה, זה פרח. הסיום מקבל ברבונות פריפויד, הביאו את הספון הזה למחת והבנים מחליפים. ברבונות פריפויד, מה הם התליפו אתמול? אמרו שיש מתחת בסוף הראייה, אז זה טרף, אז הביאו, אמרו, בוא נראה מה הם אומרים. זה בתוך הספון, ספון זה לא הראייה, ספון זה הצינור שנכנס לתוך הראייה. ולא אמרו לא יצאו ליד, ולא יצאו להגיד כלום, זה פעם שנייה, אז אנחנו רואים את זה, לא, אני זוכר שאז אמרתי, שרבו שפיים שלו אומר, שהוא דבר להגיד, אני לא יודע, כאילו, לא הייתם, לא יגיסו, לא להכניס ולא להכניס. למה האתו היה שבועתיים, הרי הם מחמירים בראייה, והם אומרים, רוצים מחד, חייבים לחשוש שזה הגיע מהבשת. נכנס דרך המעיים. לא, כנראה בסדר, סיפורים אמר וזה בעיה. טוב. ואיסוננו לא היה בו, ולא סתם הנוס. סיפורים רב משתקע. הלוואי הסמצות וצינור ואחר. אם סיפורים לא גם עשו, אולי זה באמת הגיע דרך החלט. האם מתות משתקע וחתיכו וככה. מצאו מחש אותו, הקבל כל דבר ברגע רבי יוצא למית בכל. אז בקבל, אז גם שוב זה אותו עניין. יכול להיות שזה הגיע לבלי האדם דרך הסופון. יש איזה דרך, ובספרים מסבירים שזה יכול להגיע דרך הסופון לבלי האדם, זה עובר לבלי האדם ונכנס פה לקבל. זאת אומרת, או שזה הגיע דרך הבשל. דרך המערכת העיכוז, ושם זה בסוף הגיע לתוך הכתב, וממילא זה טרף. דרך הראשונה זה לא טרף, דרך הבשל זה טרף. גם לרבה שהיא נשתק לנו בדיסקו, אם היינו מוצאים מחר בתוך הבשר, גם בתוך לא, ואיפה זה הגיע? אבל זה תוך הבשר, זה לא הגיע דרך מערכת העיכוז. יש גם כמה, למה זה שונה עם מסתק מחר, זה בשר של מזימה. אני לא אומר רבה שהתמה, זה לא טרף, כמו יש מחר בתוך בשר, זה לא טרף. אני לא אומר רבה שמזינו, יקרו פה לבער, תלוי איפה הראש של המחר. תראו לכאן, הראש של המחר, איפה ששמים את החול, הוא יותר רחב. אז יש קופו לגב, הקופו בחוץ. לא, סליחה, הראש, כן. אם קופו לגב, הראש בחוץ, זה מצד שמאל, ומובן נגיד על סוי, אז באמת, זאת אומרת, זה שוכב, המחט, האחות שלו בחוץ, אז זה בפנים, אז הוא הגיע מתוך הכבד, מתערב, עיכוב לגב, סוכר ממנו עד הסוף. העין בחוץ, מתערב, העין בפנים, זה בסדר, ברגע, עיכוב לגב, סוכר ממנו עד הסוף. ואם זה הגיע עם העין בפנים, אז הגיע בפנים. עוד לא יודעת אם אני מיליגלים פה, זה דווקא עם העין יותר גדול מכל המחט, אבל תעדין טוב, אבל שלך מחט, כמו שיש לנו היום. נכון, לפעמים אנחנו נותן מחט, לא יודע אם היה לנו את ההזדמנות, בישיבה, נותנים מחט, אז נכנס, השפיץ נכנס לתוך הבשר, כן? אבל חכים שלנו יש לי כאן, אבל לא תראו. זה אותו גודל משני הצדדים בעצם, זה הנקודה. אותו משני הצדדים. אז לא משנה, עין לא עין, אם זה מחט דק, שזה אפילו יותר הרבה משאר המחט, אבל הנקודה זה שיש לזה שפיץ משני הצדדים, הוא יכול לעבור, אז זה כבר לא משנה, אין ראייה מאיפה זה הגיע. אני מתגעלים ככה, כי זה מחט קטן, לא ישלקו בו לגב, לא ישלקו בו לבד, לא משנה, עם העין בחוץ, בפנים, לגב זה בפנים, לא ישלקו בו לבד, בחוץ, לא יכולים לעשות. זה הגיע, זה עשה נקר וזה הצריף את הכבד. מה יש לו מנחת שנמצא בו אויבי פייס הקויסוס? אז אויבי פייס הקויסוס זה חשוב לדעת, שפייס הקויסוס, הזכיר לו איך זה נראה, זה הערוב מצד ימין, כן? בית הכוסות, משהו מדהים, זה הדבר, זה פייס הקויסוס. זה לא... הוא בעצם מפריד לזה, הוא נראה לי שזה הצורה לא נכונה. הפייס הקויסוס, מה שאנחנו רואים זה בתוך סם. כן, עוד שנפלס בפנים, זה נראה כאילו שזה מבחור, זה לא נכון, מבחור זה חלק, מבחור זה חלק. הפייס הקויסוס יש לו שתי שכבות. ויש מחט בין שני השכבות, זה כבר את המחט מאוד נכנס בין שתי השכבות, רק באחד. מצד איכות, שאלות, שתי צדות נקראים מזבר ושתי צדדים מתעלם. למה שמה, אבל יכולים לנצק, אם המחט הגיע לתוך הפייס הקויסוס ולכיוון החוץ, זאת אומרת, העין של המחט בתוך הפייס הקויסוס, המחט לא נתחיל לכיוון העין, אז זה מושג. היא קופליגה, אם זה נראה שזה הגיע מבחוץ, שזה דבר מעניין, כי יש רק שכבה אחת של הפייס הקויסוס שחתום. אם זה הגיע מבחוץ, למה השכבה השנייה לא? אם זה הגיע מבחוץ. ורק השכבה הפנימית, יש לו חור השכבה מבחוץ. אז כאילו, זה כבר, לא יודע. אבל בואו נעשה לפקימים לאיזה כיוון זה הגיע. אם זה הגיע מבחוץ, אז זה טרף, למה? כי זה עבר שתי השכבות. אם זה הגיע מבפנים, אז באמת זה רק נצא שכבה אחת, וזה נצא. שכבה אחת, זה לא מתחיל את הפייס הקויסוס, זה לא מתחיל את המילה. ואני לא רואה לאופציה, כאילו להיכנו ממש, כי מה זה? זה מלא אוכל, אפילו אפשר לראות אוכל בפייס הקויסוס הזה, זה ספר, כן, זה אוכל. כמו שאומרים זה קודם, שזה מלא אוכל, מלא משהו, אז תחכו, אם אנחנו משהו יחכו. יש שם משהו שדוקף אותו, עם החול, בלי הסוד, זה דוקף. השאין קפה, אין שום דבר שלא קפה. האו פעם זה נשתק עם סיפור ישר וניתן. יש איזה בני אדם שעובר בצבא, ומצא שם נוסחה. הוא אמר בלי דרביני, הוא אמר שהוא הגיע, זה הגיע דרך הרשת. הגיע דרך הרשת, זה הספרות ברשת, זה הספרות בעין, זה תראה. אבל מה שאומרים, אף שאומר לו, זה הגיע דרך הכנראה. זה לא בדיוק. את המציע זה עובד, אני מנסה להסביר איך זה יכול להגיע לשם, איך זה דרך שחזור להגיע. טוב, אבל זה מבינים לך, עוד שאלו לרבינו. עכשיו רבינו מה לעשות, אמרנו, שכאילו בינו את זה סבוי סבוי. השופטר רק שאומר שאם הפרט בידיים שלו מרכין את זה לכלב, לכן אמרתי שהכלב זה ממש הרב הרחיב את הכבד הזה לכלב, צריכים לקחת לו את ה... זה באמת, הוא אומר זה היה המתוקרת. היא כשיסו, שזה בעצם הגרעין של התנ"ך. ישנה כאן דמות. הגיע למערב, שהגמרא תדבר על הגרעין של זה, שומר אותנו על זה אחד. זה הגיע דרך הסיפור של הכזה, ושם זה הגיע. הפגעה, זה לא יכול לחזור אחורה לי. אם אבל לא דבר מלא. לראות שהמילה זזה, אז זה יכול להיכנס. וזה לא יכול. והנגיד ידיק לו. אבל זה יסוף, אם זה הבוצה, זה יכול, סופו. ואומר דרך לו, אני משמעובר. גם את זה. קוראים את זה לבא. כשנעים. או לסיני, או את הצפון. האם אתה מנע שאתה עושה את זה איכשהו ככה, או שאתה עושים את זה מלא דברים, זה שלושה גדולים, זה נותן לך או לסיני, סיפור אלו, להכין לו את סבולת, או שמה, אתם רבות פעמים לה, עד זאת מסוים. אתה יכול לקנות הבד שלם מכמה בסוס אחד. אין לי פתאום בארבון. ואתה רוצה לקנות, רק ראייה, זה עולה 4. אבל אז זה צריך להיות, אם העשרה זה עולה סוס, אז זה צריך ראייה עולה 4. בסוף בדרך להכין לו, אתה תאכל את זה איכשהו, לקנות בסוס אחד. תקנה הבד בסוס אחד, ותוציא את הראייה, ותאכל, תעשה 3, למה אתה... אתה קולט מ4. אלא אין לי סמל, אז אתה שולה. מבשלים את זה קצת מלא. זה עולה 4. או בין אדם כמו מסוגיה חדשה, אינק קורא לו. אם היה תקן, אחיה. עוד נצטרך. איפה שהדבר, השולט מוציא את הבירון. אז איפה שהידיים שלו נמצאים, מסתכל במקום של המשתכל בטורט, אולי זה האצבע שלו עשה שם את זה. למה יש כאן את הדבר הזה? אומרים למה זה קרה? כי אני נגעתי שם. יש היום משהו שקורה, זה מבין כמו מישהו שבכיתה דוד דיבר על זה, שלוקחים את השקרצים, לוקחים את עושים ככה, לפעמים זה די עושים תמיד, ואחר כך מישהו ואז זה הולך, ונראה שזה לא חסר. אני חושב שמה זה לי נכון. אתה לא יודע תמיד. האם אפשר לבדוק את זה באמצע של השוק, בטעות, לעשות משהו מהציבור שלו, ועשה שם איזה סיפור משהו. ועד מה משהו אמר תמיד, כן, צריך להגיד שזה בגלל השול. אז הוא כנראה גם אמר, לא התעלינו. נכנסות, תלינו. הנה, אני אומר, מגיע, לא, מה זה? לא כל כך שניח, אז כאן, תלינו. אפשר, בדיוק שמה. שוב לדבר, אז כן, אז מסתכל שם. באמת, יש בעיה, זה הרשות, זה לא נעשה לבית, זה הזמן, היה. רוב הרשות, ברגע לבוא, זה מעניין. ושמוע ברגע לבוא, ולבוא, הראשון, זה הרחום לצלבוי. הראשון, הוא מי הדרכי המורות. ומי שקל את הרחום, הרחום היה הצעות של המוירים של רחום. האבא שלי היה בטוח גבוהות של רחום. הוא היה אמיתי. אמרנו כמו שצריך, כי המוירים יושב שם ביחד כאלה ואלפי אנשים, ואין לו קול חזק, אז יש לו אחד שזורק איזה מקול, אומר את הטוב מקול. והוא אמר, אני הייתי שם ורחום אמר, תלינו. אפשר להגיד שהשופט עשה שם חוק. אמרו גם אלה עוד דבר חוק, ולדבר אמרו בדרך כלל. אמרו את זה דבר חוק. כלומר בסדר זה שלא קרה. לא, זה לא קרה. עוד דבר שאלתי גם עושה, דרגו הודעה שסתם. סתם רבה מאוד. זוהות, תלינו בזה. מי שלא זוכר את הסיפור, הנה, החדשים, עוזר. אז זה ודאי יצא אנחנו רואים על שינה שלו, אז אנחנו רואים שאם היה שם כל החורים שאנחנו רוצים, זה לא סופר, זה לא בעיה, זה לא מתקבים, זה חורים של הזה. וגם אצלנו, בוא נגיד שבדיוק היה, יש חוק, זה אצבע של השולחת של חושך. אומר את הגמרות סוגיה, הוא לא, יש טוב הרבה. ואיך? אז תחתיגים בלי כבר רגלי שלו זה סורי ורבונות, לא מה כמו להשחית אותו פוריש, לא מה להשחית אותו פוריש, מה קורה כאן? התולעת, התחפיל התולעת הזאת, היא מאוד מאוד הבטן של הפנה, היא לא רוצה לצאת ולא סחורים, למרות שהפנה חיה היא בפנים, זה החיים שלה. ברגע שהבהמה מתה, אני מרגישה שהיא צריכה לצאת. היא יוצאת החוצה, עושה חור, צריכה לזרוע, עכשיו צריכה עוד בהמה חיה, זה לא טוב להאבס הזה. אז זו תורה מיוחדת שחיה בתוך חי, לא בתוך חור. ברגע שזה במילא, יש שם חור, בוא נחשוש, בוא נתקן ונגיד שהתלד הזה יוצא החוצה אחרי שהבהמה מתה, לא לפני. אז אחד אומר, כל זה דבר שבוא נחלים, אז הוא אומר, זה דבר ואיך זה היה בשביל דבר, זה היה בגילות, שיוצאים אחרי הקנאביס של הבהמה, אפשר להביא. ואנשים מדברים בעצמי. עוד פעם, סוגיה קצרה, עוד סוגיה. אבל שכתוב שום שמן, מדבר שאם יש נגד בריאה, זה רק אם זה להביא סימפוינס. מתוך הסימפוינס, אז סימפוינס שוב, אני חושב שזה כאן, זה סימפונטו, או זה כאילו נגד, לא בסימפוינס. אבל הוא לא יודע את הסימפוינס. זה סימפוינס. הכחול, סימפוינס. ואז הוא רק כבר אז הפעם החזר, שאנחנו מורשים את שם, אני זה בסיפור. אבל מה לך, לא קרה, אתה מדבר על המאנו, אין לו בגלל שכתובה, זה הוא אמר, אין לו בגלל שכתובה, זה בבונס, הוא מסביר, לכן הוא שאל אותו, הוא ערבי, כי בכל תגיד, הוא אמר, הוא לא שפע, כי הערבי אומר תיזור בהן, אבל זה אומר, הוא אמר, קיצור, מה זה כזה? ספקת הם שם. הוא אומר לה, הוא אומר לכן הוא אומר, הלו כמה עבור. אמרתי שהוא אומר, הלו, הלו, שלום. בסוד, זה רק מסתובבים בדיוק זה פה עליי. טוב, ואופו גם נזרע לכל מישהו אבל נהיגי, אני לא חושב שום טוב. הוא רק קלה כזאת. הוא אומר ככה, הוא אומר ככה. לא, אמר לו כמה שהלכה כמו רבשית, צריך לזה מהסיפור. אבל הספקת דבר, אני כבר החיים שלה. לענות, אבל נתנים לעבוד בזה באסי, כאילו לאסי זה רבה, אבל אנחנו היינו שם. שם, בערבי, לא יודע איפה, בעיראק שם. פעם מילי, יום אמר, לא מכירים שמן, האם אתה אמרת שאתה לא מכירים שמן? הוא אמר, לא, אין, אני לא מכירים שמן, אני אמרתי, אין, אני מעלה. תמיד משל של זה לא. זה איזה מסור משלמה. אבל היום אני רבי יצחו בארץ, שהוא בנגני, אני לא מכיר את שמן, אני יש לי מסורת שאני לא מכיר את שמן, שהנקד בתוך הסרצון הלימוד. אבל אני אומר, אין אני לא מכיר את שמן. אני לא מכיר את שמן. צרה שגם אומר, בגלל שמשום לכל השאס, אומר לו פשוט, לראות ככל זה בלנו. שידו האחרון לו, זאת אומרת שבזה של התלמוד, בחתימת התלמוד, חתימת התלמוד, שזה רבשי, הוא הבנים של רבשי ורובית. הם שם פסקו פנים, מעצמו העלות הזה, הלא הוא הפסוק או הסתם בגמור. זאת אומרת, רש"י אומר גם, תסתכלו על המילים האחרונות, סתם בגמור. שרש"י אומר שאם יש הלכה, כמו שראינו במדינות, אבל לא חכים ככה, מה היה בגמור? ונראה בסוד, אני לא, אני אומרת, איזה 8 שומות איפה שזה נראה לך במעלה. ונראה בסוד, אני לא, באויסי. אז רש"י אומר שזה לא מובן, כאילו אמר שהעלות האלה שתנים לו, זה סתם, העלות, מי זה יהיה כזה? מי אמר את זה? זה מכסים זה דאמר. אז לא כאן, בין הלוך מושלת, יש להם קצת הלוך שכסים זה דאמר, שסיימו את הדאמר, שכסו את הדאמר, זה באו, הדור שאותו זה, סום המוזורים, וכותבים שהלוך היא ככה. זה כבר כאילו, אם יש נגד בקיבה, רוב הרביעית שלו בנפוי אומרים שהיה חלק שם, ככה הקימו, ויאמן לא על בו יחד. אז בואו נראה לכם סרטון קצר. לכרס יש, אנחנו נשתמש בזה יותר מאוחר היום אולי, אבל אפשר לעבוד את זה. יש 4 חלקים לכרס, כן? אתם שוכרים את 4 חלקים? 4 חלקים נכנס לפה, לכרס. זה משהו גדול. ושם זה אומר לא, וזה כל סס. ואחר כך האמסס, ובסוף לקיבה. עכשיו יש שומנים שם, עכשיו אני רוצה שתראו את השומנים. יש אחד שהוא קשר ויש אחד שהוא מתקרב. עם הידיים לא מופיע, כן? יגידו לחילו, אבל בישי החלק שם גם קיבו. זה לא מה שעכשיו ראינו. בסוף ראינו מה החלק ועלה הרס. אבל זה חלק... אנחנו מדברים על החלק של הקיבה. מצד שמאל, זה היה מצד שמאל, זה האחרון. אולי יש לנו תמונה עכשיו, בוא נראות. הנה, זה בעצם מצד שמאל למעלה, כן? לא, מצד שמאל למעלה. זה החלק כאן. מה שראינו בסרטון, עולה נשאר קורא טוב דבר מזה, הנה חלק של הקייבו. חלק שאגב הקייבו, כאן היא לא מולדת. כאילו לשמוע, שאם זה על הכיתה, מותר לחלק זה. ואיפה קיבלו את העדר ולא לשמוע. שוב האנשים הבולסים. בסוף הגמרא תגיד, שהוא לשמוע בעצמו לא סובל ככה, עכשיו הוא מאוד מחזיקה, שתמיד בגמרא אחת, זה לא לשמוע בעצמו. אבא שהאבא ניסה לו כמובן, הוא בעצמו לא. לכן הגמרא אומרת אחר כך, טוב, ניסים לו. שמואל כהן, ניסה כהן, שמואל בעצמו, הוא עוזר לכהנים אחרים. מה היא? עוד פעם אגב, סניה, כל סבור מבני ישראל. אני לא מציבה את הכהנים, לברך את כלל ישראל. ובשמואל עוד פעם למדנו ברוך לישראל וגיבו ים. זה כתוב בצורה נכונה שהכהנים מברכים את כלל ישראל. והכהנים עצמו לא למעלה. אבל מאיפה הכהנים עצמם מקבלים ברכה? כשרואים אני המרוקאי, שזה בסרטון ציבור אחר כך, בסומו שמי, אז ואני המרוקאי. בסומו שמי, מי זה בסומו? הכהנים על בני ישראל, ואני המרוקאי ואני אברך את תיק. זה פשוט פשוט. בסופו של דבר זה ישראל, ואני אומר, אני אמשיך את ההפרחה על ישראל, נכון? אני לא מגויין לבוא מישראל לבוא מגויין. אז אני המורחי אומר לשמוע את הבנה שלי. אתם תעשו את העבודה שלכם על בני ישראל, ואני המורחי ואני אברך את הכהנים. אז יש כאן ברכה על הכהנים. גיבורים למדנו בעד ישראל וביד ביד. ויש לה במיוחד שלמדנו שהכהנים שלנו לא נפגע ישראל. וביקשו לא למדנו, אבל כשמואל ואני המורחים הולך שהציבור מברך את כלל ישראל. כמו שכמה מובן שזה אחת של הפסוק. מברך של הכהנים שלנו. ואוהב שואל ובואו במשחק, בואו משהו, לא טוב, זה ואני אבוא. אלא לא הגיעו בואו נרגן ונולי, אז איפה לא הגיעו בברכה את כאלה? או הביצות ותעבוד. ועבוד מברכת. זה הברכה, אני לא אומר לנו, הבינו, זה לא של הכהנים. אז מה יותר מיוחד? אז אני שואל אותו, שיש נבחרת הכהנים, לא סתם, כל מי שמברך גרדים לקבל את הברכה הזאת, וכל מי שמברך יהודי יכול לדבר. טוב, שלא קשור לכל. ומה צייר הכהנים? הרי גם בקיבה, אני סתם הוספתי את זה, אבל גם בקיבה, אומר שלכהנים יש... בקיבה לבית ישראל, שיש הברכה של הכהנים, זה אותו פסוק, אותו פסוק, אבל לא מה שם, אני יודע פסוק, שבמזכרה לדברים שגם בכל מובנים וכהנים, לא צריכים לדעת לבקש. שמואל שאומר משום עבוד סבליים. איפה שחלק של הכיתה, וכל כמו שהם עוד סבליים ששמואל התחיל את החלק של הכיתה. כל החלק, ועץ כתוב בפסוק שמואל, בפסוק, זה שם. אז צריכים להוסיף את המאפקל, כי זה כל הנקודה שלו. והגיעים לזה בפסוק, אני חושב שהשם יסחל לאחל, ואיס כל החלק של הקדר. אז זה כבר מאוד, לפי חלק של הגבי ידק. ואיס כל החלק של הקדר, זה על הדק. זה אומר, זה החלק ששמים על המסגר. זה המסגר, זה אומר שזה מותר או אסור להפילה. אסור להפילה. מה שזה לא נגע, אסור להפילה. אז אם זה נכלל בפסוק כאן, אז זה אסור להפילה. אם זה לא נכלל בפסוק, מותר להפילה. אז בוא נזכר גם ידעתי, רק זה עצוב אכילה, אבל החלק של הערב, זאת לא באכילה. לכן אני משמור אומר שהחלק של הערב נותר באכילה. כאילו, לא מתחילים שם גם יעצים. לא, זה החלק של החיבה, ולא הכלב. מיני, איזה חלק של הכלב, אנשים לא יודעים, מה הכלב חצי זכיר? נקלע, שמן היה משהו, אתה לכל, זכויות. שינה זכרו, או יש כתבו לזכור. אתם רואים? זה מעט כל כך. הוא ונגלב, זה משלם כזה. ומילא, כל דבר, זה ככה. אז גם הכלב של קיבה, אסור. כאילו, מה הכלב המחס הזה שלו? זה כמו סוגליים. ונגלב, זה חתיכה אחת, סמלה, זה לא דבור. זה מה שזה עשו. חלק של קיבה, זה לא חוצה, זה לא חוצה, זה לא חליקה, זה לא חתיכה אחת, זה מסתרק את זה, לכן זה מוצא. מה אסור? יש לך שלום חמש חליסות, הוא בנגלב זה אסור. זה חלק מהפסים. אם זה מתחבר, אני רוצה. אז הבעיה זה בדיוק כמו שאמרנו, אז גם סגור לצד האיפור, בואו נעשה את זה ככה. ומשמע אומר שחלק קיבה מותר, דומים אומר שחלק קיבה אסור. וכאן אנחנו רואים בספקו שזה בסדר אומר שחלק קיבה אסור והוא מותר. אז לא עושים את זה איפור. השאלה למה איפור? מה פתאום שנגיד שמשמע אומר שאולי זה אחר? יש לנו שני קבעים, סליחה לראות כאן, אנחנו החלטנו עכשיו שזה משמור בבן אמר שזה אסור, אולי הוא אמר שזה מותר. מי אמר מה לעשות, אולי זה ככה. אז עוד הגימור, אני אגיד לך למה לאחר. כל הבוא ובפרד הרביעי, כאן ירצון שמישהו לבן כמו כמה 20 לאחור. את הראשון, לבית הראשון זה טוב. אחת זה לאחור, שמי זה נבוס, העצם יהיה אמרת האיס רש לאחור. שהיום רק אם נקטוני, מה... כיוון שצריכה, זה התפתקים. מה אחרי לבקחה שסכרת כיס? אבל לא חייב גם את הסרוד, למה זה ככה? למה לא מכירים את ככה, ולמה למשמור לא ככה? ובאמת זה אתה מספר שהפרייס הזה שומע את הספרות, ואיך זה עובר את זה. אני רוצה לשאול את הלימור, תגיד לי שמואל, תגידי, מה מי התחיל את החילת? בוא נסתכל. רבי קיבל חילת סדר. רבי קיבל הוא הזה שמתאים את החילת לכהנים. אז זה מה שהצעה רבי קיבל הוא הזה שצריך טוב לכהנים, לא רבי שמואל. כי רבי קיבל. אבל אני לא יצרוק, שואל את מה בוא יצרוק. ולא הסביר להם. משהו עשה טוב לכהנים כי הוא אמר שמאל מהבוא יצרוק. אמרו לעצמו כזה. זה שמואל סובר שחלק של תשיבה של סוף כמו שיש כזה אבל מה שהוא אומר מקודם שזה מותר הוא אומר בשם הבן שלו. כן, ושמרה לו. איך אתה יודע שהוא היה בשמאל היה כהן? וסיימו לו, כהן, ובסאי כהן, הוא היה כהן. בוא נעשה את זה מהם. בוא מראה, חלק כהן של נקודה אחת של הארץ. חלק שהוא כהן סופר. למה זה סופר? שהוא לא זז במקום שהוא תקדו עכשיו על אותו בוא נגיד איך קוראים לזה אדור דקטו שם אמרנו שהחלב יכול לסתור חור יש לו חור באחד מהמערים יש שומן בין המערים כן? אז שימו לב השמונה זה לא זז הוא שם צמור אז אם יש חור נסתר לו בגבולו זר והשאיקי, מאוד אם זה חלק במקום של הקרס, לא יודע מה אז זה אין לסוס כי כל הזמן זה טוב לסוס אז אפשר להגיד אותו בדקו אפשר לשאול איך זה לא זה סויסר, זה לא נכון, זה משלם, זה טרור אותם. זה החלק שלך יומיים. אנחנו רואים את הסורס האלה, חלק של חיה, שיש חוב, האם אנחנו יכולים להגיד שזה סתם. זה הכל אחרת כל סויסר, אין המקור. האם אתה ראה שכל חלק שטוב, הרי חלק של חיה מותר לכל, אין שם חלק שעשו. כל דין שינה, לא, זה לא בגלל שטהור וטמא, זה בגלל שבטהור יש סברה שאתה סותר טהור. אני מהאביגו, זה חייב, מה יהיה, מה תבוא אליו? איזה שור להכילו, אנחנו הולכים להיגיון, וההיגיון אומר שנכון זה, נדבר לכל את המוצג, ואין לו את היכולת, זה לסתום חורים. אבל אני חושב שחלב, לא זה תמיד רוב, היה חלב, וטמא, שזה הסתה ונקל. זה נורא ברור, מה נקל שלו? יש לי סבור להכניס פה. עוד לא מבקשי שצריכים לקוראים להכניס, יש לי מבקשי שסובר, שזה סובר. ואוי, סיפור לו חוסו, אבל לא כניס, כן? אבל זה לא שהוא זור, בימה טובה. טוב, אגב, היום, תקשיבי לה. אם בגלל ניסות טוב, מה אמרו? כל האלמוג הזה, חפש בו. אז זה נעשו טובה. איך הוא שואל בפעם במחיר הכי טוב? איפה הוא אומר? ראשון, המחיר. אבל הכל נשגע הכל. איפה יש מלאכונים? מי במחיר הכי טוב? כל דבר. אז אתה חזר לפי ישראל? אומר החומר לא, קודם כל הוא גם שלא זה עשו. ניסו אותו רייס ועוד, ושנוסף זה איסו רייס. ולארץ, אתם חוזר הרבה של סור, אתה אומר, אתם חוזר הרבה של סור זה רייס. אומר, אתה מראה, שנעשה את זה, זה שם, זה רכה. בוא קצת, זה לכם הלכות. נשמע עצמי מרוץ רוסוס מרדכי, אנחנו ממש שני שירות מלמטה, וזה היום. עוד מלמטה, ליאו שאימויקו, יש ראייה שחלק מהריאה פשוט נמס, הוא שלו קיים. שיש לנו ודאי, הנה, דוגמה כזאת, זה הריאה. זה רק חלק, כן? כי אחרת זה כבר, זה הסוגיה של למד עצמו המשפט, קיטו. נשאר לו גוף, נשאר לו פשוט ספית בעינות, אבל בשר עליו, אין בשר. לילה באופי, יש מוזיקה שם, לילה באופי, בן שלי מויקו, הוא חום של שיילה, אפילו מצק את רביץ, אפילו אם יש שם גודל של רביץ, זה יכול להצק, הלך לו הבשר, יש לו בפנים, כאילו שקית, מלא, מיסלו, שם האמחי שלו, שלו, עם פרה, הוציאו את הלחם שלה, לא צעיר והיא לא תמות. יש לו בעיה, היא לא תמות. אז כשלו, הפניע הקומץ שלו, אם יש מלא תולעים, והקבל, אז מה עושים? זה כל יום השייסר ועוד הוא חוזר בני אסיו, כל שהוא גול מיד. זהו מאסיו, חוץ לארץ. אם 3 פעמים יש, רש"י לפעמים אומר שזה לא היה ממש ביום, כמו שאנחנו לא... או 3 פעמים היה, לפעמים היה דרשות כאלה של האפריקאנו. 3 פעמים מגיעים, וצנדרים, שום דבר לא יקרה. רגע שלישי, פעם השלישית שהגיעו שם, תתראו להם, אז היה שם חובות של הסנדרים, כי הסנדרים אמרו זה מותר, אפשר, זה קשה, זה לא בעיה שיש תולעים וכזה, אבל וואלה, אני מודע על זה שזה יבריק, רק הוא יודע ללפק את זה. בסדר. אבל יש גם מגיעים ליום רבה. כדי לא חסרו כל התולעים. אז זה הבעיה. זה היה הבעיה של הכבש שלנו, ששכחנו. זה לא הסמוך לגויטס. יש ריאה שמחה, שמחה. ריאה הסמוך לגויטס, אין יכול להיות, זה חייב להיות דבר אחד משתיים, לא. אוקיי. ריאה הסמוך לגויטס. הוא לא מסתכל על מודיע. ריאה הסמוך לגויטס, אני יכול להיות ששלו. אם זה דקוק, הנה תמונה טובה. למי התמונות האלה? אני מצטטת, זה סרסה, במויסר, עכשיו כולם מבינים מה זה סרסה, עוד אחד אפילו יותר טוב, פשוט, רואים את הצלעות, רואים את זה, עכשיו מעניין, עכשיו אני קולט, לא שאני קולט, אני אגיד, עוד פעם, כמו תגיד את הנה, אז נגיד זה עכשיו, האם זה נתון לצלעות או לבשר? מה עדיף, מה עדיף? לא נסוף. לא נסוף. זה כמו שכתוב, זה מה שאתה זוכר מפרשת שעברה. הסכום הזה, אין חוישה שלו. לא צריך לחשוש בחור. אז זה חוישה סוד במוסיר רשי. מה לא אתה כזה מגיע? מגיע. ויוצא דלק, יוצא מוקלע, יוצא משהו. לא צריכים לחשוש. אז כמה לא חוששים. מכיוון שזהו. אולי מגיע מהסופת, מי אמר לכם באיזה צד זה הגיע? אם זה הגיע מהראייה, יש חול בראייה, הוא תנסה להבריא את עצמו, לרפות את עצמו, תשאיר גם מה היה את זה. לא צריכים לחשוב. זה בור, זה בור. הפוך, זה לא היה שלי, כי אני רואה הגיע מהראייה. אני הגיע מהראייה, זה אז הוא רואה את הגיבורות, לא צריכים לחשוב נגד, אין סוף סמוקים. אם זה שם סמוקים, מה זה סמוקים? סמוקים זה עוד כאלה. הבקורות, הנה, סמוקים בראייה. לא, איפה זה? לא אומר, הנה. כאן, סמוכים, הבקורות. אם יש את הצמחים האלה ליד הסרחה, אז מה זה אומר לי? שהסרחה הגיעה מהראייה ולא מהדוקטור. הנה, יש לו בעיות. אבל פה יש לו כל מיני דברים. אז בסוף הסרחה מגיע לשם. אם זה משמעי להביא מיום איך עוד זה ואיך תמיד צריכים לחשוב שזה הגיע כל מיני זה הגיע מהדוק. כל זה סוגיה מעניינת שאם ברע בלה מראה ואנחנו חושבים בתוך הריאה אין נקל אין שום דבר אז צריך כל הזמן לחשוב את הדבר הזה ברוח זה הגיע יותר חמאיים וזה אז אני חושב שואלים כאן גם כאן למה לא חושבים לדבר ברוח יש לך שתי אפשרויות יש לך אפשרות שזה הגיע הסרחה מגיעה מהדוקטור שזה קשר גם יש גם 50% שזה הגיע מראייה אז כל סורי זה רעיצות או בוא נתמיד נראה יותר בפרמוטי סתבים בקושייה יותר ולא תגבור מה להיות משמי להביא מיום הערכות זה לחזר כל שבוע אז אם רוצים באמת לבדוק ולהקשיב מה עושים או משהו לא לדרשו אז לא במסבירים ועשינו לסכין עד אחד מה זה סכין חלש? ראינו שואל לך מה זה סכין חלש הוא אומר לי סכין שבכל שיהיה חותר חלש זה מאוד מאוד חד מאוד חד זה אפילו מה שאתם חושבים או מה שאני חושב טוב על הכיסאי סכין עד אחד יש קובי מאוד חד דק הוא מפגין לו ועל ידי זה אפשר לחתוך את השמחה מהמקום אם כדי לסמדוי בכיבורים כמו איפה שהיה הצריכה, אז מבינים שהצריכה והפרק הזה הגיע באופן ואז מצוין, אפשר לאכול את הבשר, תן לי לא בסוף, היא לא... עכשיו, כבר צריך לראות שזה מגיע מהראייה, אתה אוטומטי יודע שזה לא הגיע מהתוכן, אז חייב להיות מהראייה, ואם זה לא חייב, זה לא משנה, אנחנו מקבילים שזה הגיע מהראייה ואי אפשר לאכול את הבשר הזה. ואנחנו צריכים את זה, ואומרים לה, גיבורי, גירים זה מדויבן, תעלינו בוסו דויבן, ואילוי, אבל זה לא יוריד דויבן, ואז אגב זה לא ישמח מציגו. אפילו אתה לא שומע את הנעד, אתה לא שומע שום דבר, אפילו אין את הקולות האלה, צריכים להניח שזה הגיע מהראייה, הוא גבור, ומתי נתחיל להגיד, בוסו ופשוט. לא, הוא היה לוקח את הדבר הזה, עם כל הספר שלו, זה לבדוק חבית של מים, קושרים, עוד הייתם יש שמבין, אם אין להביא, אז הוא לא שזה קשה. או אם אין, או אם עזות לברד רבון וברד רבחת לברד. עוד דבר זה לברד זה מעט של מעט משלים. הוא לא מספיק. ואם זה הסביגה שלכם, שלנו שזה ראייה שתצוק לתוכן של האחרים. איך בודקים? אפשר לבדוק מס. אתה לא מספיק אותו. מה שבודקים בכל אישים, זה לא שלמדנו אותו. סוף. אבל אני לא רואים את זה, לעקות. השקידו, התורים, כן? שהגמרא כבר הסבידו שמה שזה לא פיסינו, שזה 1-3, לא 1-2. אם אתה רואה שהסיר סוצץ, ואז תשאר פה. זה אומר, לא מבינים מה ואז הוא חיקוץ להקשורים, שאנחנו למדנו, אין מה לקטוף, אי אפשר לקטוף, לא יהיה דברים לקטוף, אבל הוא מאוד לקטוף בקשורים, לא? אני בודק לראות אם יש שם חור, ובאמת, שום חושבים, אז לא רש"י, לא משחור אין לזה שום הבדל, יש להם האוכל, אם אתה אומר שהפתיקה הזאת אומר חושבים, בסוגיה שלנו, שראייה, בעלת אופן, אז למה אתה בודק במים? למה? אני לבדוי במוקשים. אם אין הרבה שיוצא עצמו, אז איפה הגיע המוגלה וכל הסרט הזה הגיע, אבל לא, זה מצוין. יש לי איפה להשיב, לתלום. כן? שלוש. אבל לא זו. אבל במקרה הזה, סרט בין... איפה יש לנו? לא משנה, הסרט הזה שבין שתי אמונויס, עכשיו מה אתה עושה? הוא שואל שאלה קצת, אני צריך אותו בתור תווית שלנו, ואז מה תראה? מה תראה? אם יש אוויר, אז זה לזור, או מעולה למעלה או מעולה למטה, אין אוויר. יש כאן חוק, לא יעזור לך מים. אם יש לך תופן, אז אין אוויר, בסדר, אין אוויר. לא יוצא אוויר מתוכן, יוצא אוויר מראייה. אבל כאן שיש לך שתי סתירות, אז מה אתה תצטול מים? אבל לא זאת, היא היי לא מצטל והיא היי לא מצטל. אז משנה מאיפה מגיע העבורות האלה, זה מגיע בתוך הראייה. טוב, עכשיו אנחנו חוזרים אחורה בהתחלה, שגם נחמן אמר שאם יש צרכים, יש גודל משהו על הראייה, צריך לחשוש שהסרטו שיצר, שהוא קשור, קשר את התוכן הראייה, יש את המוגלה הזה, הנה בוא נחזור לצורה. יש כאן סרטו, שהסרטו לא הולך מהראיות לתוכן, ויש גם מוגלה. אבל אנחנו חייבים את זה לתראה. זה חייב להיות שאחת תלוי בשני, הסרטו הגיע בגלל שיש כאן מוגלה, הוא דחוי. לא, אנחנו לא נגיד, לא נגיד, יש לך חור בראייה, לא יתקדם שלו. מה הבעיה? יש לך, בוא נגיד שזה הגיע מהראייה, אבל יש לך כאן סרטה שסופטמת את החוק. מצוין, מה הבעיה? לקש, חוסר בבוקר רביצו, או שלא, בבוקר רביצו. הנה, מה יפה? כבר דיברנו להסברה הזאת. הכוונה היא, אם אתה מדבר על הפעולות, ככה האוזניים האלה הם למעלה בגב, בגובה של הגב. זאת אומרת, במקום היותר צר של הבהמה, איפה שמתחיל הצוואר, שם יש הרבה דחס. אז כאן אתם רואים את הסרטון, הנה, של סרטון, בין הצלעות על הבשר, מצוין. אבל כאן, מה שקורה כאן, יש כאן לחץ מהצוואר, מכל המערכת שם, אז הוא דורג, אנחנו זה דורג שיש סתימה בין הדופן לריאה, וכל הזמן יש על הלחץ, אפילו שיש חור, זה לא מזיק לריאה. אז האוכל שלא יקבוד לביסו, אבל אם אתה מסתכל על האורו, מה זה האורו? הגדולים האלה, האמא. עכשיו, מה? אני לא יודע להסביר את זה בדיוק, אבל רק תבינו ששם יש הרבה מקום לסוס. והדופן של הבהמה לא שמה עליו לחץ. ככה זה מציאות. ואין מקום לביסו, חיתוך מעולה, איפה שיש את העולה, את הקטנים האלה, האוזניים הקטנים האלה, שם מקום שזה יש שם הרבה דחס, רופו, עוד הרבה זמן מיוני אבל גם לחץ. ראיו שניקפו, ודוי ונצידם תוקשי, אבל אמרנו שאם יש בגרייה פה, ואפילו חוק קטן, זה מחליף לנו, אבל כאילו באופן, הדומת של הבהילה סותרת את זה קשה. עוד רבים לדורו לסומר בבשרו, שזה, הנה דומו, תמונה כאן, שזה דבוק לבשר ולא לצלעות. ככה זה מסתור נכון, אני מבין עכשיו שזה בשר בבשר, זה ככה יותר נתפס כזה, יותר נתפס לשני. אתה נותן משהו עצם כמו חתיכת עץ, זה לא ממש... בואו נראה להביא את זה לרבינה, בגלל סוד ויחד, ואם זה לא ככה, זה לא נובע ככה, זה איפה? לא מאמרים לקורי, אז מה מאמרים לקורי? אומרים שחייב שזה יהיה שלום, אוקיי, סוף חיים, גם אם זה דבור, באותן יוניקה, עכשיו אנחנו עוברים לחושוב פה. אם בזקרוס יש חור, אז זה פסול, לא זה פסול, הוא לא יכול לבוא בקהל, אסור להתקפל. למה? כדי שהוא שויסוס. אם הזמן לא יוצא, לא יראה כמו קץ, זה יוצא החוצה כזה חלש, אז זה אסור לו לבוא בקהל. נסתר, אפילו שכם, כי אפילו בניתוח היום. זה הלכה מאוד רצינית, וגם דברים היה בתודת מלכים, ונפתח לו משהו. צריך להתגרש, לא יכול להיות קשור. חלק לא, הלכה קשה להבין את זה. אבל יש, כמו מאוד חידוש, שאם היה לו מצב שהוא היה צריך להתגרש, אבל אם נסתר, וההלכה הזאת שאני אומר, זה אפילו עושים ניתוח אחר כך ומתקנים, זה לא מסכים. כאן, אם זה נסתר, החור נסתר, כל שלו מישהו מועיל. למה? כי אין בעיה עכשיו, מועיל. זה המילה שאנחנו מחפשים, כתוב כאן, בברייסט, וזהו, המילה הזאת, זהו. זה מגידי שאומרים כזה לסכות, ההלכה של נסתר. וזהו חוסר של כל שנת שבע. נסתר, במקום הזה, בהלכה הזאת, יש נסתר. ולא איפה, ולא בריאה. נכון? זהו למודי מים, והמודי געגענו. אצלנו, בסוגיה שלנו. למודי געגענו, לכאורה, זה בא להגיד שלא במקרה שלנו שהעלייה נפק בקוטר, שזה כאילו נסתם על ידי הקוטר. לא, רק שם. לא, אתה צודק, זהו, זה בא למעט משהו. אבל לא מה שאתה חושב. מה שאתה אומר, כאילו, אני רק קופץ משם, וזוכר הקפרה, זה כאילו, זו קפיצה רצינית. הוא אומר, לא, קפיצה שלך מצוינת. רק המקרה בפרה, ראייה שאתה רואה, זה לא שאתה חשבת, אתה חשבת, זה בא למעט שיש חור בריאה ויש דופן שסותם? לא. יש משהו אחר שסותם, זה ההנחה של המדות פה. לימודי, הוא שעוד המחו סימקו, בדיו ואינו יקום. אם יש חור בריאה, וזה נסתם על ידי ילד, זה לא סתימה, למה? פה. לא פלסטיק, כמו שיש לנו ילד, ואתה עושה ככה, והוא נופל. מה אתה עושה ככה? זה ילד. לא. אדם שמקלש כזה. זה לא ממש, זה לא סופר טוב. זה לא סתימה בצד. זה הכוונה העלומית. שם האזור פה זה מסתם. אז זה סתימה טובה. כאן זה לא סתימה טובה. זה לא שם. איפה זה לא סתימה טובה? בלקרוא. אבל באופן זה באמת סתימה טובה. סתם שאלה. תראו איזה תמונה יפה. וואי. זו לדור. בדברים האלה. יום שישי. תראו איזה יום. אתם רואים, יש חור בריאה. איפה? כאן. אתם רואים את החור הזה? עכשיו שימו לב בשניות. עכשיו, צריכים את החור שזה יבוא דרך הדופן. אתה אומר שיש דופן, הדופן זה דרך זה. במצב כזה, איפה זה? במצב הזה זה קשה, למה? נכון, יש חור בריאה, אבל עכשיו זה סגור על ידי הדופן. אז מה קורה אם אתה בודק? הוא לא סגור יותר, זה שם דבר כאן, עכשיו הוא לא סגור. אין לך את הסגירה. מה אתם אומרים? זה מה שאלה בכלל. אתה צודק. כאילו אם מדברים לאדום, זה יפה. אם כן, אתה צודק. אז למה זה לא נקבע במשנה? שכמובן יש תקשיב, היה חור, המאור, והדופן סותר את זה קשה. הבאה, נמצא דבר כאן. כמו כאן, קלטת, ויש עכשיו חור לבחוץ, עכשיו זה תשתן. כל אחד יגיד שזה תשתן, אתה לא מדבר כבר משנה. תירוץ, אז ודאי שזה דליפה, זה לא מתאים למשנה. כי עכשיו זה שתי חורים ושתי איברים שונים. כאילו לא... אז אנחנו לא מדברים. יש גם חור בריאה וגם חור באור, בסדר. באמת, עוד לא נורא, זה גם סיפור שראינו לפני כמה ימים. הנה, מה זה? למה אנחנו עושים? גז על כבד וכיס על הרע. אז אם החור של כיס על הרע מתחת, ורבי שירה לנו, הבינו את זה לא? כן, סגרנו את זה, אם החור מתחת, הוא שומר על הכבד, אז הוא נשאר סתימה. אז נגיד, ואם הוא בא במחת דרך הכבד, לתוך החור הזה, תגיד עוד פסוק. לא, אני לא יודע שאני חוזר במציאות שלו, אני חוזר את האדום, מה הייתה? ואם היה נגל והכבד, וזה נגיד עוד סוג של, למה יש רק 18 במשנה, יש 19, הנה אחד שזה נגל, כבד, הוא הגיע על הצמרה, זה מאוד סביבות. אלו פיניק ודלם מיני, מתאר ולכתוב. אם הנגל לא מהדבר עצמו, לא מהכיס המרה, אלא נגל שהגיע מהכבד, אז זה כבד וכיס המרה. זה שתי חובים, אז אנחנו לא מדברים. למיני כבר, ולכתוב, כאילו לא... חור שיש גם חור בריאה וגם חור באור, אז אנחנו לא מדברים, או בדף שבו נראה בבר חיים שמואל. כן, זאת סימות אימאו. אם יש מלא הבחור, ומלאים לה, מה לא? לא מלא הקשיב. זה קשה, אני אוהב את זה. אני אומר, תמידים, גם נמצאים והבלוגו, הם מסופקים, גם הרמס לא... לא צבעים פה, אם יש מהברוטל, הברוט, תראה, מים, סעקים שלו, הנה אם יש מוגלה בצד סיר שפות מוגלה יפה, כמו איזה בננה, ויש מים צלולים, אז הצלולים זה בסדר, המוגלה לא טוב. אבל היא, וכולי אתה לא, בכלל מדבר על, אתה מדבר על קריאה. ואם יש מים, הנה, ראינו. ניקוי בקריאה, הנה, מה יצטרון? תודה לא הרעייה. ואם זה בעיה צבא וכל זמן שני דרגים בשום סביב לדבר, ממש סיפור יציב. תמיד הולך אחרי הרגש שלו בשוק. לא, מה קורה שם? בשוק. לא נושא רגילים בשוק אצלנו. זה השוק שמוכרים בשר. אז אם הולך לקיים קצים לס. פתאום הם אוכלים איזה דוגמה. ורואים שאחד מהראות יש לו מלא בבורות כאלה מובלעת. עכשיו הוא רוצה לדעת מה לא. איך הרבל יוכל כזה. זה לא רוצה. הוא לא שואל אותו, האם זה קשור? הרב צריך לסטייק לערב, לא? אבל לסטייק גיטל. אין לי כסף. אבל כוננו. הוא אומר, אין לי כסף. אני אומר, אני לא הרב. אני, יש לי כאן... יש לי את ה... אני משלם על כמה קודם. יש לי את ה... אני נוספת כאן, זה עליי. אין לי לא. ואני לא יכול לעזור לך, ולראות את כמות רביעי עצמו. ושם רביעי את אותו שאלה. ושם הוא מקבל רביעי ודבי שמר, הוא לא רוצה לטפל בזה. הוא אומר, לך לבית של משלם כל שם טוב. בוא נראה מה נשמע את זה, ולא עושה רבי שמר. ואתה יכול לשמוע את זה. אני אין לי. וזה מסביר את זה. אני לא יכול לעשות את זה, אומר רבי יוסון, כמו שאני לא שמעתי מהרגש שלי. אבל להכיר את זה בדי אני לא יכול. בעצם מישהו שנותן את זה את הערך. אז הוא אומר לו, מביאים מיום, אתה רוצה בחיים שלי, אני מבין מה שאתה רוצה לעשות לי. אתה רוצה שאני אגיד לך שאתה, אני לא עושה כזה, לי יש יותר סיבה להגיד שזה אסור, אבל אני לא שמעתי מהרבים שלי, אני לא. המרוב, גם סגנים בעצמי ולבטח בשוקו, היינו הולכים אחרי, אנחנו בשוק, בגלדוי, ואנחנו בשוק ונעבור לו. בשוק הזה לעבור. לא היה בשוק בגלדוי, אז גלדוי, יש שם תמונה לבנית שלך, איפה זה? שוק בגלדוי, הנה, זה שוק. יש אנשים שעושים שם דברים רמות, ויש כאילו לא, זה שוק של הרבונו. עכשיו אני לא מבין מה זה שוק של הרבונו, הדבר היחידי שאני יכול לחשוב, מה זה שוק של הרבונו, אבל זה? יש? אבל בזמן היינו, מה זה שוק של רבונו? אצלי לא היה את זה בזמני, לא היה את זה. היום זה שלוש שנים, שזה לתוך בלקות, והייתי משפורי, יוצאים החוצה, שעות, טוב. אז יש לנו זה היה משוק של רבות. נכון זה היה לנו בזה, כאן מכאן זה. היה ממש... איפה כאן מכאן זה? מיליון. כאן מכאן זה, יש את הצמחר הריבות קטנים, יש לכאן האמצעי. ויש עוד שנייה, נראה, הוא לא אמר למוכרים, מה אתם תראו שם? עכשיו אני בתור מוכר, הייתי לוקח את העלות האלה והייתי משפיע אותם. אבל הנה, תראו איזה מסר טוב יש לי, הריאות נראים ככה, יש להם כאן וכאן, כן, זה סופר הריאות באמת, כן. אבל לא ראיני, ורבי ורבעסי, אבל חלתי בשוקת טבריה. איפה רבחקי ורבעסי היו גרים? טבריה, איך אני יודע? כי זה תחילת הש"ס, זה תחילת כל החלטים, לא חלטס, שהם היו מתפללים בין העמודים בטבריה, כן? הם היו גם בטבריה, אז הם היו שם בשוק. טבריה! שורלי של טבריה! רבי שרבחקי ורבעסי גרים, לא זו עד זה קיים את תינוק ותינוק, תינוק ותינוק זה הרבה יותר גבוה, זה כמו אבנים, גדולים, קשים כמו אבנים, ולאחר לבנים, לכן הוא שם זה כמו אבנים, כן? שמתם לב? בקיצור, אפילו שיש לפצעים כאלה, הוא לא אמר להם שום דבר, כן מה? עכשיו, יש לנו סוגיה מאוד מאוד מעניינת. מחט שנמצאת בגויה. פתאום יש לך מחט, פתאום בגויה. איך זה הגיע לזה? עכשיו, איך זה נפל בתוך הראייה? אז יש לנו 3 סופות. כי מה בעצם יכול להיות? יש כאן 2 אפשרויות. או שהוא בנה את זה דרך הכנף, שזה דרך הצינור של הנשימה, וזה נכנס, זה ישר בתוך הראיות. ואם ככה, זה יטרף אותה של כאשר, כי הוא לא עושה חור. הוא שוכב בתוך הראייה, הוא שוכב בתוך הראייה. הרי אתה מסתכל על הראייה ואתה לא רואה שום חורים, אין חור. אין חור. רביון הזרמות במחלים ממש אומרים, הוא בנה את זה דרך תמשיך לזוקש. ולמה אני זוכר? שמנויוקים תם תראו שזה למה? כי זה הגיע לשם דרך המים. אז בוא נראה, הנה, בוא נראה. טוב, זה דרך אחד. הדרך השנייה זה שהוא אכל את זה כמו שהוא אכל כל דבר בסדר, מה? אני דרך המים. עכשיו, זה דוקטר וזה נכנס בבריאה. אז איפה יש נקב כאן בסיפור הזה רבו יזי? יפה, יפה. בשני מקומות מטריד. כי גם מים במשהו מטריד, אז הוא יצא מהמים. גם הוא נכנס בבריאה במשהו, אז גם מטריד. שואל הגמור עלינו עוד לא מתגיד. ומאפסור החיסור ולפני 2 חיסור. אם הוא עושה עבודה צצה צצה, מה זה חיסור ממנו? אם יש לך מחט, ושמע פה בדרך כלל יש מחט, חלודה, ומה חלודה עושה לבשר? זה אוכל, אז יש לנו חיסדות של בשר, הרי מחט לא מקסים מבשר, מחט נוגע לבשר, אבל הבשר נשאר שלם, אבל כיוון שחלודה זה פשוט אכל את הבשר. ובסוף בסוף את נשמע חיסור, ובסוף היה לו נשמע חיסור, האם יש דברים כמו שדיברנו כל החיסור, ובפניקים נאכל ולפנים את זה. בסוף לא, זה לא נשמע חיסור, זה לא נכון, חיסור ולפנים כולם מסכימים שזה לא נשמע. לא אני מבין, חיסור הזה כל לא כדי הסוי. כמו שראינו בסרטון, הגיע דרך הכנה, הוא מרסון ואז כאשר הוא מרסון אנחנו מנהקים, והסוי, זה עושה 2 נגבים, וזה הגיע, עכשיו, איך זה מגיע? זאת השאלה. השאלה, איך ייתכן שנכנס מחט הכל? עכשיו נורא, האם רק נשתק לחיתוך הדדיו? עכשיו תשימו לב, חטח של ראייה. אחרי שהברימה בטח, ושוב, היה בעצם חתיכה ביד, זה נשמע, ופתאום הוא מוצא ככה בתוך הראייה. האיסור לקווי ולבד. וזה לבד, שוב עליו משהו, אז הוא אמר משהו בקשה. איך זה רבי די מרב זריקו, ראית את זה פה במלאגה עוד פעם היום? עולה שניקו שחוסר. כתוב במשנה 2 סוגי צייצות, נקב וחסר. מה חוסר? חייב להיות שם 2 דברים שונים. אז חייבים להגיד לכאורה, הנה הם בחוץ, חייבים נקבות, לא יכול להיות אותו דבר כמו נקב, כי זה המשנה לא תגיד 2 נקבות. אלא בעיה בעברית, יש אחד שהחיסרון זה בתוך הביאס, בחרו מבחוץ, ושמע בין החיסרון לפני שחיסרון לא רואים מכאן, חיסרון לפני עכשיו נראה גם בין יצרינה פה, שם להחשור, עוד פעם, בואו נגיד שזה קשה. איזה ביולי נאמר לצריקו, וצריקו, שניקו, יש חוסר, עוד פעם תגבור בשנה 2 דברים. מה יכול לעשות להם בחוץ? ניקו, זה לא יכול להיות אותו דבר. אלא מבפנים. חייב להיות שאחד מבפנים, אחד מבחוץ לראייה, יש לך כמו חיסרון בפנים, 2 חיסורת. איך זה חיסרון אותך? כי זה ברזל, זה תמודה, עוד שאני רואה תמיד רבה עמי לטוב. ועמי חולל, בוא לא שזה יתנרב. ורמון אמר שראינו עכשיו, ואנחנו לא זומות שבשרב, אומרת, הם הכשירו שירו את מאיזה צעד הכשירו. אתה יודע למה הם הכשירו? כי שם היה להם כל הראייה. ובדקו כל הראייה. ולבחור, מצוין, זה קשה. אדם איזה צעד הכשירו. אתה מבין לי חתיכה כזה, כדי כל זה שומע, עם מה חסידים, אתה שואל אותי מה ההלכה. אני לא יודע, איך אתם מוזפך את זה ואני אעשה לו את זה. אני לא מבין איזה צעד הכשירו. אם היה בדרך כמות, אם היינו רואים את הראייה התיאושי, היינו רואים שיש שם נזק. עוד אני אומר לנו נזק. זה בגלל שאין שם... עוד יישאו לו בבית טוב, אם יש לך כל הראייה לפניך, זה לא נכון, אתה לא תתקשר. בואו רב נחמן, נספון את הראייה, לינקים, זה איתו. היה מאוד כאן שהיה פה, איך זה הגיע לשם? איך הגיע המחט בתוך הראייה? יש סרטונות, יש צינורות, יש כל מיני דברים, איך הוא הגיע לשם? גם להיות, שהוא שם לב את הסרטון, הוא הגיע לכדור, מה זה סרטון? כל הקנה מתפצל לשתיים, אחר כך מתפצל ל50, לא יודע כמה, כל הפעמים שם. אבל עד שהוא מגיע לתוך הראייה, הוא עובר דרך כל מיני צינורות. היה מאוד שבאיזה צינור הוא עושה הנגב, הגיע לתוך הראייה. כי כתוב שיש כזה דבר, אפילו חוק קטן בסרטון, לא? זה תערב. אני לא יודע, אני אומר לו, ההוא זה חדי אלוהים. כשיש, אין עוד פעם, זה הסרטון, כן? לא יודע מה זה אנשים האלה, מה זה אנשים? אז איך זה הגיע לתוך המסך של הראייה? היה חייב להיות שזה עבר דרך אחד לצינורות האלה. הנה, אתם אומרים למטה, שוחט למטה, בואו נעשה את זה ככה, הוא הגיע לשם, הוא עבר דרך הצינורות. הוא אומר לא, לא, אבל כשיש שני סרטונות, צד ימין, שני סרטונות, ויש חור בסרטון, אז הסרטון השני, זה רק כמו רגע של תרנגולת. הרגל השני לא יכול לעזור לרגל הראשון. ההוא שיש לו חור, מה יסתום לו את החור? אבל יש לו בידו אין בשר. רק עוד משהו קשה, עוד צפון, זה לא יעזור. אבל כשיש לך בשר ליד הסרטון, כמו כאן, שיש חור, אתה יכול לסמוך על הבשר שיסתום לו את החור. ולכן זה לא תבר. בואו נאמר, היי, אדונו דיקנטו, נמקים להדיח הכל. אז מי שהיה בשליטה, בגיל, משהו יפה, זה אדונו דיקנטו. כנראה לכם תמונה יוצאת טובה, זה השומן שיש בין המים. יש חלק מהמים, לא כל המים, יש חלק שיש לו שומן, השומן הזה קשר אותה לב למועד זין. קשה. אתה יכול לזה. מה כנראה? אז אם יש חור שמה, בדיוק כאן, איפה שהאצבע שלו, לא, זה האצבע זה מהשומן. אבל אתם מבינים מה שאני אומר, הלכה לתוך המים הזה, יש חור, וכאשר למה? כי יבוא, המים השני, ויסתום אותה. אז ככה, מה הוא אומר? אז גם אצלנו שיבוא סרטון אחד, ויסתום את השני. מה התירוץ לבוא ישראל? מה שאומרים את ההיגיון? שבטים, מה התירוץ הקושיה הזאת? זה התירוץ. מה הקשר בין זה לזה? ואני אביא לך ראייה, שאומרים כזה דבר. זאת אומרת, היה מקישקיס, ממים לריאות. מה הקשר? עכשיו אני אשאל את השאלה. מה אומרים בהמה יותר? אם אתה חותך לו את הרגל למטה ליד הנעליים שלו, או אתה חותך אותו למעלה בשוק, חותך אותו לגמרי, איפה בהמה אתה מוביל שווה? לא, בהיגיון, לא מה שאתם יודעים, מה שלמדתם בכל את החברה. למה למדת? זה לא הסיבה. סבור איך צריך להיות. עוד ראשון, בן אדם, מה עובד יותר? שחותכים לו את האצבע כאן, או את היד כאן? איפה רואה? טוב. אז מה אתם אומרים? עוד פעם, רגל, חותכים אותו למעלה, הם צריכים לשמש, חותכים אותו למעלה, באמת, כאילו מהם, או יותר לאט, ממה שחותכים את ולמטה למטה. ואני רוצה שלמטה עובד יותר מהר. זאת אומרת, אני רוצה להוכיח מכאן, שבהיגיון שלך אתה לא יכול להוכיח דברים וזה, מה שאתה חושב זה ככה, זה עובד ככה, אבל זה לא דבר. אז בגלל חושב למה? כי אין שם הרבה צילומות של דם, אין שם הרבה... אין שם דם, וזה מאוד... היום בדקתי את זה, בדקתי בדיוק, והם מסבירים שקשה מאוד לרפות בהמה שיש לה פצע למטה, כמו בגלל שיש לנו סכרת. לא עובר שם דם, יש שם בלגן, וזה מאוד קשה לרפות את זה. יש שם הרבה פלידה, אבל איפה שיש הרבה פלידה, ואתה אומר את זה בצורה נכון, ולא פוגע בכל הפלידה הזה, אז נשאר, הוא יכול פלידה. אז הקופונים, אבל אני אומר, רש"י, שאני מסכים איתם על האדוני, אתה מזמן את הריחות למים, כאילו, אני פה, אין איזה דבר, מי שאתה לא תחי שלי. שווה, אני לא קרוב. לא, אתה חושב את הרגל מכאן, או נס, או למטה. אבל אתה מכאן, למעלה, או פחות. זה לא בטוח את היום. לבוא ניסי, שאנחנו נדבר טוב, ונעים. אם יש לך ראייה שקצת זה יתייבש, קצת מה זה מתייבש, אנחנו נראה אם אני מולך מה זה מתייבש. ועכשיו זה מתייבש, זה תראה, וכמה. איך אנחנו מתחילים עם הראייה הקדושה, או הפעמים משמענו רובו, כדי שנתפור וזה ככה קצת מתפורר, זה מתייבש. עכשיו, יש לנו סיכון. כמובן, זה הכל יאי, זה לא חייס לשבת ויאי, כן? כיוון, יביאו את כל המשודום, איך זה פייר בית משודום. וסעניו איזה יבישו שתינוקו ואינו מציאו כיבתה עכשיו זה סנאפ כן נוגע לכחור יש לה את הראשון צריכים לתת לך אם אין ביסמים דושים שאתה לא יודעת טובה נגיד שיפול סמוך צריך מום קבוע עכשיו אם ההודו שלו יבש אין זה יבש לא יבש לא אם זה בעצם הוא יבש מה זה? שתינוק ואינו מציא את דיק בזדה לא ואיזה יבש שתינוק ואינו מציא את דיק בזדה ולא יש לנו שלא לא יבש בדי שתנים שלא יש מציא כל אז עוד פעם אם אתה מרגיש שם איזו מנחה לא יצא דם שזה יבש אז אפשר לעשות אותו עכשיו ולא יש לנו שלא לא יבש כדי שתהיה מצלח ספציפוי וזה מה שאמרנו עכשיו שיוצא שרוטה סובל כמו שהוא אומר שכמו איך נגיד זה לא שאתה עושה ככה מהציפורת זה לא השיטה הראשונה שזה הקרקע של סטרחומים שאם זה יש שם נקי ולא יוצא סטרח אז משונה שרוטה יסבור כמו היחיד ולא כמו אגב שאני אומר, אפילו תאמר, אפילו תאמר רבון, מה לחי, אפילו תאמר רבון, גם יואי זה בכל, בכל ביסיסו, אתה מדבר על העוד יותר בכל, שזה מפלגות, ויש שבועה שעוזר אולי יום בשנויות למעלה, אז זה לא יום, אבל זה יום, זה לא קשור מהאוויר, שזה צורך, זה עושה שם האוויר. אז אם זה רק כזה יום, שמדור חצי מחש זה לא אין דם, זה לא מספיק, זה שזה קורה. הוא אמר עוד, היי, זה קיימת. שזה ילד, כל זה בברית. שהגוף יהיה את זה. אבל זאת כמו שאתה חושבים, היה שקורה, זה אמורה תגיד אחר כך שזה היה רציני. אבל יש לו סתמים כאלה שחורים. Sforzo, ילד כזה, יש איזה כתבים שחורים, או כל מיני צבעים כאלה, צבורי, זה קשה. המאמין יש מדרום ואין מקיף ובפור. מה זה אומר? יש לך ועכשיו אתה לא יודע אם הבועה הזאת נקטעה על ידי הטבח, השוחט, או שהיה לו נגד לפני זה. אז מה עושים? אז תביא עוד איזה בועה באיזה מקום אחר, כן? יש לך בועה, אתה עושה גם נגד, ואז אתה מדבר אחד לשני, ואתה אומר, הנגד הזה קרה אחרי השליטה. לא לפני השליטה, אי אפשר לעשות את זה דבר, כן? עוד פעם. אם השוחט הכניס ליד שלו ועשה איזה נקד בתוך הבועה, היה איזה בועה כזאת, הוא יצא את הבועה, זה לא טרף, כי השוחט עשה את זה. אם זה קרה לפני, נגד קרה לפני השליטה, אז זה טרף. אתה לא יודע, זה קרה לפני האוכל, מה אתה עושה? אתה לוקח אחד, אתה מוצא בועה בתוך הריאה, אתה מלחץ אותו, ואתה מסתכל על איזה צבע הוא, אתה אומר, הנה, זה צבע ירוק, אז זה הראשון גם טוב. לא, אי אפשר להשאור אחד לשם. הוא אומר, מה אתה רוצה הוא נגד? זה סליח עונה הכל. אז יש לנו כאן מילה, שמחה, שזה בעצם, היה עיקרית היום של זה מה שזה דבור, כבור מספלת כזה, זה נקבע. והריאה יש לו, כמו שלמד אתמול, יש לו שתי שכבות, שתי קרומים, עליון ותחתון, וזה יכול להיות בעייתי שאם יש חור בריאה, ויש נוזלים שיוצאים החוצה מקלה או משהו, וזה יכול כאילו להדביק את החור הזה. עכשיו החור זה מחליט את הריאה. אז אם יש לך כל מיני דברים כאלה, אתה לא יודע, זה בא לסקוט חור שהוא בעצם כרגע, או שהוא סתם שם. אז אני יודע דיבור להגיד. אז כל מדובר על חור. אפשר לכם כל מיני דברות. קצצות של נפחת אחרת, זה נפחת אחרת, או בצבון קייס. בוא נגיד שזה הריאה, כן? עכשיו, יש למטה שתי בנות המלאקים, ובעצם הריאה זה צד ימין וצד שמאל. זה מורה נורמלי, אבל רק תמיד מטפלת על צד השני. אז מה שיצא לך זה שבעצם, ועל המעלה הקטנים האלה, אבל לא הקטנים, כמו זה תמונה. ובאמת זה תמונה עם צד שמאל צד הדבור 3, וצד ימין זה 2, כאילו אתה רוצה את הריאה זה החוץ. זה קיצור, כאילו אתה רוצה את הבהמה ככה, אז הוא כתב את זה יפה. 3 מימין ו2 משמאל, זה לא שהוא עושה כלום. זה הריאה הפוכה, כן, פתחו את הריאה, תסתכל על זה כזים זה במראה, ואתה תראה 3 מימין ו2 משמאל. זה היה צריך להיות הפוך, הוא היה צריך להגיד 3 מימין ו2 משמאל. הגמרא אומרת 3 מימין ו2 משמאל, עוד מעט נראה, נראה את הווידאו, זה ככה, שהבהמה גדולה ככה, שהקנה למטה, הוא הקנה למטה, אז זה 3 מימין ו2 משמאל, כאן הקנה למעלה. אם הבהמה הפוכה, אז זה אחרת. עוד שנייה נראה שיש באדום העמיסו הדבר הזה, זה רק כמו פרע, כמו פרע. זה לא לכל בימה יש, היום יש דרובה, אבל מכר דין, בימה צריך להיות 3, בצלצל, 2 בצל שני. לא טוב, כמו שאומרים תגיד את זה, אתה חסר, לא טוב. אז אומר לו, מה קורה עם שתי גנים למעלה צמוקים אחד בשני? אז קודם הוא אומר, אל תעבירו לדסריך, אבל צמוקים אחד בשני, לסקום ביגו. אי אפשר לקוץ פה בטרף, למה? כי יש איזה חור ביניהם, והחור נסתם על ידי שהם צמוקים אחד בשני. אבל הוא מסביר, ולא יעבור על אלו שני סיבות. זה אם בוא ניקח עם קצת צד ימין, שזה שמאל אצלנו בתמונה, אם מספר 1 יוצא מספר 3, זה בעייתי. אני אראה לכם למה. בוא נחשוב. כי ברגע שהאימה, את הריאות שלנו שווה, אז 1 ו3 מתמחים אחד לשני כל הזמן. 1 ו2 הם צמודים אחד לשני, אז כל הזמן מיד, אז הם יכולים להדפיק אחד לשני, הם יכולים לסכום את החוק. הנה, בואו נראה לכם. הכל יהיה מוסבר. בואו נראה את הבייס, נסביר מה זה האומה והכל. זהו, בבקשה. אולי קצת קשה. אם היה אחד עוד תמונה, כל העונות זה בסדר, באזור של העונות זה בסדר. באזור אחר, זאת לא בלבד מצוין. עכשיו, בואו נראה איך שהוא עושה את זה. קודם כל הוא מראה. למה זה צד ימין? יואי, תסתכל. כן, הבימה. זה תמונה. שתי מונות, 1 ו3, נגיד, מלמעלה, זה בעיה. עכשיו, זה תמונה, 1 ו3, נגיד, אתם רואים את השיחה, החוט הזה זה השיחה, זה מצביק אחד לשני. עכשיו אפשר להבין שזה נפרד, זה יכול להתמרד, כי הם חוקים אחד לשני. הנה חור, יוצא מסתלה על המעיץ והגידה, אם הוא מתחיל לשום, אז הוא יקרה. אבל אם לא שם, המוגלד זה שם אחת לשני, הוא נושם, וכל הזמן הוא נשאר שם. ולא יעבור על עוד פעם, שורה אחת מלמטה, ולא יעבור על שלא יסידות. מה הבעיה בסרטה המעונה שלא אחת ליד השני? אבל יסידות, שסמודים אחד לשני, היינו נריסאי הוא הפוך, זה עדיף. זה יעשה שהחוק יסתכל בעולם, זה לא יתפתח. גם את זה העולם. לא, אני אדעת פועד לסמיכו לעשות, יש שתי קומות שאחת ירשת, עכשיו 2 סתנות, 1 זה בסדר. יש לסיכוסו, אתה לא יכול לבנות עם שתי קומות, עוד זה 1, שזה רק 2, ואולי יש שקט ביניהם אי אפשר. עוד המשחק כתבנו, אבל אם זה אחד, שבעצם אחד, זה רק כמו שתיים, אז מה עושים? מייסים את סילבו, לוקחים קוד, ומשאיר לו ונרצים את הבנות. עכשיו לדודי, חודים שאם אתה רואה, הנה משהו כזה, בוא נראה, הנה. זה ליפוש, ויש כאן שתי תמורות, וזה תאבש. אבל אם זה נראה אחד, זה נראה אחד כבר, זה עושה חור. אם נשפע, אחד לשני, זה אומר זה אחד, ואז זה קשה. היא לא, הייתה בדיוק טוב. עוד מראות, חומש, שמוני, תסני, תסתודרו, יש, 5, ראינו, 3 מיונים, 2, קצת, אוקלה, בגבו, עוד פעם, זה בשביליון, הוא היה בפלאפון שני, זה אם הוא תולה, מבימה, תולה, ככה מול, שוחד, הצד ימין יש לו 3, צד שמאל יש לו 2. אם אחד מעולות חסרים, אז זה חוסר, זה לא שכתוב במשנה, שיש חוסר מהקבלה, זה תלוי. או יד, או כמיותה, או אחד, או 3 מצד שמאל ו2 מצד ימין, אז זה גם חוסר, זה הגיע כאן. לא יהיה לי זה לא נגמר, הוא יתיר בלעצר לקבל בלעצר. הגיע הריאס עם הכתובה. אבל יוסף רבח רבח ישב שם לעשות. אבל מה הוא חסק לך? אבל יחד נעלה. הוא אמר שחד נקודה חסק. אבל עוד ראינו לכם. אני רוצה לחזור. אבל מה שאר אותו אותם. אולי הוא עושה לב. אבל זה לא ימר שמעתי יוסף רבח. אז לא ימר עם ביד. מישהו יושב בחוץ ושולח אותו בחזרה. אני פסקתי, מה הוא חזור עכשיו בחזרה? תגיד, זה שיושב בדלת, לא יצליח לו יושב דבר מיותר. מה אתה מפחד? כשאני אומר שהיא תארה שקשה ורוב אבל זה לא, זה תגיד לו שאנחנו לא פוסקים רוב. אני מבין מה שהוא רוצה. אבל אתה גמורה, כמו שבבית סיים שם את הספות. ואני נדיקאי בבתור הדמונה. מתי זה קשר, שזה באותו שכונה עם כל ההורים לשחק. אבל בין לבין, אם זה בין שני הצדדים באיזשהו מקום או בקלב, זה כבר, אני אשים את ההורים, זה ככה, על ההורים אוכל, זה במקום לא נכון. ההורים בין לבין, זה עושה לקרבי בלבש. הגיע אחד בין לבין, זה דומה לתמונה שלנו, הנה. בין, לא נגיד את הלבש, לא לבש את המתמודד, אבל שאני רוצה להגיד, שזה לא יש הכי אחת, הוא לא מכיר את זה, אבל אז לפי הפשט השני ברש"י, כל החיות הילדיות בשבילים, כמו שיש לנו היום, מלאים, מזריקים להם, חתמים אותם, יש להם כאלה, אז רש"י אומר שבדיעמנו לרובם יש כזה. עכשיו עוד שאלה, אם לרוב הפעם, היום יש עונה יתירה, יש את העונה הזאת, שאנחנו רואים באמצע, בזה, כולם, הוא שוחד עכשיו 100 פחות, כולם יש, ואחד זה לא, תראה או לא תראה, למה זה לא תראה? בוא נסביר, כי זה העיקר הזה, ככה דברו את הלוח, זאת 3 ו2, עכשיו מה שקרה וזה, והיום, וכולם יש 6, בסדר, אבל הוא מהלוח, הוא מצוין, 3 ו2, זה בסדר גמור. לא יודע, זה מקום לו את הבוחרים, עם ניסה ונאוזו, זה האמונו של הפרק, והנמיני מגבון. מגבון זה בפנים, אבל נזרקת מלפנים, הכוונה היא מבחוץ, כאילו, בני הבין את זה סוף היום, אני לא כל כך, אבל בסדר, אני לא עומד מגבון, מגבון הכוונה מבפנים, שטו, אבל הכוונה אצלנו, מבפנים הכוונה, מה שאנחנו רואים, מה שהוא רואה עכשיו, זה בפנים, ואל הימין מגבון, זה מה שבפנים, זאת אומרת מה שאתה רואה, כמו שאני קורא לזה בחוץ, או שאני קורא לזה. מה שעל הסקאפ של הבריאה, והצד השני, אפילו בסדר ודעת זה כמו הלב, של הלב, שלדעת זה לדבר אפילו על הספר. פה ברעיון היילד לדעת לפתור ספק. אם יש לך ראייה שדומה לעץ, זה תראה, אז יש לי כמו שבא זה עץ. שיגיד לנו, זה שזה לדעת שאתה ממש כמו עץ, הנה יפה, נשמע. נגיד העם מרגיש טוב, הוא צבע מרגיש כזה, אבל שאתה מגיע וזה, זה ממש מרגיש, יש כמו עץ. נגיד העם מרגיש פיקו, אז אם אתה מדבר על המענה שלו, אתה מנפח אותו מול הבא, ויש לנו אפילו צבע אמיתי, זה בעייתי, למה? בראייה נורמלית. זה למעלה, צבע... לא, אפשר לקרוא לזה מאוד, הוא לבן כמו אשכנזי. כן, זה טרף. אבל השאלה מה זה? השאלה אם האחוז או העץ, זה לבן או העץ הוא קשה. זה הנקודה. נגיד העם זה מנפיל, או שהוא לבן שאתה מדבר, נגיד העם זה חיזו, שהנקודה זה שזה קשה, זאת אומרת, זה הבעיה, לא הצד. נגיד העם זה שיר לא שיטה שלישית, שזה חלק. ולסטור, היתוך אזרונה. מה הבעיה כאן? אתה לא רואה... אתה לא רואה אונוס, הכל גוש אחד. שילובי, או מרוק. כיכוך לא שלו. זה כמו כחל ששמים בעיניים, נשים שמים היתוך, צבע כחול כזה, זה קשה. גילוי סוף, אם זה כמו גיוש, זה שחור, זה... לא צבעים. זה בנוגע לצבעים של גידול. שחור, אם אתה רואה שחור, צבע שחור, אתה לא יודע שזה כבר גידול. אין שלא. אז גם אצלנו, בראייה, זה היה אדום, זה לקה. אם הוא רוצה לך ראייה של לקה, אז מה לא כאן? לא, אם שם הוא בעייתי. כן, עכשיו הוא תראה. כל אחד נולד, נראה שכל שום נולד באים. אבל עכשיו הוא לקח, זהו, ירוקו, אם זה ירוק, בגמרא בדרך כלל, זה צבע צהוב. אבל כאן ירוק, זה ירוק כמו שאנחנו אומרים בעברית. ירוקו, כשאילו מתרמז. אדומו, כשאילו מתרמז. אני רואה מגיע עכשיו שתי סיפורים מאוד טובים. ירוק, כמו שאנחנו אומרים ירוק כמו עץ, ירוק כמו עלים של עצים. אדום, שתי הצבעים האלה, בסדר גמור. איך אנחנו יודעים? זה שר היום לא סלו איתו. פעם אחת הלכתי ככה היום. פעם הלכתי לסיטים. מאוד זה אישה אחת נתון לי שכל בנות אישה להתגומץ. אישה אחת, אמרה לה את הבן שלה, הראשון, שני, גומץ. אז מה עושים? שלישי, סוגיות של אמור, זה לא נחשבות וזהו. יהודי, יש לו בעיה, הוא לא מוכן. שלישי, ויהיה פה לפרנס. האמא, הביא אותו אליי. איזה שיום, ראיתי שהוא הטוב הזה, הטוב שלו. טוב, הוא מונס בין האור למשל, אמרתי לו ביטי, חתימי לו יעד שיבוא לנו פה איתו מועלים. וחכי, אדם מגרס חזרה לגוף. ואז הוא בא לעשות, הביא לנו, יקרוא לו איזה בפויו, שים לו יקרוא לו איזה בפויו, וקרחי, יקרוא לו איזה, לא סצנה, פאצי על שמי. אז מה אומרים כאן? שהאדום זה בסדר. צבע האדום, הכוונה, יש לו בעיה עכשיו, אבל זה ייכנס בחזרה לגוף, זה יתמפל, מצוין, אדום טוב. עכשיו אנחנו גם, מה חסר לנו? ירוק. איך אנחנו יודעים שירוק זה טוב? בשום אותו סיפור. בשום מה חסר להפתיע במדינה סקבול. הלכתי לקבול. עוד זה שנבל לשמור לתנור ראשון לפני. זה שקל בבית, שלישי והטלפונה. הייתי שירוק יורק, ראיתי שהוא הגיע. למה ירוק? הוא היה לו מספיק דם. ירוק, הוא הולך להציג שם לעשות טוב. הצעתי פה, הוא לא יבוא איתה פריס. הוא לא יעשו טוב. צבעים. קצתי בו עם בלב איתם פוס. יש כאן שתי בעיות, קודם כל הערות. שנית, אפילו נעשינו פסמינו, אין כאן כתוב עצם, יש כאן חיסרון בפריס בעצמו. אמרתי לו, בלתי ימתינו לו יעשינו בלדומו. תגיע עד שינו אותם, ימתינו לו, הוא פה לא יצא בכל. אז מה אמרו לי בעיקר רבותיי? שיערוב זה לא בעיה. יש עצמו לחכות עד שהוא מבריא, ואז הירוק עולה. אז גם הריאה, אם יש ירוק, זה לא בעיה. שחור זה בעייתי. או לפרק לו ישראל, גם עוד ילד כאן, לא זה לבב לי על שמי, ככה יש לו. עוד הרב כאן, וביקמתו, עם הריאה, נראה כאילו כנראה, זה קשר, זה תחזור מתוק, כמו בשר, זה יכול לסקרב. וסימונו, מה סימן? לא רוצה לעשות בסייפות, כמובן, זה משחק של מילים. אם הבשר, אם הריאה נראה כמו בשר, אז זה טוב. עוד הרב שמו ברגע רוב הניידר, זה דמיו, זה שוסוס, זה כאילו כמו אינביקו. הנה, זה צבע, אז דרך אגב, אנחנו צריכים את הצהרות של הזפרן, לא הדוח הזה, או יש כאן צהרות. אז הצהרות של הזפרן, זה, אנחנו רוצים עכשיו צבעים צהובים. אם זה דומה לחשוסו, שזה, הנה, מצאתי, לפני 7.5 שנים, עכשיו דרום בירה. טוב, זה נראה הפך גדול, קטן, האם יש לנו דיר שצריכים את זה, אבל זפרן זה בתוך האורץ, כאילו, אני לא יודע למה עושה שם, ועוד נראה את הליק, זה הקו. העיריות אדם חשוסו, כמו מיקו, כמו ביאסו, או כמו ביצה. בביצה, איפה? בקיצור, ראינו את זה בסרטון, שהם צריכים לראות אותו את הסרטון, מצאו עוד לא. אלא יורות לו, או שדמיו, איזה ירוק. זה לא הירוק, כמובן, זה לא הצהוב, כי אמרנו, צהוב זה לא טוב, כמו ביצה זה לא טוב. אז אני לא חושב ראיתי דמיו. זה בסדר. כי גם דומה, כמו, זה קראתי קצת שמאל, אז לא ישיב ישרות בגבליות, אז קיצור. לי זה קרה, זה לא קידרס. עוד אחת מהכל אמר שזה קרה. היה לך פרויקס. זה קרה. קיצור, יש... זה קרה. זה קפה, בוא נגיד ככה. בוא נגיד, אוטוס בזה, או אם יש ראייה... אם יש ראייה עקומה, תראו מה זה. זה גם וידאו. מלכים את זה, כאילו, למה זה לא מטפח? כמו פעמות שלא מטפח. זה בעיה. אז מה עושים? זה אומר שיש כאן בעיה. שחתום. והגינה את זה כאילו וקנינו לו. חותכים את זה. ויש פה מוגלות, רואים שיש מוגלה בפנים, ואני לא חושבים שזה רק בעיה קטנה של מוגלה. היא לא, אם זה לא מוגלה, עושים לעלות כאן כל רואים, כמו שואלת, כמו שנעשה את זה עוד פעם, שמים שם איזה גרש היסטורי קבוצה, ולרסקות, מה היא? אם נצפת זאת שלו, אם נמצא בועות כאלה על חושר, היא לא ראית אז אם יש בועות כאלה על צימה, עדיין, אם זה אוויר עובר, אם לא תדעו, בכל אוויר זה. שואל אותך, מסמך זה בריאה. אם יש ילד כזה שעלה כלל שהיה מכה בריאה, ואין לו עיכול, זה לא טוב, זה דרך. כי אנחנו יודעים שהילד הזה ייפול, רק נשאר חכם. זאת אומרת, ואני ראי עוד אח שלו, עוד פעם, הנה, זה הסיפור של אתמול, אז נעשה את זה מאוד. יש לך ראייה שיש איזה רעש. זה ידין נגדה, שהוא ידין לבוא הכל, אני רוצה לראות כאן פה, קילו, ולמוקו, שימו על זה, קצה, רוב, נבו, אם יש בועות, מסתרק, כי יש חוק, אני לא יקשו. כי לא ידין לו, כי לא ידין איפה יוצא, מה יצא מישהו מוסו? זה מהיום, שואלו, מאיזה חבית כזאת של מים פושטים, וזה לא בגבוה, חביבי לא הגעתי, אבל לא עושים מים חמים למה בקריר לא זה מקסי אז מה זה קשה? מה נקודה? זה יישבר אבל כאילו, אפשר צריך משהו. אם מבאתי לטרייבו, אני חייב את הווידאו הזה, זה, אפילו שראינו את זה אתמול, אני חייב את זה. כי זה מרגיש אשכנז זה מגיע, וגם יש לנו בן אדם חדש מאלעד, הוא לא ראה את הווידאו. יש לנו... הנה, זה הסרטון, הנה מצאתי, למרות זה אמיתי. כמו שסיפרתי לכם אתמול, יש שם, במקום שילקחו את זה בפה, יש שם מכונה שלו. נתחיל את זה, הנה, אתם רואים את הצינורות למטה של התרבית. רואים את זה מפעיל, ואז נראה שם איזה סרטון מה שרוצים לבדוק. זה פה, פצצה, תראה, אם מבחזו, אם יש שם פה, כמו שעכשיו ראינו בסרטון, טרייבו, ספירוי שלו, למה? אז הוא שומע ראשים, ובראשים תתוי, הסכום על המטה, ספייה לא יכול, אם לא יגיע לסכום, יש שתי שכבות, על למעלה לא, אין לו, והייתה עכשיו מה שיש רעש, סיגד בינו, שומע את הפיל, שופל, שתי השכבות, בואו נעשה קצת יותר, אחרת נקרוא שם, בואו לא מעביר רעש של משפחה כקידוי שלו, הנה רעש של משפחה כקידוי, גם, פשוט לא דבר, ראיתי אותך, אני לא רוצה אותך, פצצה, יש קרביה, כקידוי, זה נשמע כקידוי, עולה מים, כשאילו, אבל תגימור אלבום, בסוף בסוף נמדים, יש בחיסון, בסוף בתוך. אני אעלו בחוץ. איזה רבה, אבל הוא לא... הקשה, הרי שני כבר. יש חוסרו, אמרנו שיש נגד קטן או שזה חסר. מה יש חוסרו? מה הכוונה? הנה בחוץ. אם אתה אומר שחסר מהצד שאתה אומר, היינו מיקרו, זה דבר כמו נגד, בסדר, הנה, הוא שמע מלא, חיסון מבלים שמי חיסון, למה אתה אומר אם החיסון מבלים זה לא בעיה? כאן החיסון, כתוב חיסון, זה חייב להיות שונה מנגד. מה החיסון? מה אנחנו בין נגד וחיסון? אז אפשר להסביר, חייב להיות בחוץ. לא יהיו בחוץ. חיסון זה גם בחוץ. למה חייב מיקרו? אתה אומר שזה אותו דבר, זה יוצאים לרופשים לדרום אחת שאתה לא גלוי סיסיקות. אם אתם זוכרים, בסוף הראייה יש כאלה צינורות של אביב, סינכרונות. אז הנגד צריך להגיע עד לשם. יש כאלה נגד אלץ וחיסון. אז יש נגד שיש חיסרון, יש נגד שאין חיסרון. מה זה אומר? אם זה נגד וחיסרון שנמצא ימין, אז יש חיסרון, חסר. נגד, צד שמאל, יש לו חור, אבל לא הלך לו שום בשר, לא אכל אותו שום דבר, לא פשוט אכל אותו, הוא שם. אבל אם זה הסורן, אפילו אנשים לא יודעים. שם האנשים יודע שלא צריך להגיע לסיפורות. לא עושים אותם משהו. ויום אחד אני יכול להמשיך, ואולי יהיה זניח חולה, אני לגבי לא עושים את הספר הזה, הנה, הוא סכם את זה, לא עושה חמיים, הוא עושה סיפור של הגילה. כל הגדולי הדור הגיעו. אני תמיד ראייה שיש לך בגידו בעכשיו, כמו זה קשה. אבל רוב הוא נגע לסיפור, זה דווקא שיש את הצינורות האלה של ההפצה, או מדובר ברמה שהיא לא יצא. אני יודע אם יש סיפורות. זה הכל בלגן שם, זה נשמע קיצור, זה הכל... אין שם דברים שאתה יכול לראות משם. הכל תנאי. עשינו סוד יקוניו, לוקחים איזה קערה של חרס, אבל יש לו גלי, זה כמו גלי בעברית, ציטוט כזה מבריק, גלזורה, או גלז, ושווה לנו לגבי, הנה יש לנו אפילו תמונה, מה הבעיה? אתם לא צריכים לדעת מה זה, הנה. שולחים כזה כלי, ואם רואים בפנים חוטים כאלה, אז זה סיכום הזרקה. אז חוטים, אז זה הסיכונות עליהם השנה. שומעים לגבי גיספר או שריות, רואים שם כאלה חוטים, לבנים, אז זה הסיכונות, ולא, שיירו, והבוסטאי, או ונעים. מודדים שמהמוח, המוח נכנס לתוך עמוד השדרה, ושם יש את כל מערכת העצבים של הגוף, וראינו שאם פוגעים בעמוד השדרה, באיזושהי צורה, רוב עמוד השדרה, זה גורם לבהמה שתהיה עכשיו. העמוד הזה הולך מהראש עד סוף הזנב. אם חוטפים לו את הזנב, לא קרה כלום. רוב הרב ידעו שמואל, אז בין הפרות שצרים מאוד נהנה, הדבר הזה, אנחנו בקשר, תסתכלו בשם שני, יש שם איזה משהו, זה הזנב, זה הראש, כאן. באיזשהי שלב, העמוד השדרה ממשיך, ואז הוא מתקצר. כאן הפיצול הזה, זה מעל הרגליים הקרובות. ואז אחרי שני אצבעות זה מתקצר שוב, ואז הוא מתקצר שוב. זאת אומרת, עד בין הפרושות. בוא נגיד, עד ה-1-2 בין הכחול לסגול, עד כאן. אם הייצו אותם כחול, באמת זה בחוסות. אם היא רצה ללכת בחזור, או זה גם אין רגיל. אבל תגידי מה בין הפרוש ישראל, אני לא רוצה לדעת בדיוק על הבהימה, תראה לי בדיוק איפה. אבל זה בעצם נגדי, ואנחנו לא תקנה, אם זה כל כך כדאי לך, תשקיע קצת. ואז אני אומר לך, מסתכלת את זה, נראה לך בדיוק איפה בצל, איפה זה מותר, איפה זה אסור. אני סולי גדי שומע. יש סביב שילם את זה הרבה כסף, משהו שווה. אבל הגיע לפני ולא הגיע. כאן קשה מאוד לראות את הפיצול, זה לא נקרא הפיצול. זה חוזר לחלק. זה לקרוא, אז הביא לו משהו לזה, אז הביא, שווה לי אפשר לראות את החוצים, אז זה כן. אבל הגיע לפני ולא הגיע. ראינו את האסמות, את הכדור שנכנס לתוך הפרק של מה שאומר, שעכשיו בדיוק אפשר זה מתבצע, קשה מאוד מאוד, כי זה נותן, דוחף אותו בבחירת זה כל כך רזה, כל כך משחק את החוק, מאוד קשה לראות את החוק. ולא נגיע, קשה לראות את זה. אומר רש"י, לא יודע רש"י ידע את זה, אבל אומר שרבי יהודה היה מאוד ממהר באותו זמן, לא היה לו זמן. הלך לו עצב לנו, הוא היה צריך להגיע לאיזשהו מקום, לא טוב די. בסדר, הלכנו כבר לחלוק פעמיים, כבר זה הרבה כסף. בוא אני אגיד לך מה שאני יודע, אני חייב לזוז. לא רק לא, אני אגיד לך, אני אלמד לך מה שאני יודע. לא רק לא שמו. עד אז טריפה. השוק. זה הזנב, זה הראש. זה הולך לכיוון הזה. כן, לא לפעמים, אני שמתי את הקצים האלה, אני מבין אותם על שנייה. הנחס, זה אחד, בין הכחול לסגול, זה 2, בין הסגול לאדום, זה 3, בין האדום לזנב. עד הכחול הזה, כן, אתם רואים כאן? לא ממש על המסך, נשמע. זה כבר מאוד מאוד קרוב למוח, זה נותן המון עצבים וזה לגוף, תחסוך כאן באזור הזה, אפילו באזור הזה. שליש יש קשיים, מהאדום והלאה, להתערב, לקשר, סליחה. עכשיו, זה כבר ממש לא, זה לא עושה אותו דבר, זה כבר חלש, הוא לא פוליס שדרה כמו שאנחנו עושים. שניות, לעזור על זה, בוא נעשה אותו לעזור, אין לי יודע. בואו נעבור לרגע ראשון. אז ואז בכלל, האם הבנה שזה עד אחד הזה, או לא? אז גם כולל, הראשון כולל גם את כל האזור הזה, האם זה עד הפיצול הראשון, או זה גם כולל את מה שאחרי הפיצול? אז זה לא יעזור, זה אומר, כאילו, עד התחתון, עד הפיצול הראשון, זה ייתן את זה, מכאן והלאה, יש ספק, או לא? גם האזור הזה, בין התחתון לציבור, בין שני הפיצולים, זה גם מתקרב ומה, בואי נראה בצבעים עד ובכלל, בואו נגיד שזה לא כולל את האזור בין התחתון לציבור. בראש שמיים, בדיוק איפה שיש את החץ הזה, המשולש, שזה העץ, זה הפתיחה לפיצול הזה, לחוץ שעולה למטה, לחוץ שעולה למעלה, הפה שלו, ואנחנו עושים שלו בראש שמיים. בואי נגיד, תצלורים עד בכלל, אם נגיד שבאמת כל האזור, אחרי התחון, התחון בעצמו, אם זה בעצמו, התחון בעצמו, אם זה רק כאן, התחון כאן, את הראש, הולך מהראש, או גם התחון של הפיצול, התחון, אבל נגיד מאוד לא שמע, בראש של טיבס גיבוס. הנה, התחון בעצמו, יש שזה הלוך כמו מסך, אבל זה לא מקסים את הבהמה, זה במקום. מה, בראש הראשון? ושניר, לכאורה זה גם הגפון, והסגול, או זה גמורה. לא, אין לך ראייה שלישית, זה האדום, האחרון. אז אנחנו לא יודעים מה קורה עם האחרון שבעצמו, עם האחרון בעצמו, האם זה מקריב או לא מקריב. איפה, טוב, סיימנו את זה. איפה, גם לא יש כזה שיטה, שולט מהראש עד הסוף של הגוף. וכאן אני אוהב למטו מן הגפיים, ויש לו שאומר, בין הגפיים. הנה זאת, רואים את השדרה של החול. שיטה אחת אומרת, עכשיו שהיא מקבלת את הגפיים, אז האם זה איפה שהחזק מתחבר לקטנה מתחבר לגוף, או איפה שהסוף הקטנה אחרי החיכוי. זה לא יכול להיות המוצא עד סוף הגוף, אבל זה איזשהו. אז כאן רואים את הגיבוש של ממש מרגיש, זה 3 חיצונים כאלה. אז בערך זה כדי להמחיש, כן, מישהו יגיד לי שזה לא ממש החץ האדום, ואולי קצת בגלל, זה שם, נכנס לי שם. אז בקיצור, החוט השדרה, אז ודאי, זה הגיע עד הכנף, עד איזושהי סדרה. אחר כן זה כבר בפרויקט יש גם. ומה שהגפיים, האם זה עד האדום, זאת שם, עד בין הגפיים, עד הפשון. אבל כאילו תביא איזה אחד, ואז הוא שמע יויפו. הביאו אור, ואז הוא עובר עד בין הגפיים. הוא דעת עד החץ האחרון. שזה איפה שזה מתחבר לגוף. וכל הזמן בנסיעות, על שפור של הנשיא קורא, ובכל מה זה בעולם. וואי, זה לא מעלה עובר. ולא ידעתי מישהו לצור ומתעשבים, לא ידעתי לא צריך לדוק. נעת כל הרעדון שבר עד הכל הזה. או, בציוק הוא היה חייב לקום ולראות. הנה שופט נסיעות, חדשות לראות. שם את האוף על השולחן ונורח אותם. אוקיי. סיימנו עם העניין הזה. הוא אומר את הכנון להגיד שהחוק והכניסה פה וכל הכבד עליו. הייתה לו שיש לו משהו. אני חושב ממנו כלום. שיום. בטח כבר הסכים אז הלך כל הכבד, אז נדבר, ושתיים אומר, כבר זה יהיה. זה משהו אבל גם זה מזה. ראינו שיש בעצם שתי משניות של סדומות, שלא אומרים לנו בדיוק מי הם, אבל כל אחד סותר את עצמו, אחד אומר זית ומשהו. אז עוד הגמורת, אבל נשאר אחד, נשאר בסוף, אנחנו הולכים לפי הסוף. השאלה זה זית וסוף. למה גם זה לא היה בזית? אני יודע, הכל בגלל אני אומר, זית כשהם עובדים בצורה שזית זאת משהו. או אני אוהב שזה או זה כאילו אומר שמסיק משהו של הבן של ש"ס ושם הוא מבדיק, הוא מחייב את עצמו במודל חזרה או רגישים ברבי הבן של רבינו הקודש רבינו רבי דמות שהיה עשיר מסלם שנותנים לו ככה הבן שלו רב שמעון אומר ספיזאי לא דוקטיר כל ישראל היה זורק את הכבד, רבי חייה היה זורק את הכבד, כמו שאשתי עושה. שם התחלנו את כל הסיפור הזה. הבן של רבי, בן של לא מיליונר, מיליונר עם בן, מיליארדר עם בן, לא עם בן, לא עם בן. אתה ניגע שאמרתי, לא, מה זה שם? אתה שומע שואל את זה. מה אולי, תגיד לי משהו? אתה מכיר ספוילר? כן, מכיר. תשמע, אשתו מסתכלת עליי, אתה נמלה. אני לא יודע כמה כסף יש בה, אבל אתה נמלה. בוא נגיד שהכסף שלך מתקינים והם מתקינים עם בי, בי זה מייקדור. אתה נמלה, לא, אתה לא מבין, אני מבין, אני נמלה. לא, אתה לא מבין, הם ככה ואתה ככה. זה נצטרך הבעיה. זה לא רק, אני יודע מה, אני נמלה, נכון. אבל רבי הוא לא נמלה, רבי מיליארדר. אז לא לשם גם רבי נמלה פה, הוא היה לוקח את הכבד והיה אוכל בזה, למה הוא היה אוכל? כי הוא מבין שלמדנו גם שכל עבר שהנשמה הוא היה בה, מביא את המלדה. כמו שיוצר תלוי, והבריאה יותר תלוי, למשל המוח, טוב יותר תלוי, הגוף עוד יותר תלוי במוח, אז עוד יותר מביא את הבן אדם. ומילא הוא אומר שלפי הבן של רבי, וכמעט שהוא מאמין שזה אוכל, שהאנשים לא יבואו לזה, אז זה צריך כזית. זה משהו חשוב, זה צריך כזית. אבל אתה זורק את זה למחנה. זה במשהו. השירים גם, שזה הכלל, השירים יותר קצרים. למה השירים יותר קצרים? כדי שיהיה להם קשה לתת צדקה, כשמוצאים צדקה, יהיה להם מספור. כל זה השיר, הוא אומר, זה כלום, בשביל זה $100, זה לא, וואי, זה קשה לו להוציא את $100, זה לכן הוא מקבל, הוא רוצה שיקבל שכר. אבל זה השירים יותר קצרים, למה השירים יותר קצרים? גם. כל קורס זה מותר, יש להם כסף, טוב. חיילים הגיעו לקומוניסט. סיפור רב ברבי זה ממש ילד לדיון. הריקים, למה ברבי זה פרצו? אומר ברור ובזה. אז לא פוגש. עכשיו, מה שהיא כשרצינו, לא פיחד מהחיילים, כי אבא שלו היה חיים על ניסים. כנראה שהוא לא יכול לעשות פוטנציה ולהביא את החלימה שלו. הוא אומר לו, זוהי, אני אגיד שאתם. זה שאומרו, ובוקר לא מספור, נסתנו אומר, שימו לב. חומה זית, זית, לא משהו. זית שדיברנו עליו, זה לא הכל אמרה, חזור לכולם. זה כבד נורמלי, שיש כבד, אתם רואים את המראה, המראה זה הירוק הזה, זה הכיס המראה. כאן אין לך כבד, הלך כבד, מה נשאל? חתיכה קטנה כאן למעלה, אתם רואים את החתיכה, זה מה שנשאל בכבד. העיקר שהוא נוגע במראה, אם הוא נוגע במראה, אז הוא בסדר. יש לו סיפור. בואו נראה אותו לספור, היה, אומרת הגמורה, אומר לה, ואומר בבוקוי שיחיו. לא מספיק. זה לא טוב שזה במקום המרה, זה מקום שיחיו. מה זה אומר? במקום של האפליה. זה אומר לה, במקום שיחיו. או מרפות, ברפות אומר, הנה כך, כאילו כזית הוא גמור, והנה כזית הוא שיחיו, וזה התמונה הזאת. שתי כזית, אחת שנוגע בפרה, אחת שנוגע בכליה, וככה, בואי רבי ירמיהו, מסתכל מהאור. אם יש לך חתיכות של כבד, זה לא רק כזית במקום אחד, יש לך רבע כזית כאן, האם סך הכל יש כזית, יש מספיק כדי לא להתחיל את הבהמה. כי רצוע מהו? הנה, יש לנו בצורה, זה לא כזית עגול, זה משהו עמוק כזה, זה כבר לא. בואי נבשי, כזית זה מודו מהו. זה ככה, זה דק כמו חתיכת נייר. לא סוש של כבד, הוא איזה חתיכת עגול. זה חתיכת קרטון כזה, זה לא חתיכו, הוא איזשהו דק, מצע. תיקו, מה עושים כשיש תיקו בבויסאי? מפרידים, לא אוכלים. כל מיני מצריקו ורבענו. כל מיני מצריקו ורבענו. ואז זה לא חופש. ומוכרו לו לדרשה אותנו. הכבד מושב הופך כל כזה, הוא מורו לו, אבל זה כן מחובר מתרחשר. אמרנו שהקלפק זה הסרפת, אז אני מודע בעולים אותה, אני רוצה לראות את תבואה, איזה תמונה טובה. שיש זה הסרפת למעלה, והוא מודע כזה, מחזיק ככה בחיתיך. אבל זה אני יודע מה הוא אכפת לי, להיות מודע, לא מודע. אם אתה אומר, אם אתה אומר שמספיק שכזית, איפה שיש את הכיסמרה, יש לי כזית, יש כאן יותר מכזית, יש לי כבד שלהם, מה הבעיה? אם אתה אומר שיחיו, אם אתה אומר זה צריך להיות דפוק לקהילה, יש כאן יותר מכזית, מה הבעיה? אוקיי, זה סיימת את הסוגיה של... ועכשיו אנחנו אומרים, הסוגיה של ראייה. עכשיו, ראייה זה מאוד מגיע לנו, זה בעצם הדריכה היחידית שאנחנו כל כך מאוד מפקידים עליה. זה הצריכות של הראיות, זה מה שבדרך כלל עושה בהירות בזמננו, זה מה שאנחנו דואגים. יש עוד כמה דברים קטנים, אבל זה בעיקר מה שהמשגיחים עסוקים עליהם, אז מי שרוצה לזכור, כי ברעה, בלי ראיות, לא יכולה לעשות רעשים. עושה את הראשים עם ראייה. איזה רעש עושה? וזה דף מו. אז אפשר לזכור שהדף של הראיות זה דף מו. ואם שמור והרץ דעמי, אני עושה לקרוא. עכשיו כאן, בראייה יש שתי קרומים, כמו שראינו, במוח. יש קרום תחתון ומיליון, זה כמו שקיות ניילון שעוטפים את הראייה. ואז יש שמואל, ורבן סידמי, לא רואים לו. מה שאכפת לנו, שיש דקב הכי קטן שיש, זה מטרים את הבהמה, זה הקרום העליון. לא נראה מה זה קרום העליון. הנה בשביל לסג לסוניים, יש כאן חום בקרום העליון. אבל זה הקרום התחתון, זה האדום הזה. אז הם אומרים שזה מה שעושה, מה שמטריד את הבהמה, זה הקרום העליון. ואני לא רואה כל התחתון. יש כאלה שאומרים, לא, זה התחתון. או, אני כבר מגיעים מיום הרב נתן, סימון הנה, בוא נעשה את התחתון, הנה, נכון, רואים את החור בתחתון? הנה, עכשיו תראו. שימו לב, כתוב הדבר לא, יש לבוש אדום, ממש מפני ואז תחת בתוך הלבוש הזה, היא מופשת עם בגד אדום. חובת הגימור פשיטו, אם כבילו, לא הגיע את הטוב, אם היה חוב רק גליות, לא מתחתן. תעזור מגן, אז אם יש חוב, דור, אתה יודע, זה צלם. איזה מי אומר לך? בסימון, סבבה. פשיטו אם כבילו, זה לא הגיע את הטוב. אם אין חוב למטה, כמו כאן. אז הטוב מגן, אז אתם רואים כאן, תנסה לצאת לחוק וזה למטה, כאן, וזה לא יוצא. למה? יש. הטוב מגן, מאוד לא ברור, אם יש ריאה שנפלא, התחום העליון נפלא, דפלובות ולפריס. כי העיר הסוכו, כמו איזה דבר אדום, משהו כזה, זה דבר אדום. שאלה, למה? כי לשער התחתון, רואים, זה מה שהוא רוצה להבין היה. העניין של לשער התחתון זה שום דבר. אם כיסתו, אם כבילו, אם על המטה יש לו חום, ולא על חום, כאילו הדבר הזה לא כל כך מצוין, יש כן חום, בסדר. אבל בוא נגיד שזה ככה, אם כיסתו ולא אם כבילו. מה אני אומר במאגי? אז תגידי בו, יש לך חויגר, סבבה, רבי לך לא מגוי מאגי, אתה לא במאגי. ואיך עושה מאגי זה כבגן, רבי יוצא, לא אומר רבי יוצא, אני יודעת, יש ריאה שעושה רעש, שומעים. אתם רוצים שהייתם ילדים באופן. אולי הייתם מבינים את זה ופתאום מה אתם עושים את זה? מתוך מים, גם היום, לא, רוב המדינות אין להם כבר את הימין, אבל בסיירות ובטרקטורים יש, אז יש להם כזה משהו ענק, ומורידים את זה, מחוצים לפני, ואז רואים את המים. הנה, אני נדע את העם שם, הסבינה לו סגן פה, אז בואו נצא, הנה, זה מסוים. זה היה, לא נחשוב שזה אנטיגן, או מרקה שלך. שם נוצה. אם הנוצה זזה, או בסוף, אוי, בואו סמרו, תגדירו אותם כאן. אם נדפק מצות לבוא איזה זז, אז זה קורה, היא לא יקשה. יש לו. ידעת על זה? ידעת על זה. לא, וואי. אומר זה כמו, מי לא ידעים לך? לא ידעים מאיפה מגיע הרעש. כמו באופניים. תמיד, לא ידענו. שמענו את זה, לא ידענו מאיפה. ועשינו, נסיך לסוף, זה מי נזיקים, ומה יהיו פשוט? זה צריך להיות מים ונושרים. כמו הספינו לנו גבוה ושמים את הראייה בתוך המים. לפעמים אלוהי, לא נשתמש במה לשמים, כי זה מתכוון. ואם אלוהי, זה יהיה קשה, ואם זה יהיה קשה זה יכול לשבר. אז זה יהיה פשוט. אז מה שעושים זה לבקר מים נושרים. כאילו לא רבה, אז מנתקים את זה, אם רק קבוצות, אתה רואה, גבוהות כאלה, אז היום שמים את הספון של הכלים, כן? זה עוד יותר, שמים את זה על הגלגל, אז מי לא יקשה לו? ואם לא יצא גבוהות כאלה, אז נשאר. בואו נגע. עכשיו. מי לא יקשה לו? למה זה קשה? אתה טועים. חייב להיות שבשבירה כאן למטה יש שם חור. כי לא אלוהים כיוון שבא למעלה בסדר. ועאידה, מה שאתה שומע, רעשים, זה בינינו. אתה שומע פשוט את הרעש של הפיל שנכנס, הנה, משהו כזה, הנה, הפיל נכנס בין שתי השכבות, אתה שומע, זה נכון, אתה שומע. אבל עדיין הוא תפוס בתוך הראייה, כי יש עוד שכבה, יש לו שתי שכבות. בכל דברים. מה אמרתי? הנה סוג כזה, יש כזה סיבות. הוא אומר, היי דיגלן, יעינו, יש לך ראייה שהורדת לו את השכבה העליונה, שנראה כמו תמר, למה אנחנו לא רק נכון? הנה, כן, יש לי פחים קודם, שם זה הגיע, יופי. אני לא ראיתי את זה, אז אם יש כאן בעיה, פוליסית, זה לא השמתי. אם יש ראייה שירד האור באיזה מקום אחר, זה כאילו חוקת מכה, זה קשר, לא ברובד. זה שהדימו מצרוס עוד שאלות, כאן זה, סליחה, שם זה הלך עוד כל האור, כאן זה הדימו, קיבל, יש לו צבע אדום, למה? מצרוס עוד שאלות, זה חוקת מכה, אז זה קשר. אם זה הכל אדום, אז לא להפריד, זה, כל הרעיון לא מצרוס ואיתנו, אתה אומר שזה קשר לפגש שמחר ולכם אחד, עוד רובן, כי זה יתחפר. כולנה מאוד רובניות, גם כל הביאם. זה אדומה ומכה, זה יכול להביא. מדענו, אני למדנו מושר שכל סדרים ועושים מה שיצאים דם. מישהו עובד בשבת, במה, בשקט, בלבס. הוא חייב על הדבר הזה, אם יצא דם. אז ככה, האדם הוא כולו אדום, זאת אומרת, עד שיוצא אדם, אם לא יוצא אדם זה בסדר, אפילו כולו אדום, זה לא מה יצא. ואי בין השמונה שרוצים, זה השמונה שרוצים. והשמונה שרוצים זה שונה, שמה? לא צריך שיצא דם. ודניו, נצא אדם, אתה רק רואה את האדם, כאילו, זה נחשב, ואני מסביר, זה אור גבוה, אז אפילו שזה לא יצא חוצה, זה נחשב, כאילו שהוצאת לו דם, אבל מי שלא יוצא. נו, אז גם בריאות, גם מי שלא יוצא. ביום אני רוצה זה נעמי, אתה רוצה לתפות הראייה, כדי להקריב אותו, אפילו במקום אחד, זה גם צריך להתחשב, אין עוד לא ישנו. מה זה לא ישנו רבו איתי? בשניהם, גם קצת, גם הרבה, גם כולו, זה כשר, רבו איתי, שלכם לדעת, או, ונעים. אז טויסס אומרים, אז תפתוח לבן אדם שאפשר להחזיר לו עמידה על ידי טביעת עין. ולסימנים, אתה מכיר את זה, אני זוכר, דף, מנהל, אירופאיס, למטה, זה 12 שבועות ולמטה. בואו נראה לי זה סוי מהטונס, מה זה סוי מהטונס? שהוא שונא מתונות ושזה מגיע, זה הורג לעצמו, הוא רואה טריפה, הוא אומר, אני לא רוצה את זה, כאילו, קשר, אני מחשיר את זה, אני לא לוקח, אני לא קבל את זה. לא ראש מלזון הוא שמי דרך, זה כל מי שפוחד לא משוי. כל מי שלומד, כל מי שפוחד, ושוינן, הוא לומד בשתיים, זה רואה את טריפה לעצמו, והוא מחשיר את זה כך, הוא לא קבל את זה, ואנשים משתמד דרך החוק. או אנחנו זה רואה את זה, הגיע את הפעם, סויטר, שרח לו, וטוי לא. מה זה השרות בזה? לא, אני לא מחזיק את הדרך שני או לא. ששני עליו רואים על זה, רואים על מבוא, שלא רואים על זה, רואים לא, רואים על מבוא. ולא זו, כי אף משאב מבין סיום מידי לשוקה, שהנוסי היה שם, שולח לו מתנות, הוא לא היה לוקח. וכי מזם נראים, היו מזמינים אותו לרפה, ולא, זה לא היה הולך. הוא אמר, זה יחי, מה? הוא אמר לנוסי, מה, אתה לא רוצה שאני אקרא, אתה רוצה להרוס אותי? תפסיק, תפסיק לו את עצמי. מה אתה שולח לי מתנות? אני לא רוצה לתנות, אני רוצה להופיע. וזה כמו, כי אפשר לשוק, הוא לא היה לוקח מתנות. כי אז אפשר להיות זה, אבל כשהיא מסבירים אותו לרוחה, כן היה אותו, למה? הוא אמר, כי שהכול וטוב להם, מרגישים יותר ממני. תראו לעצמכם, החוב יצחיים בא לאכול את הכל ארוחה, הוא עושה לך טובה, אתה עושה לך טובה. אבל מסע להתלכם בסעודה, הוא עושה לכם טובה. כן? אז הוא שאומר, אני עושה לנו עושה טובה, אני מגיע, הוא יגידו שזה יהיה אחר כך. או מראה יגידו מראה, נקבו, נוקבו, סתם אפילו נוקבו. עוד לא נביאו מהם. אתה לא אומר, סבא שלי, מה? במקום מה שרבינו, כן. סבא שלי, לא מעביר לנו. נקבו, כנפו, סתם אפילו נוקבו. טוב, אז היום יש לנו תמונות מהכל השור, הרבה תמונות. בוא נגיד שזה הקנה. אנחנו מדברים על הקנה, ויש לו מלא חורים קטנים כמו נפס. אז איך אנחנו מבינים את זה? למרות שזה קנה שלו. הם מצטרפים לרוב. אתה לוקח את כל החורים, אז כמה חורים יש. כמה הרוב, בוא נגיד שהרוב, בוא נגיד שכל הסיבוב זה 10 סנטימטר. אז הרוב זה 6 סנטימטר, 5.5 סנטימטר. אתה לוקח את כל החורים, אם יש לך 5.5 סנטימטר של חורים קטנים, רק האוויר, אז זה רוב. רוב זה באווירים גולד שיש בו נקב תחת הרוי, הוא נקב גולד. גולד, יש בו נקב הרוי. בוא נגיד, גולד שלי, אפילו יש בו כל מעבר, מצטרפת ולא יתמקדע. יש, מפתח, מה זה סתרדה, מפתח. אבל אם החורים מצטרפים למקדע, אז זה לא ילמד. זה לא גולגולת, כן נכון? אם יש גולגולת, אז הגולגולת מכניס תשומה לתוך הבא. אבל אם יש חול גדול בגולגולת, זה לא גולגולת. כמה חול גדול יש לי למקדע. אנחנו מרבים שהוא למקדע שם, השיעור זה מקדע. לא יודעים שזה הגול שלנו. זה גולגולת, אם זה כזה גולגולת, אז זה מקפיץ, אבל זה לא מקפיץ, אין שם תשובה. זה מצליח לשאול את הדבר, אופן העמיקית שהוא מקיסו מסתם, יש מטבע שקוראים לזה איסר, בוא נגיד שזה המטבע איסר, אז אם כל החורים ביחד, אז זה מה שמטריד דבר. אז למה אתה אומר לסרור, שאומר לסרורים לקבל 51%? אבל אתה גמור שאתה מתחיל, או אדם המורכב כל יום, הוא שכח במה. לכאובי, יש בהם כיסורוי, יש, כאילו, תסתכלו, זה לא מאוד לך שכל הראשון. אם יש לך מלא מכתבים בין חסרים, אני יודע שחסרים, הנה, כאן אתה רואה את החתיכה של בקנה בצד, אתה לוקח את כל החתיכות האלו, בגודל של העיסה הוא בסדר. אבל, יש מאוד תמונה כאן, שכל החיים ביחד, גודל של עיסה הוא בתוך הקנה, וזה מפריד את הבית. זה בגלל שמה זה חסר, הנה, רואים שהם חסרים, לפעמים אתה לוקח מחט ואתה מכניס חור לתוך הקנה, זה לא חסר, האור עדיין שם, הקנה שם, זה רק חור בקנה, לא זה לא כיסאות סתם מגיזו, שבם כיסאות סתם מגיזו, אבל הוא לא שום אלי גיזית, לא יגיע לביצוע, בוקס, תמונה, תחום ממנו ביצוע. מצטרף לכיסו. אז לוקחים את כל הגודל, ורואים אם זה הגודל של הכיסו, ומתחיל. רואים לכיסו כאן לפני מאוד שומני, ניקו, נאפו מאו. אז עכשיו דיברנו על זה. אם יש חורים כמו המפה, בקיצור, התמונה הזאת, או יותר מדויק התמונה הזאת, חורים כמו נפה, אבל הרי הוא כבר אמרנו בטוב שיש בכיסורוי, אם זה הרכבים האלה, כשיש עוד כיסרות, זה חסר הבשר, סתם לגיסו, אז לגיסו, שאין בהם כיסורוי, סתם מסורו, זה לא חסר את זה, קוראים ובית. מה קורה בעוז? או מה לגיסו, מה לגיסו, מה שני מילים תראה בלבוא זומבי. ומניחוי על פי הכחולת. אבל הכחולת נרלב אז בוא נראה לך. זה, הבאתי את זה. אני חושב שקצת אפשר לראות את זה פרסות. בוא נגיד שזה הקנה של האור. עכשיו, האור יש לו קנה מאוד מאוד קטן, הכיסור זה לא מתאים לאור, צריך לחוס על כדי איסור שקוראים אותם. אם זה אור, זה מדי גדול בשבילו. אז מה עושים? אז זה סתם להפריש ניתן לקח שכנראה יותר גדול. בוא נגיד שיש גם מלא חורים קצת. מה עושים? עושים ככה. ואז עושים ככה. עושים את המקום של החורים ועושים ככה. זה ישמע. רואים עכשיו יש חור כאן. לוקחים את מה שעשית, לקחת את זה, ושהכל החורים הקטנים. אתה לוקח את החתיכה הזאת, אז אתה רואה אם זה נכנס לכאן. אם זה בגודל של כל הקנה, אז זה תראה. וכיוון שכאן הוא יותר קטן, או משהו כזה. לא, אם זה יחסה את כל הקנה, את כל הפתיחה של הקנה. הנה, סתכלו בפנים, בואו נראה, בואו נקרא את זה בפנים. מקעקנו ומניח על בי הקונה. בואו, כן, אתה מכניס את זה בבי הקונה, כאן. אם רואים הקונה, אם זה מכסה את הרוב כאן, זה לא, כאן במקרה של המקום. בגלל שיש מאוד מסימונה, זה נפל. אז כאן יש לך את החוץ, וכאן אתה שם את זה המשל, כמו החור, הקנה, זה הקנה מסביב, אתה תחצה אותו, הסמין הזאת, מי אפשר לעשות כדלת? עכשיו, אני לא יודע זה לא כדאי. אולי עוד נעשה, עוד נעשה, תתכסה בדלת. זה להתקדם. טוב, זה דלת, זה לא עושה. אז מה עושים? לוקחים את האיסור הזה, ואם האיסור בגודל של הדלת, אז הוא טרף. זה לא צריך להיות גדול, אפילו אם הדלת מרובה, אתה לוקח את המקום שהוא לוקח, אתה רואה מה זה, זה לא לכיוון הזה, לא לכיוון הזה, אלא הרוחב של המטבע. מיזדקו, מה טוב במיזדקו? שמיזדק, ככל שהבימה אוכלת וחופפת, אז הסדק נסגר, לא נצטרך נסגר. אז קל להבין. תחשבו, אם יש סדק כאן, אתה מותח את זה, הוא נסגר. או מה, כאילו, בואו אנחנו יחד. עכשיו, אתם תשמעו לבד, רק שאתה כותב שתהיה יכול להיות יותר טוב, הוא יהיה אחד לשלוש הוא לא זה כמו ציצית, יש לו שום ציצית, והגמור קורא, הוא יהיה אחד לשלוש סיבובים, ומילא, אז אם יש שלוש טבעות לצד, כל צד, אז הוא בסדר, שלוש כאן, ושלוש כאן, אז הוא אפילו שיש סדק, באמצע, חלק מורפותו. וזה מה, עכשיו מה אתה שק? הוא גם מגיעות לו, מה חולי, אתה מדבות שם. אלוהים אפילו משתער בו, אלו משהו למעלה, לא צריך שלוש חוליות, צריך, אם יש סדק שישאר טיפה מהקנה בסוף, טיפה כאן, אתה בסדר לזה. אבל כרגע רביות נשמע, רביות שגם רביות אצל המעקב. לא, אבל בכל, יש כאלה, מה? הם גם יודעים לפרש ככה, וואי, מעניין. חשבתי שהם לא יודעים, לא לדברים לוקחים, אבל הם מתכוון לזה. כל ההצעה מפכו לו, כושר. מתאבעת הגדולו, הקלפי די רעצת. כל הקרב, למעלה, ראינו כבר את ההצלחת הגדולה, היה ניקח לשיעור, כן? איזה תמונה עשינו שזה היום. אז כל הדבר כל הקשר לשליטה. טבעת הגדולו, מה זה טבעת הגדולו? אמרנו שזה טבעת האחרונה, זה גם אחרי טבעת הגדולו, מסביב סביב, באמת אין שם חסר בתחתון, סבט, עד כאן מגיע את הסולו. עד שתגיע לכנפיים של הריאות, אתה מנתח את הריאות, כמו כנפיים. זה הראייה התחתונה. עכשיו, מה הפלט לזה? בואו נגיד הראייה. התחתונה התחתון כבר להיות כאן לזה. לכאורה, התחתון לתפקידה עצמה. וזהו, זה לבד. כי אנחנו מסתכלים על הכדור. אנחנו אומרים שאפשר לשחוט בכל הכדור עד הראייה התחתונה. אז הוא אומר לו, הכוונה היא ככה. אם אתה הופך את הראייה, ככה אתה הופך את הראייה, אתה צריך לבד. אז נכון, עכשיו אנחנו מתחילים למטה, ואנחנו עולים למעלה, אז זה הראייה התחתונה, שזה עצם הראייה העליונה. כל רואה את הטועים יושבים להיות. המילה כתבויים הזה לא כל כך תביעה, זה בעצם עליון. אני רואה, אני חושב שאני צריך לראות אותו מאוד, כל עוד. עכשיו, בהמה, כל מה שהיא מזיזה את הצבא שלה, כשהיא אוכלת עשר, זה חלק מהמקום של השליטה. ובעד שלי תעודת שלא תנשוך את הפנה החוצה מהראייה ותשחט שם. מה שנורמלי סביבי, מה שאוכלת, ובצבא זה נחשב אוי, תמידו, חנאיו, עוד צועץ לומר, מה קורה עם הבהמה בעצמה, הוציא קצת יותר כדי ברגיל. האם אפשר לשחוט שם? תן לי כלום. אז רק שכל הסיפור כאן אומר, תמיד, כשיש תיקו, אז צריכים להחליט זה בדיוק. לא זה רבים יושבים ומרגיש, לא מגניץ בביניים ותעסקו על אופס, אומר זה סימונים, שמשכת חזק בסימנים, והוצאת מאיפה שהם לא היו צריכים להיות בתוך הראייה, ושוחד, שחדשו לו. אם קרה כל מיני מה במלאכת זה סין היה נקל של כל סין. ומה במלאכת זה כדי אומרת, ראייה זה גם במשהו. אז אם לקחת להתענר, לתוך המחזה, במקום שלו שלו, יותר עמוק מהצבא, אז גם במשהו זה מתחיל לזה. כל רבונו, אם זה חושץ, כשאתה מבין את המטרה מהשלובת, או יצאו למשפחות ולשאול, פשוט מבין, מה נחשב, כזה ראשון. החלק האדום, וגם הצלע הראשון, משתי הדברים, זה ההורים את הקרקע, זה החלק האדום הזה שעומד, זה רואה את הקרקע. ומה פתאום עד הצבא, זה עולה עד, זה מגיע בצבא. ומעלה עד הפרס, מה זה למעלה? כשאתה עולה אותו, אז עוד פעם, אז הלמעלה, אם הזנב למעלה, אז הכרס הוא למעלה. אז האדום, אני רואים את הכרס כאן, כן? האדום הולך על הכרס. בואו נשים לייטר, שנייה. זה למעלה. אם החלק כאן, אם הוא תולה, זנב למעלה או ראש למטה, אז החלק הזה למעלה, החלק הזה למטה. זה למטה, זה למעלה. עכשיו, החלק האדום שהוא למעלה, זה למעלה, והחלק האדום שהוא למטה, זה למטה. וביד הצלע הכחול, זהו, עכשיו. למעלה זה ביד הכרס, למטה זה ליד הצבא, ולמעלה זה למטה. כי הבימה עכשיו יכולה ככה קוראים את הבימה הכי שאומרים אותה. עוד שתי צלועים, שלפי רש"י שתי צלועים, זה צלע אחת בכל צד, ושתי צלועים, זה שתי צלועים. וזה יכול להביא את הלוביין, מצוין, זה מה שנותנים לכוח. מה? תראה שזה... מכאן הוא שמויה, והייתי מציע שעוד חלק הזה יש חור בשחרור שזה לבוא. זה המשמעות לנו דמי רומו אילו, אבל גם לא יצאים מתנתו. יש שתי חורים במוח, שימו לב, זה, התחום הזה, כמו שאתם רואים את האור המקובל הזה, זה התחום שעל הגבול הוא יותר הזאת. וזה מאוד יפה, רואים את הסכין האלון, הזה מסביב, במוח, זה התחום התחום. אם אתה קודע מהראש, ואתה נכנס בפנים, מה תמצא קודם? בתחום העליון. הוא יותר הרבה, כן, יותר הרבה, וגם בזה. אז הוא אומר, אם פגעת בעליון, אז לא צריכים לגוע בתחתון, זה גם נפע. ואמר לי, לא, אם כתתו, לא צריכים שלהם. או בעברת, זה לשמור על עצמי, בסימונם, חייצו, ומתנה ואימוי. זה השק שהמוח נעקות, שזה נקרא לדעים. גם בביצים יש שני תחומים, אבל זה לא הכיס המלאכות, זה משהו שני תחומים, זה התחום העליון, זה התחום התחתון, והנה במייסליש מוריד את התחום העליון, זה מאוד ניכר, אפשר לראות מיד שזה התחום התחתון. אוקיי? אומר להקשיב אחד, הוא נקשיב בדעים, נקשיב בהתחתון, ובויה, כל מה שמגדי לו, הנה כמובן. מה נחשב מוח ומה לא? כל מה שתוך הגבולת, זה נחשב מוח, ומה זה נחשב מוח? ושגם במשהו, זה מטריף. ברגע שזה יוצא מהגבולת לכיוון הצבא, לכיוון השדוע, זה לכיוון השדרו. את השדרו, איך מטריפים את השדרו? במשהו ברור, ומאילו מתחיל לבושו. מה? באיזה מקום במוח, או בראש, או בכל החוט השבוע, או במקום. אנחנו היינו בבאזל ונקל, מישהו מדעים כלים שתי פולין, יש שתי פולין, שתי כמות. הנה. תסתכלו איזה יופי, גם בכל הלשון. זה כאילו בסוף המוח, מיד לשון לשון. הוא לא מביא על דין, זה בכניסה לראש, כאילו זה הולך לצבא, בתוך הראש, בתוך הבמה. עכשיו בכניסה יש שני פולים כאלה, ולכל ולפני שם מהרמה לתוך הראש, זה הכל נחשב כוח, ובמשהו, או קטן שמשהו זה מחליט. הכל מלאכות, אבל כיוון הצבא, חוט השדרה, זה מלאכות. אבל מה כאילו אני יודע, אני לא יודע מה לעשות, אני לא יודע מה לא. לא סתם, אני בפנים, כמו אומר, תסתבר, להגיד, כמו המוח בעצמו. אני אומר, די כמו בכל הכבועים ובאשק, כאילו שני פולים. גם ברוב יש לך שתי הדברים האלה, הפולים האלה. בצורה אחרת אולי, הוא לא מעביק או צומפי. זה אמרו ישראל, תגידו לי אם התמונות כאן ודאי חזקים בשבילכם. מי קבע עלי בבית חלולוי? אם יש חול, מה קרה? מי קבע עלי בבית חלולוי? יש לב, ויש בתוך הלב חללים ששם נכנס אדם, והלב עושה קווץ', והאדם נכנס לגוף עוד קווץ', עוד פעם. אבל יש כמה חללים, בואי נמצאים לנו בישראל, מה כבר בישראל מאוד, רוצים לראות כולם, מי שלא אוהב את הדברים האלה לא יסתכל. יש חלל גדול, חלל קטן. זה גם תמונה ולבייסט. יש תמונות אחרות, אבל אני לא אוהב משהו אורגינלי, ממנו. אבל אם הייתי גוי, מה שאלה, כאילו התנאה, כל מיש לשם, כל מיש שמדבר, לב, כתוב. שלא אומר, עד שתירוגב, המשל שלנו, כן? עד שתירוגב, ובייס הסינפונות, מדבר, גם מדבר על, ריח, וכתוב, בייס הסינפונות, שזה כל הצינורות האלה שמביאים את החמצן בתוך הריח. לא אומר רבי מדברים, לא אומר רבי, התינוקת הסינפונות לא זאת, שם הסינפונות לא, זה כוונה, הענק הזה, הגדול הזה, זה, הראשי. לא רק קטנים אלה. אז ככה, גם בלב הוא עושה לטוב, שזה לא הקטן, זה הגדול הגדול, לא הקטן. אוקיי, אשתו, עושה מביא קצת סמפול לסתומי, אוקיי, אשתו. מה שמביא לי בעיה, מהעלייה, סוף בבייס הסמפול לסתומי, כתוב שזה לא שורה, אז מה הוא הדבר העיקרי לצלול הסמפונות, או בויסאי, זה הצינור העיקרי הזה. אבל כאן זה לא כתוב לא שונה, ושם זה כל הספור, שכל הקטנים הולכים לאותו אחד, אז לכן זה הראשי. והאוכל ביצחן לא יתודון, חלל אחד, כתוב לא שום יופי, אבל לכל קודם הוא כתוב. שכולם באים לאותו חלל, כתוב חלל, זה יכול להיות גם לדבר על החלל הקטן, אז אם יש דגל שנכנס לתוך חלל, זה כני הלב, זה היה אמר במשהו, מה זה כני הלב? משהו כזה, הקטנים האלה שיוצאים מהלב, זה היה גובר ומשהו, שור לנו ברור, זה לא רחוב קטן, זה צריך להיות רוב הקטן, אין לי יוצאים הלב, מה זה כזה? אומר רבי כבר, יצאו לברם, אין לי שגם לתקוף, זה החלף, זה שומן שעל התחלות, שואל להם, יכול לעשות את דיידו. מה זה החלב הזה? מה זה בכלל? אכפת לנו מהחלב? החיה לא תפוס, יש חור בחלב. זה לא, שהגב יצטוף נראה. זה לא משהו. ראים את זה. בואו נראה את זה עוד יותר טוב. הנה. שמים לב שיש כאן חלב, זה הקהל, וזה הריח. יש כאן חלב על הקהל. אז יש חור כאן. אז כמו מעמים יש בידי רב נחמן לא זכו נהגו, יש 3 קנים. אחד פורש ללידו, אחד הולך ללב, אחד פורש לריו, אחד הולך לריאות, אחד פורש לכך. עכשיו מאוד קשה להבין את זה, מה שאומר שיש 3 קנים שיוצאים מהלב, משהו שיוצא מהלב, ואחד הולך לריאה, ואחד הולך לכבד, שאנחנו יודעים שזה לא ממש ככה. אז כל אחד מנסה לפרש את רש"י בצורה אחרת, גם זה הקשויים, הקוימים. אז הם מסבירים שיש 3 צינורות גדולים בגוף. אחד הולך לכבד, אחד עובר דרך הכבד, שזה יש, אחד עובר דרך הראייה הזה, יש אחד עובר דרך הלב. תראה, מה שעובר דרך הראייה, למשל, כאן שאנחנו בתמונה הזאת, אז יש איזה הלכות של ראיות. זאת אומרת, מה ההלכה של הראייה? משהו פוסל, אז גם בקנה הזה זה פוסל. ריקנדו גם. מה ההלכה בכבד רבו ישי? מתעל, כולו. רק אם לא נשאר כלום. לא יודע, אולי כזה, כל אדם שנה, זה מקנה שלו, אותו דבר. את כל הקנה עלה, ביי, אוקיי, זה יתראה, אבל נשאר משהו בסדר. וליבו, אבל אני לא יודע אם זה גדול או לא, ההלכה שלו זה לא מדבר. אז ליבו, זה שיוצא מהלב, זה מחלוק בצמצומות, או משהו. מה אבל זה להכיר מה זה איתו. זה די עוד כיכר, זה קשה להכיר את זה. משהו אבל דרך הראיות, כמו הכבד, כדי שזה יתרם, זה כולו עולה. וכאב בו, משהו אבל דרך הכבד, אפילו נפסק נקרא משהו. ומי מפליגים? מה מחלוק זאת? מה אומר משהו? מה אומר? ועבור לשמונת מדירה, כבד נשמוע, שמה, שרב אמר, שמשהו. עולה, שמונה אומר, עוד לא אמר אבא, זה מה שרב אמר, ולא יודע, מטריצים זה לא יקלום, לא יודע מה שהוא סבר, נראה לי שהאבא כאילו עכשיו. משהו, הוא אומר, הוא לא ככה, הוא לא יודע. הוא אומר, אתה גמור, נשבר ראשית, או אם נשבר ראשית, מה זה נשבר ראשית? אמרנו שזה בעצם לא השאלה, אלא השאלה. שזה צבע לא אמיתי, כן? אמרתי ביום שזה צבע מיוחד, כדי שנוכל לראות את זה. אז זה משהו שהיה אמיתי, זה היה צבע כמעט שלי. כן, אנחנו רואים את זה, פורסט כזה. לא נעבור. עוד השידור שנמצא, אם זה חתום ברוב, 50 החלפות, זה מה שמתחיל את זה כאילו נראה. ואתה רואה מה, אפילו רואים את לא, פשוט השאלה, אני הבנתי את זה, הייתי שלי נותנים, לא עבר, אני לא הבנתי, הייתי אומר, אם יש דגם קטן, בחוץ השאלה, זה כנראה במערכת כבר לא יכולה ללכת, לא, זה משקיף בן אדם, זה ממש, זה הברך את העצבים שם, לא, אז יש לכם מחלוקס, רבי יעקב כמו שאנחנו יעקב שאפילו נתנקת, או ברמות יעקב, מה פתאום, צריך להיות רוב, וכמה קוראים, רב אומר רוי או סביב, זה מה שאנחנו מדברים, זה מה שיש בפנים, אבל לא רוי כל הצבים, כל המערכת שעומד, כל החוקים שעומדים בפנים, זה מה שצריכים לחתוך את הרגל. אומר לה גם אומן אומר, רוי יקרות שכים רוי. ודאי שרוב, אנחנו מבינה הצבים, אז זה נמצאים לסבול, וגם האור שלחול, זה מאוד מסוים. כי אז גם הכל סכים נחשב. ומה לא רוי לא שמע, לא אמר שגיבלי, בדקתי הלילה, אין עוד גיבלי, כל השאר. אומר אבו, הוא שאומר רוי בוי, זה בעצם אומר, רוי זה לא ימעד ולא יבוי. אמרתי מהרוב, למה? כי זה יתרפס. ולא זה מהרוב ומהרוב יוסף תמיד נראה, קודם קוראים בוי, קודם קוראים בוי. קודם הוא בדק את החוץ, אחרי הוא בדק בפנים. אבל זה ימעד ולא יבוי. אתה בודק בפנים? אומר רבי שוב, מסבורת פוסט. אם המוח בפנים נהיה כמו נוזלי, אז בסוף, מסמס ויספוס. וגם אם זה נהיה יותר רע, זה בסוף. ואיזה המוח ואיזה המספוס. המוח לא כל שנשמע איתו. פשוט נשמע בשביל אפילו תמונה. הנה, זה יוצא כמו בית. נוזלי זה טרק. מספוסות כל שאני יכול לעמוד. כל המוח יפה, כל הראשון. כן, זה אחוז השידור שעובר במשפחה. אבל תראו מה זה. בדרך כלל, זה יכול לעבור כמו אתה מאמין את זה, זה נופל, אז זה נפרס מסוים. אם הוא יכול לעמוד עוד ריבה, אם הוא לא יכול לעמוד, אחוז השדרי נופל כזה, כמו בתמונה, בגלל שהוא נבס, אז אני מבין. אבל מה קורה פה ממש גדול? שווה, הפוך, לא, זה אני לא יודע, אסור לעשות את זה בצד עכשיו. עכשיו אנחנו עוברים מהמוח של הבהמה, מוח. אם נסמזמז מויכו, אם הלך קצת מוח, זה להבין, כן? זה המוח, כן? זה מוח של הבהמה או המוח של הסרקות השד, לא תגיד לצחקה? שלכם בטוח? יש לנו את זה של בסדר, יום שנייה אנחנו נגזים למוח. המוח של השד, זה איכו. אבל תגידו לא, אנחנו נסמזמז, כמובן זה נסמזמז ונסמזמז. יש אפילו נסמזמז שהלך קצת, נסמזמז זה שנייה רע. שנייה רע, זה לא מצבעים בו. מה יעשה? רבו יצאי! הגעת את זה. בוא, לידיה ויוסף עם הסוסו, הוא היה בבית המרחק. מה זה לא? גם לזה, מה רינריישן? מי שדפק את הראש שלו בקיר. חזק. מה? בדיוק, פה זה לא בסדר. צ'ק, אבל כנראה יש מבד הכרה. מה שקרה, הוא הבין שמשהו לא בסדר כאן. אז הוא אומר, עומר נסמזמז מול חדידי. הלכנו קצת במוח. אז שואל לגמור לעולם בנכאי, לכאורה הוא רוצה להגיד שהוא הבן אדם ימות. הוא אמר, לא ישאיר עם בוי. לא יוריד. אז היה כאן צדור מאוד יפה, מאוד מצליח. אמרתי לה, אני לא יכול לעבוד את זה. היה איזה משהו, משפט בסוף, שלא להחליט אותו. הייתי מדבר הרבה מהילדים, גם. אז אני מקווה שיש שינה את זה. בוא נתפלל שזה לא יעלה. בוא נאמר לי שהוא שינה.
What did you do? Are you okay?
אם הוא כתב מכה באבויה, אז הייתי בואי לי רבוי סי של החברים. או, תראי, רגות כמו. Aku dengan sahabat Raboisai. אני נשמע עצמי ולא עושים בסוף לחיים. רבויסאי, איזה גשמה, אנחנו עוברים בדף, מגיעים בייס למטה, אבל זה לדעת לפני המקום. היה שור, שהיה שייך לבנים של המקום. דאקנו והשפיטו בתאומן בצחת השם, במקום הרבה ורשת. זה ההתחלה, זה הסוף. זה הפה, זה הקיבה. עכשיו אנחנו יודעים שיש כל איפה שאפשר לשמוע. אז בואו נגיד, זה החלק הדיבור זה כל בצע פשע. אז הוא מתחיל כאן, הוא מתחיל לשמוע כאן, טיפה, ממש טיפה, וגומר כאן. הוא גומר במקום טוב, באמצע ודאי שזה טוב. אז זה דיברנו, מה? כן. אז אתמול אמרנו שאנחנו לא מלפי השיטה הזאת בכלל, זה בבשת, רק בפקונר, סתם בדרך אגב. בואו נראה שכתוב כאן. אז זה בעצם מה שהמושג של הגרום. דעתכם והשחיתה בגור בהפשע. וכאן יש כאן עוד נקודה, שזה טיפה, ממש טיפה. הוא התחיל איזה כמשהו, בסוף, טוב, הוא יודע שזה לא כל כך טוב את הפשע, אז הוא הולך ברחוב כזה, וחוטא בשער הבית. לא הרוב, נגיד עלי, זה משהו, לשמור את הדריך הזה. אז רוב אומר משהו מוסר, ובסוף הגמור תגיד שהוא צודק, זה לא מובן. בואו ניקח שני שיטות, וחבר אותם ביחד, ולסקר חומר. ניקח אתמול, ראינו משהו כסרה רב ושמואל אומרים, חוקרים, חוקרו בצלת, בסוף של התשת, בצד הזה, וכמה זה מבצע? לפי רב זה משהו, ולפי שמואל זה לא צריך ממש לחתוך. לפי רב זה חלק מהבשל, ולפי שמואל זה לא חלק מהבשל. זה כאילו הולך ביחד, זה מה שהמצברנו אתמול. בקעת בשל, ובבשל יש אחר. שאפילו משהו זה פוסל, אז אפילו סוף סוף הבשל צ'אט, טיפה, זה פוסל, למה? זה חלק מהבשל. לפי שמואל לא. חלק גדול, צריך לחתוך הרבה, 51%, למה? כי זה לא חלק מהבשל. אומר רובי, בוא ניקח את שתי השיטות ביחד, ונעשה ככה. זה רובי, למה זה פוסל את השחיטה, מכיוון אתה עושה משהו, מהמקום הלא נכון. אבל אם אתה עושה שחור, משהו קטן באוזן, טיפה באוזן, אחר כך אתה שוחט את הבשל. זה בעיה בשאלה לא, כי האוזן והבשל לא קשורים. אם זה חלק מהבשל, אם זה חלק מהבשל, אתם שומעים? אם מהבשל, אז משהו לא פוסל, למה? זה חלק מהשחיטה, מה הבעיה? אז למה זה פוסל? זה לא חלק מהבשל. אם זה לא חלק מהבשל, אז זה הרבה יותר ממשהו. מחט, לא נפסל שום דבר, זה מחט באוזן, מחט ברגל, זה פוסל לא. אין לו נפסל משהו במחט, מהבשל, אבל אם תרומת זה הבשל, הסוף של הבשל, זה לא חלק מהבשל, אז מה זה לא מספיק? אם זה כן חלק מהבשל, אז אני אפשר לשמות שם, מצוין, זה חלק מהבשל, אפשר לשמות. אז אני ארווה בין שתי השיטות של רב ושמואל, מצד אחד אני אגיד שזה לא חלק מהבשל, מצד שני אני אגיד שגם מקסימום פוסל אותו. הדבר מפוזר שיש. אתה לא יכול לקפוץ את שני כפולות, לצפות את שני כפולות, גם להחזיק במורה וגם להחזיק בשביל מה שאתה רוצה. לא יודע גמורה, אבל בסוף הגמורה, אתם לא מאמינים, אתם לא אומרים שלא מצודק. הם רוצים לקרוא, הגמורה שרוצים, הולכים אחר חזק, וקוראים לו שורות של עושר, כאילו קסים, משהו חזק מאוד. לא, גם שהוא קופץ, הוא מורכב לשתי כדורות, לא שאתה מחמאים שאתה מכיר, אתה לא יכול לקח את החולה של זה, את החולה של זה, ולצרף אותו ביחד. בוא נראה, או שתי חולה של זה. חולה דלאב, אני יודע את החולה שלך, זה לא רק מה, לא תקטו בצד בשת, אבל אם זה סתם משהו, המשהו הזה מתחיל את כל הבהמה. אבל הבעיה אם אתה הולך למראה שמשהו זה מספיק, לא מראה מקום שקידו, או בצקידו, הנמצא בשת זה ממש המקום של השקידה, מצוין, שכחת לו במקום הנכון. אז מה יש מה לך לצאת לחסור? בסוף גמרת במקום, ויתה אותו. אני לא רוצה בשת זה בשת, אז עשית שקידה טובה, לא? מכיוון שכשמואל, אתה גם הולך למקום כמו שמואל, לא אומר, למה אתם שקידו? כי הדור הזה בשת זה לא מקום של שחיטה. אבל אם אתה הולך כמו שמואל, כי שמואל לא אבל הוא לא היה, אבל זה לא מספיק לעשות חוק קטן. צריך לעשות 51%. לא, תראה, לא ממש. זו רק שתי השיטות, שמספיק לחתוך משהו ואתה מחליט. ואתה מלכח את השיטה של שמואל, שזה לא המקום של השחיטה. ומילא, הכל ביחד, יש לך הצעה. גם גיל מוליצון, וכל לקבל להתרפק יעד. הדבר הזה, הרשע, העניינית הזאת, הגיע לגבי העבד. למה דברו? הרב אומר, בין הרב בין שמואל שופט. וכולם, אתה רק מסתכל על הרב, מה הרב אומר? אבל הרב גם אומר שזה כל שתיקה, אז הוא מציע לצד השתיקה טובה. שמואל אומר שצריך לחתוך 51% של החוץ הרשת. אבל שמואל אומר שזה לא מקום שתיקה. אנחנו לא מקום שתיקה, לא שתיקה בכל מצב. עשית טיפה, למה טיפה זה לא המקום? כדי לעשות המקום זה לעשות לא עכשיו. בקיצור, אז לא עכשיו זה טוב. רק מה? עשינו רוב כולם במפלי דרפוסים, ואנחנו נגיד השם בשביל ואנחנו תגידו לבורם, שזה הפלט של הבוסים. ולשאר לפני שלנו לבורם, מה שמסביר, שכל כך היה רוצה להוציא להם, שזה ושהוא באמת בצילות כאן, הוא לקח את השום של ההוא, וכנס את זה לתוך הפה של הכלבים. נתן את זה לכלבים. או, אז עשית בידיים, אתה חייב. אם סתם פסקת, אז עשית את ההוא, בסדר. הוצאה והאוכל, אז זה מסתרות את זה. כשהתחלת בידיים, הכלבים, אתה חייב לשלם. תבינו לו לא בשוליים לשלם. זה קרוב מאוד מאוד גדולה, שזה $2,000. כל הזמן ברגע אנחנו עושים את זה, ואנחנו שמים דורות. יש לי שספסה נגד הסונים של רוב. מה זה נגד הסונים? זאת אומרת, נגד רוב. אני לא רוצה להגיד את השם רוב. אז אני אומר, את הסונים של רוב, אני מדבר לרוב. יום הזה נולד, להכניס לו חזק. לא, הוא קורא לו סף. הוא קורא לו סף לא יפה. יש מה זה להגיד, תשמע, אתה לא צודק, יש משהו לכל מישהו שואל את זה. הוא לא מסכים. לא, כי אנחנו זוכים לביא סידר. אנחנו עוסקים הלכה רוב סידר כל השאס. לא את זה לאש, צריכים לשם איזה. אבל לא עושים לשם, בסדר. אם אתה עושה לביא סידר, או עושה פיקור לשם, סליחה. לא רוצה להציג משם, לא יציג את מיסוי, לא יציג. אם אתה רוצה לעשות משם, אתה עושה משם, אתה רוצה לעשות מיסוי, אתה עושה. אבל אם אתה עושה מיסוי משם, מיסוי מיסוי, אתה עושה את המגל, לא עושה. בחור משם, הוא מסביר למיסוי. אם אתה לוקח שתי החשבות, כמו שאתה רוב העשיתה, שלקחת את התמורה, שזה לא בולי, זה אפילו במשהו, ושזה לא מקום שמידה. אז מקסים, פחות שפוידה. עוד הפעם זה רואים, מקסים, פחות שפוידה. ואתה עושה שתי החורס, אז אתה גם מחוץ כמו משם, גם כמו מזה. אז חייבים להחמיר, כן, אתה הולך לקרוא, כל פעם אתה מחמיר, או כמו משם, לא כמו מזה, אז אתה מקסים. אלו, אם כאילו שם, ואלו, שם שואל גם למה. פה, זה אם אתה אומר, כמו מיסוי זה דרך עד הסוף, אם אתה אומר, כמו משם זה דרך עד הסוף. אז מה הכוונה? הכוונה היא באותו סבוב. אומר רש"י, לא אפשר להשאיר את סצור כאן. כשמגיע לבהמה, ושם אומרים, כדי להחליט את הבהמה, צריך שני חוליות, שני חוליות. צריך חסירים שני חוליות. זה לא חוליה אחת. אז בשם אני מאוד מפגינים. אומרים, אפילו חסר חוליה בחצי. אבל אני מכשירה לגמרי. ואני חסר שתיים. אז אם חסר שתי חוליות, זה לא הבהמה, זה בהמה. זה לוקח ספור על שתי חוליות. זאת אומרת, בן אדם, מה אתה בן אדם? אם חסר חוליה וחצי, אז זה עדיין ממשיך יותר תרומה. אז אנחנו מבינים, השדרה של אדם ממשיך יותר תרומה באויר, עד אשר יחסר שתי חוליות. אבל הסבורי הוא אותו דבר, שתי חוליות לא נחשב שדרה. עכשיו, זה לא נחשב שדרה. הספרייה השנייה זה אותו דבר. ובמכרונאי, שכתוב תרומת עודן, אם חסר רק חוליה אחת, ובשם זה לא לתת תרומה, אז אמרו לו. אז פה עושים במקרה הזה נגיד מספיק חוליה נתנית שתי חוליות. אתה עכשיו הופך את הספרה, הופך את הספרה, עד עכשיו שלה את הספרה, שניים או אחת. אז אם אתה אומר שתיים, יהיה אותו דבר גם לכל עניין לחול. אפשר לתפוס את החול ואת החול. שתי החול. הכל כל כל. אז לא יהיו. כל נזכיר להבין. זה אומר, בלוויסולת, אתה אומר, כל פעם הלכה כמובית. ועוד אתה אומר, תוך כדי דיו, אתה אומר, שהרבה שלט, אפשר לדעת, עושה את זה, בסדר, אתה עכשיו, מה אתה אומר כאלה? שהיה מחלוקת בין יוסף פה לאחרון. לא, זה לא שאנחנו נגיד, שהחבור בלב, והנהר הלך לכיוון הלא נכון, ואז הוא מסתובב להשתתפות. לא הקשיבו, אמרו לא, מיד לא מסתגר, לא שבר, אבל הנה, הקירות של המסתובב ששופטים בקירות הזה. עד שיצא בעצם לומר הלכה כמו שופטים הזה. ואמרו מה? לא שמע ימין. אנחנו לא קשיבו בעצמו, לא יוצאים עד לאחר בעצמו. לא קשיבו, לא אומרים מסתירים בעצמו. מי להפיק לבא למצב הקירות? בעצמו, לא מקשיבו בעצמו. בכל מובין כעצמו. איך? רופא אומר שמשתמשים שני חובות. חובה אחת שדבר שמשהו מספיק להספיק. חובה שנייה שזה לא המקום של השני. או עולם כסופים. לא מובן במים. כל השעה כאן. שנייה לכל תיאורה. זה המקום המקל של הלא כסופים. הוא לא מכירה. הוא לא מסופר. זה לא הוא נראה מעטו. ולא צורר מה יחס כלום, תציג לנו להאחים שני דברים. יחס בא ואמר, סליחה, לא יחס הוא אומר, הוא אומר, אל תקשיבו. עוד אומר, זה שלב. זה שלא זוכר מקום שיר. זה מצווה של המקום שיר. פתאום אבל משהו, יש כאן, זה לא טוב איזה מצווה. עד פה מצווה זה לא מקום שיר, וגם יש כאן משהו. אבל אנחנו חשבנו עד עכשיו שרק בבשת יש מושג שיש חור של נחת, זה מתאים, זה לא נכון. יש גם מקומות אחרים שליד הבשת, שקוראים לזה טור מצבשת, שגם חור כמו נחת, זה מתאים, אבל זה לא חלק מהבשת. זה כמו שלא אמר, זה לא חלק מהבשת. התחלת לשמור בטור מצבשת, טיפה. ואפילו נכנסת לבשת עצמו, התחלת את זה למה? כי עשית משהו, ומשהו בתרובת הבשת, תור מצבשת, עושה. בואו נגיד לכם, נתנה לו עד כמה מה שיר, סיומקה, זה הפה של הבהמה, זה סוף הפה, שכאן נכנס האוכל לא אפשר לשחוט הוא אומר את זה, כמו לו ככה לעשות איזה כביס עשיין תופס את זה ככה אתה לא יכול לשחוט את כל המקום הזה רק מכאן ככה בסוף אולי יש לו בייספוש זה לא עכשיו בייספוש למה אתה כמה? אז אם אנחנו מסתכלים על בהמה, זה הרבה שם. אז כאילו עד איפה? זה התחלה, כאן. כאן. זה. והצינור. הולך לצינור, ומתחיל לצינור מתלבט. הנה, שימו לב, אפשר זה הצינור. תעשרות האלה אתה מגיע מה? כן, זה לא, זה הראשון, זה הראשון. זה לא סיבה שני, אבל גם זה הראשון, זה הכסף. אתה אומר, זה מאדם, כמה אומר לנו, אני שיאסי. אתה שם אותה, זאת אומרת, עד הכניסה לקרס, במקום כל הצינור. אז אתה יכול לשמור ממש עד כאן. אז היצר הזה ברגע שהגיע לכמה כניסרות, אז שם איני לא רבים רבים לא משמעותים, אלא רץ. כן, אבל אם נגעת בזה, אפשר להכניס את הסיפור שלו, למה לא? זה הכל. טבע מבשת סוף סיפורת, זה עוד הפנימי. זה הכרס. אז עוד אני אומר, צריכים ממש את הבלון הזה של הסיפורת. טבע מבשת סוף סיפורת, כרס. זו כרס הפנימי. זאת אומרת, כאן, כל זה, אתה לא יכול לשמור, יש לך את הטבע. כל זה הכרס, כל זה אתה לא יכול לשמור. אתה עושה את הטבע על הכרס, שמה אסור לשמור, אבל כאן, מההתחלה, מכאן עד כל זה אפשר לשמור. ובואי זה עם רוטים, כמו מראה, ודברים מאוד בשול, ומאסיב פייס. יש לו שערות, השערות האלה שאנחנו רואים כאן, נכנסים גם באזור הזה של השש. יש לו שערות גם בטבח הסמוך לכרס, גם כל האזור הזה. הנה, איזה יופי. וואו. הנה, יש לו את זה שוב, השערות שלו עולים לתוך הרשת. אז זה רגע, עשינו שעות שם. נכון? שזה נראה פשט, גם פשט. אבל נקרא שהשערות כבר נכנסים שם, אז זה עשינו שעות, אבל זה כבר נכנסים שם. יש תהליכים. והטמא, והפשט, שם בלהביא, הסורים, נכנס חזר שם בסוף הלוי, ובדקה הזאת, אפשר לתוך זה בתגובה, כלום את זה, הבשת שני דאגו להם ללוי, אם יצא הבשת יתקשר בדן נכון, אנחנו רואים בפשט, איך ידעת לכושר? אפילו שהלב הזה לדבר דקות, אז זה יותר סמכתי, אבל זה לכם דקות. אם כל זה הלך חיים, קשה, אתה מבין? זה לא טוב. אבל זה עובד, מה הולך לזה ביחד? ואתה עליו ידעת בשביל ואז זה רחוב לא יגיע סיכון, לא עובד את זה יעמוד. אם כמה סימנים, אמרנו שתסתרם. כאילו נראה לך הדרכי את עצמו, הלך הסימנים, כמו הסימנים, הוא רחוב כתבו הסגיסו. מידה לזה ידע, כל השם, אפילו שאדם ידע בנהלה, ושב, למה יש לי בסמות. יש לנו הספירה קומוניקציות, יעשה צורי, עוד צורי, ובסימות. אם לגמרי נהדר, כנראה לגמרי, אבל אם הבשר נשאר שם, כולה בשר רוחב, בשר ראש נשאר במקום. הוא תופס טוב טוב את הכלבת הלבשת, הלכו עליי, אבל יש שם בשר. זה בסדר, הוא עדיין נושב, אין לו לשקול כאן. שהוא שומר, שהוא מתעלה. שהוא זבשת, קשה, איך זה יכול להיות, אם אנחנו שהוא מדבר על זה, יש כאן עקירה נעקר הסימון. את המקום ישים את כולו ילדים לכולו. וואו, הכולו זבשת נעקר, בסדר, באמת, הוא לא עלה, אז זה לא נעצר. הוא אומר, הלאה, הוא סימון שהוא דאג לכולו, מה יעזור לי שהלך רוב? גם רוב כפתה בימה, אומר הכי שיוריד בידי הודי, אם זה אם עושים בכוח, הם עושים בשביל דבר. בכוח, כן? אם אתה שולף, אם מישהו היה שולף את זה לגמרי, מה היה קורה? הוא קורא, הוא עושה כל מיני בעיות שם, הוא עושה את זה להגיד. נכון, כאילו זה בגלל נקק לך איזה משהו, לסתר על הולך שלו, או דהימו מגובי מלובי סימוני, או. אז אם הפכת את זה לגמרי, סליחה, לא, הרי זה בטוח. או דהיקח לי גבולי, אם הורדת את זה לצד, יש איזה מקום שזה מחובר קצת, אז מה יקרה? מכיוון שזה מחובר קצת, זה יתרפא. אבל אם אתם ככה, יש מקומות קטנים כאלה שזה מחובר, אבל אתה יודע, זה פשוט חיבור, זה לא שטן, זה לא יתרפא ככה. פירק את זה כמו שאומרים בנקרים. ניתור כחוקי, פירק אותו. כמה חוק זה גגר? בבוי זה חזק פה. אז את זה היה לנו המון המון זמן. לא. סכין נכנס ללא, אז אם את שמת גם גרב לפני שקיטה, בטוח שלא, זה תדבר. אבל כמה הוא צריכים להבין כמה זאת. למה? לפחות השבועה בואו מה רואי ברסיון, גם זה לא רואי, לא, מה קורה? אם אנחנו מסתכלים, סבב, קודם כל זו תמונה אמיתית שסכין בתוך הגרגרת, אבל זה שנה. בואו נשים לב, תראו איזה אופי הקטן כאן, ותראו כמה שהוא דק כל כך, יש מאוד מאוד דק. זה תמונה של מוזמן, שדק להבין בסוגיה, זה נשמע כמו למעלה הוא ככה עובר, ולמטה הוא ככה. עכשיו, אם תיקח שאיתו מלמעלה עד למטה, אז יש כאן באמצע. זה 50%. ואם אתה עובד ה-50% הזה, זה בריאה ככל הרוב, לא משנה למעלה. אבל לא תצא באמצע העיכול, העיכול הוא 5 שקל ככה, הכל פה. או שלא, אתה מתחיל מהעיכול, אתה מתחיל מהחמות של הסגליה האמריקאית, הדור, שאנחנו אומרים בעברית, לא? בייגל, החום של הבייגל. אם אנחנו רק מסתכלים על החום, בדיוק, אולי תסתכלים כמו מצד שמאל. מצד שמאל אנחנו מתחילים מהחום של הבייגל, זה 50%, זה האם מתחילים מלמעלה, עד שמגיעים, ואיפה מתחיל הרוב? אם אנחנו רק מתחילים, אם אנחנו רק מודדים את החלל, לא נוגעים בכלל בסבל מהחום, אז הקו יורד, האם זה לגלגל? אז הגיע בדיוק כזה סיפור, זה עשור לי כמי זה רביגין אבל, לא עושה לי כבוד הגדול ובוא איזה חוק, לא עושה לי כבוד את זה, לימור בצד, אמין, כאילו, עם כל התפחת וכל התקוות. אומר רב כאן ובנה של רעל, והתורה ואלה קוראת חלום, אתה אמין, לימד אותנו שאנחנו בודקים את החלל, לא גם אותנו עוד קוראת חלום רעש. הוא באמת בדק את זה לפי החלל, לא הטבעת, לא הבשר, וזו במינו, בעל עולם, וקנה יצר היסטרי, פשיטה והיסטריה, מבחינה ב-13 כסף, 13 סלעים. עכשיו יש בעיה, הוא פוסק, שזה בסדר גמור, אחר כך הוא הולך לכיוון בשר. ולמה אתם בסדר? בדיוק יש כאן איזה אינטרסט, איך קוראים לזה? ניגוד עניינים? שזה גמור בית מעבודות דפוס המלחמה הרודנית, חוקות שתימי, באים אליו בשאלה רומר ותמס, אין חברים או ירושון עד לא כל, יש גם בעיה אחרת. אם רב אמר ככה, רב הלך לפי האופי, איך אתה הולך לפי התחנה? אם חכמתי לי, אז תדבר, ולבוא של אדם, אתה עושה ולחבר את המקום הלכה על נוסף דבר, איך אבל של לאט. וזה כאילו ראשון שלומדים, שברגע שרב עושה משהו, זה באמת נהיה אסור. אחד זה איסור, לא שאני פוסק שזה אסור, ואתה יכול למצוא רב אחר שאומר שזה מותר, ולא שאני פוסק שזה אסור, נהיה וזה איסור. כמה יש כן שלומדים. זה משהו אחר, זה אסור לגמרי. אנחנו רגילים לשני, היום נלמד את הסוגיה הזאת. זה סיבה אחרת. שאני אוכל, זה מעניין, דנים, רואים דנים, יש את המושג הזה היום, נראה, מוסר היום, שיש כן שאומרים לו, אין לנו מספיק לעשות, כי אין לנו מספיק שיקול הדעת היום, בדור שלנו, זה סוף דברים. הכל דברים, שאני אוכל, זה לא להיות שר, ויסעקו בעצמו, לא באמת עשה, שאלו אותו, איך אתה רוצה לבדוק את זה? ברוך, אבל לא אומר את זה, אסור, זה לא אסור, אני רוצה לבדוק את זה. שואל את הגבור הזה, אם לא לבחור, זה שאתה אומר, אם כבר היה צעד של חכם, אם בואו חלמינו, איך הוא בא לכם לכל את זה, בוקסיד, או איבה. זה ראינו כבר, בסוגיה הזאת. חזקי אומר, אחורה, השם הליכי, בנדם שלי לא כמו, אתה יודע שאני יכול לא להתמר. שזה משל את השאלה, הוא היה כהן, אז ודאי שאסור לו להתמר. ראינו לפני ולא התחלתי, לא התחלתי, נמצאים בי והעדתו. הוא אומר, בטבור, אתה יודע, כמה שאני טוב, אבל לא התחלתי, ראינו את זה. מה המעלה בזה? כל אחד יכול להגיד את זה. ולבוא בפי בשר פיגו, מה, זה אינטרס של חורס. לא חלתי פיגו, שהכהן חשב, שהוא יוכל את הבשר הזה, שהוא ישים את הבשר הזה על המזבח, ושהוא יוכל את זה ממש, בעוד 3 ימים, אבל לא חלק בשר. ודאי שנראה, אני לא חייבים להסביר את זה. אם לה, שזה מקומות, סבירה, סיון, לא נגיד את זה בית. ושם עד איזשהו מסבירים, שהוא באמת, אבל לא נשאר. לא יראה ביום, ולא בא לדקום בלילה. הוא נראה ודבר לאחד, שהאחד עם בשר, כל ספייס לא רואה לו. ולא יבוא בפי בשר. זה, כל הסוגיה שלנו של בוא, תשחק את זה מהר, לפני שהוא לא ברור. זה סוגיה שמסוגלת שם. ובוא בפי בשר פתיגו שלו, ואתה נראה ושואל, זה כבר מעלה. החכם אמר שזה קשה לגמרי. זה קשה לא אכלתי. שהוא לא זו. שאחד נראה ושאילו רק לזה. אפילו שהוא היה כמו לא אכל, הוא מתחיל לעצמו, לתת רק לצפון לבית. רואים כאן שלא אוכלים בשר, עדיף לא לאכול בשר של... משתמש בהיגיון, כי החכם אמר שתקשר, לא אמר שתקשר, משתמש בהיגיון, הוא אמר, זה נראה לי, לא אמר שתקשר מקודם, זה נקבל לאותו הלכה, בסוף זה מתגלה לו, זה לא פשוט, זה מה שלמד על זה, זה, כי ספקת להיגיון של החכם, אז אני יכול לזה לא ספק, אבל למה בחנו הגמור לצורך? הסיפוס הגלגלת זה לא שהוא ממציא משהו, שזה הולך לפי חלל ולא לפי רודות, משהו שמעת לדברי דורות.
folks.
זה משהו אחר, זה משהו נגד זה. אנחנו נותנו הגול הזה. בוא נגיד בוא ובפני, בשעודו, הם אומרים זה קצת להגעת בזה. הרי אנשים ישדו אותו, שהוא פסק שהבהמה הזאת שירה, וכך לא רק תגנה ב13 סלעים של פסק, תשמע. וכמובן, יגידו, וואו, זה טוב, למה? כי הוא הסיר אותה בעירה, כמעט הלכה בית, הוא אמר שזה קשר, אז כמעט שהוא לא אז נמצא. בסעיות, לא בסעדים, כולם בסעדים, ציגון, חיו, משהו לא יש מזדקה, יכולים חייב, כאילו בקטיר, מה איזה שואל ששמעתי? אולי ההוא כבר לא יודע, איזה שואל? שאחד, היה לו איזה סיפור טוב באיזה עסק. בוא נלך לבורים. אז הוא הולכו לבורים. ואותו אחד שעבדו לחתום, עשו לו את הכל, אז בבורות אז מישהו חייב עוד כסף. הוא היה, הוא לא יודע מה לעשות, אמרו לשם. אין, אתה לא מצא. טוב. מי היום? הולך למקום, והחתונה שהוא בדיוק הגיע למקום, זה היה חתונה של אותו אחד שגנב מנותן כל העסק, וגם ומה הוא רואה בחופה? שאותו קורא ונמצא מתחת לחופה שלו. ואז הוא קרא ככה, זה לא ברור, כאילו, קצת גם הבורר, הוא היה לו כסף, זה פשוט לא הולך. ואז הוא רואה את הכל, הכל הסתדר, זה חברים טובים, הוא נתן לו אפילו הוא יכול לדבר על חופה. אז הוא ניגש אליו לבורר, הוא אמר לו, מה שעשית לי כזה. הסיפור הזה, שהם שימו לו כל הכל, כל מה שהם שימו אותם, שימו אותם, שזה לא יהיה טוב. אבל לא, יש לי דבר. יש חשד, יש זה, אתה דעת דין, מה? אתה היה לך שלום. זה לא בטיר, אם הם בטיר, נמרה לרב שזה טהור, כזה. עוד שר בגיטיר, אמר שמשהו אסור, משהו נקר, בחלק, שיגידו, עוד פעם, יש לך ניגוד אינטרס, כולם משואל מיגה, מותר לכתוב מהדבר הזה, שמעתי שמותר להשאיר. גם הייתי, אבל לא נכון, מה יכול להכיר, הוא מנהדון לזה. עתיד זכה להתרחב, וזה אתה מתמוכם, לא, איך זה חולה, 13 סלעים שבשר שהוא עכשיו פסק שזה קשה. זה כאילו, זה מגיב. אומרת, כמו הוא היה נגיד לי תנצה למשהו. אם אתה צריך לעשות הערכה, אתה צודק. אם אין, צריכים להעריך כמה זה שם. אז כולם יגידו, הנה, הרב הזה, אנחנו נותנים את הרב הנגד, אם אין את זה מה? עצר, בדיוק, אתם הרבנים, הוא קיבל את זה לזרה. אבל אם, אוכל, אז קודם לא, זה הולך לפי משקל, כל אחד מכיר את המשקל. הוא ראה שהוא לוקח את הרבה ככה בשר, וכל הדברים זה נותנים לבשר, כמה עולה סטייק רבויסה, סטייק אחד, ו-30 שקל לסטייק בצד, 250 שקל זה נורא לי. אז זאת שאלות גם, הרב שילם 250 קילו, שהוא שילם, זה לא שהוא שילם. ספר את הגמורת, ממש ככה. לא ברוב שורת, באיזה סוף, זאת המינוסיס. הוא אמר שהצריפה הזאת, בסדר, מה עולה פשוט לסוף? הוא לא אמר, שהוא מותר. אתם יודעים מה? תשמעו, אני צריך חלק מהבשר. הוא לא. עוד עולי, פס רפיסטו. מי זה רב רפיסטו? אשתו. הבת של רפיסטו, המסוסמת, שהייתה ילדה קטנה, ישבה על המתקן שלה עכשיו, היא אמרה, אני רוצה לתתן איתו. מי זה השני? רוב בחומר, ורוב הרב, ואני השני. בסוף מסתתיים שניהם, ורוב בחומר שצריך רוב בחומר, והנה, היא נשואה לרוב. היא גדלה, אבא שלה זה להכניס. אז היא יודעת, זה דבר אחד ושתיים. היא אומרת לבעלה הרוב, אני לא מאמינה שקנית בסיפוריתה, הוא אותו בשר שאתה איתרת. כולם חשבו שזה תרם. אבא שורי בוקו, פעם אחת, ניגד גם בוקו. אין לי סמי בשלושה, זה הרבה רואים, לא היה בסדר. והבחור שנותנים להכויין, אין ברירה, אי אפשר לשחוט את זה, עושים, אפשר להבין את זה פה, ואני צריך להגיד עד שאין לי כל תומו. אז הוא אמר, טוב, זה לי טוב, זה ממש מאוד מצוין, לא פעם, מתפגרים שיש לי אותם, נוכל לשחוט. באזור ולדס, אותו דבר שזה נשאר בשעות עכשיו, תסיימו, אבל לא כזה נשאר. עכשיו תסיימו שבכל בזמן הזה, כששומעים בחול, אחרי שישלמו, עדיין יש לנו נשאר קצת של בחול, שמה? אסור למכור אותו לפי משקל, כן, ומה עוד? פשוט, כן, פשוט. מה היא אומרת לבעלה? ולא, אבא שלי לא עושה את זה. אז הוא מסביר לה למה הוא לא עושה, זה היה בחור, מצוין. אבו, הנה, זה תמיד החכם, זה לא איזה אישה, כן? אני ראיתי דם שלי, מגדיר בחור, ולגזור דברים לצור, הוא אמר לי, אסור לזה, אסור לזה. הוא אמר, לא, הוא מסביר לה, אני מפה, זה בדיוק מה שאתה רצת בתושייה, זה היה בחור, זה השום מזדד. שם להעריך את זה כמה זה שווה, אין משקל, ובחור, אסור לשים אותו על המשקל. ברור, מה זה לא מובן, כאן אפשר לשקול. אז מה היא? אז מה תשאלי אותי שם? תשאל, אישה קטנה אחרת. ושוב, אני רוצה מה לזה. תמיד, כי בגלל שאני דרתי לו את הדבר הזה, הוא נתן את החלק הכי טוב של המימה. מה החלק הכי טוב? בני, השערכת, לא יודע, אבל הייתה אותו בשר של הראש. כל יום הוא רוצה מה לצזמנו לי, אבל זה לא נכון, למה? כי איפה שאני הולך, כל יום כי ידוע, אין נותנים את הבשר טוב. קודם כל, רואים כאן, יש לא בעיה של הבשר כל יום. אומר את זה, הנה השיר הגיע. זה השיר שלו. אומר את זה, אין סודר מפרטת. מה זה דבר? זה לא סיסקאי, אתה דן שכשמה אתה אומר, מה זה דבר מפרטת? והדין עליה מידות של כפי ישראל, אני מכיר את הדבר ש... בוא נמציא את החוקים את כולם הזה, כן? כולם נדעו לי בחדר, זה פשוט כמה נתחילה, בסוגיה הזאת, אתה נכון? יש את כפי ישראל. הוא לא צריך סימונים, הוא אומר כפי ישראל. כן, נכון? אתה זוכר את הסוגיה הזאת? כפי ישראל? לא? אני זוכר את הסוגיה? זה עובד מעבר לעצמו, כי הוא מחמיר על עצמו ומטריץ את הבהמה. אז זה יודע שהוא לא מצליח, אפשר לסמוך עליו. הוא אמר, זה סוסרים הכל לסיפור. איזה בן אדם שזה שטר, סוסרים השונות, זה עובד מעבר לעצמו. עוד פעם, הוא עומד לפני זה באימא שלי, ואני אומר, אסור לו לאכול את זה. והבוא נצטרעי, העבוד נשאר ראינו במשך 18 תרופות. הוא אומר שזה קטגוריה, 8 קטגוריה. ניתחו בו, נצאו בחצו, כמו זאת כלום. זאת ידידות לראות את כפות כפה הנוציא שאת החיות, שיש מגלב החיות, זה לא. אז בואו נעבור על זה קצת. זה ה-18 תרופות שראינו אתמול במסכות. עכשיו אנחנו נחלק אותם בעצם ל8 קטגוריות. ניתחו בו. בקוגו ראינו אתמול שזה 8 דברים, לבעת המשת, מוח, הלב, היד, קיבת, העין, הכל, שביל, הרמתי, כל שהם, זה נחשב דבר אחד. למה זה נחשב דבר אחד? כן, עולים אחד ליד השני, האפסס, והפסקויסס, סרפס. זה נקוגו. מה זה, ואני אומר לכם, פסוקו. מה זה פסוקו? מישהו יכול לחשוב על פסוקו? פסוקו זה גרגרת, זה יפה מאוד. והשם, אוקיי, הכחול, מתוך השם, זה החוץ של הצבועה, עם הפסק, הקלף פייפל, הגלגלת, זה הגלגלת, השחור, זה לא, השחור לא נפסק. הוא פתוח ככה, נפסק על גלגל, סכנה, הלך. אז בואו נראה, יש לנו פסוקו. פסוקת הגלגלת, הפסקה של האשים בקשת הדברים. עכשיו, נרתולו. מה זה נרתולו? אז הנה, הגענו עושה ככה. יהודו, אתם זוכרים, אנחנו, הוא בערב ליאור. ופוקוד האקמו, זה של אחד שיושב כאן, שהלך לו הכדור שנכנס לתוך כן, גם בקדפת שלו, זה כדור שנכמה, בשקע, יש שקע, הוא נכנס, ושלו יצא, נכנס לרפאים. זה נתנו לו, זה יצא. מה הבא אחר כך? חסורו. מה זה חסורו? חיסרון והשעדרות שראינו אתמול, מחלוקת חוליה אחת, שתיים, חרוסו, שהריאה, בשביל להכין את הבור, צמוק שמצטמק, כמו מצטמק, כמר, הוא הגלר מהקובו, חסר לו מהקובו, וריאה שחסרה. מה זה קובו? קובו זה הכרס שנשאר, או בשר חסר, רוב הכרס, גבורה רבוי זית. עכשיו רואים שזה יוצר, ראינו גם שנהייתה צלה אחת, אבל עכשיו רואים שזה יוצר. סימנים שדברו, הכנה והגש שדברו, מקצלה, הנה, מקצלה. גוגלת שנכנסו, גוגלת מסקריה. מה עוד? וזה בא להשקיע בקסופוליו, שזה בעצם התמונה הזאת, שיש לו מוגלב טוב, הקהילה. אוקיי? אז זה ראינו. שמונה דקות של הקובו, יש 8 סוגים של הקובו. ואם רואים מהפייסה, למעט שיש את התיק, עוד מאוד, ויש את כל זה כמו שהיינו אתמול, ואז אמרה, בואו נראה, יש לנו תמונה, זה לא תאמין, זה נדע, היא פעימה גדולה. זה פעימה קטנה, כן? מה שראינו כזה דבר בכלב. אבל פעימה גדולה, זה רק ככה. בסדר, אני אראה לכם עוד מעט, זה חלק מהמזמור עוד מעט. המראה זה הדבר הזה כאן. הכיס הזה, זה בני אדם, הגוף הזה כל החיים זה שתי כפות. זהו, שתי כפות של שיחה לבוא. הגמור, אז מה עם המראה? יש דקה במראה, כל זה קרה. בסעניו נקרא קייבו, נקרא הדק. שהיינו עסקים, נקרא בובו. אז בובו, יש לו אצטובר מדי. שבא המראה זה פה. אז יש עוד אחת, שתי שעות. הוא אמר לי, כבר איתו, הוא אומר, מה היה לי חווי? חווי, זה לא גריסי, לא גריסו אותו. מה אני אומר לו? הוא אומר שאם יש דקה במראה, זה בעיה. והם אומרים, זה לא בעיה. מה זה היה שלהם? כתוב לי, הוא איש פה בנורות. נשפק על הדבר, המראה. ועדיין היא נפתיים, הוא לא חי. שהגברה תגיד עוד שנייה החורפס נתן לו מקום שבדרך כלל בדם בית מזה גם אצלם בנשהו נאפשו והחשוב אמר לך מובס אבל רק אצלם שהתנשו רק כדי לא למות תן לו צוי איסור מי שימות יאמרו לא יצאו שסובל שליות כמו שאומרים לאקו ישבו יסחובס ישמור ידע כשהנשמה תשאר שם בפנים, מאוד קשה לה. אז כאן זה נס, ואדם נורמלי יש מוזות לזה. מה אתה מבין אם היה מהיר? כתוב בצלצלים, שקיבל את כל המחלות מחליס מובס, הוא לא מת. למה? כי אמר לך מובס, הוא רוצה שירות. שוב חובה לו, שלא יהרוג אותו. זה לא הכי, כתוב, נפנק, לא ישראל ולא יעקב. הגלויות שלי מלאים מילה. ביקוחי בן אדם נורמלי, לא יכול להיות ככה. All'inizio Gianni, dico, all'inizio Gianni, ודאי שבעיות שבלי כליות, בלי מרק, בלי כל זה, שאנחנו נשפך לו המרק, הוא חי ומת. אני אפשר להגיד להם, אני אוהב לשים רק את נטרי שבוי, ששם זה נס, שאני, אז הכל גם במרק וגם בכליות, נס, רוב הרגיצו בעיות שבוי, אז לא חלק, אני אוהב את זה. אם נשאר בכבד, זית, אז זה לא טרייפות, זה הכבד. והכבד זה האמר היחידי, שנשארנו איזה משהו, הוא מודל בחזרה. תוציא את רוב העמייה, זה לא יקר בחזרה. כבד כן. למה? את זית זה... בואו תסתם מישהו. תמיד רבי אומר שלום. סתם מישהו. מה אתה רוצה? מה אתה רוצה? זה רק קודם. הוא אומר על אחד, מה יצאים משהו כמה? זה לא, בלי שמות. אז יש סתם מישהו. הוא נעמד אפילו במישהו שלנו, הוא נית לו הקודם. זה נשתנה ממנו כלום. משהו שלא אין כלום. או נשתייר, אם אפילו נשאר חצי כזה, אני צריך כזה את שלה, שיום. המגע, בוא נגיד מה לא רואים נינו, אז כאן צריכים לשים לב, לא יודע איך פעמיים לדורות את זה. המורה ינינו ואני מדרבי אותו, אני חושב כמה שקראתי את זה, שיש הכל זה זית או מהצד השני, כלשהו. אני חושב, רש אומר לו, האם זה זית או זה ספק? כמעט שיש שני משניים שהם סתם משנה, אז אנחנו עכשיו לא יודעים על הסוף. ממילא, אז שני דברים זה, או כזית או ספק. אוקיי, לא ראינו ולא ידעו במרזיות, או שני כבר, או בציחה. יש על הכבד שמרה. הנה אז, נברו בעצם שמרה לנו. ולא באחור, אם החור על הכיס המרה, אז זה סמוך. למה? כי יש חור, והמרה תצא החוצה. אבל אם החור שוטף על הכבד, אז זה כאילו סיסם את החור. זה סתימה, גם הלחץ של הגוף, יש שם עוד איברים, כן? הכל ממש, זה היה מאוד יפה, כן? הכל חוקר יפה, נקי שם לפני ימינו, מסתובבים, מסתובבים שם, הכל נקי כזה. אז יש גם לחץ מהאור וכל הזה, אז הכיס המרה, על הכבד, קורקבד, בקשר לא יקרה. מה זה קורקבד? אז אנחנו לא כל כך מכירים, הם מכירים את זה, כן? מה שקורה זה שהבהמה, העוף, חלט, זה נכנס לזבק, אתם רואים כאן את הזבק כאן, ומשם זה נכנס לקורקבד. הקורקבד בעצם תוכן את האוכל של כל ציפור. בציפורים יש קורקבד ובהמות אין קורקבד. ניגע והקורקבד בקשר לא יקרה היום כושר. אם יש נקר, בקורקבד, תוריד סבלת כזה. אז ובסדרים את הכיס, אז אם נקרא מבחוץ, זה שונה שאם זה כאן זה נקרא מבפנים, זה בפנים, זה הכיס. אוקיי? אז זה קורקבד. אז עוד הגמור, אם גם הקורקבד בקשר לקיים, אז אם אנחנו חוזרים לכאן, כאן הכיס יש לו חום. בוא נעצור איזה שיש לזה. הכיס קיים בצד ימין, הנה, אתם רואים הכיס קיים, אז זה בסדר. בוא נעצור שם, לא. חושך, אז הוא אומר, היא בואי לוציא. מיקסיקה והקיס, וקופי בנקאיו, מאי. אז בואו נמשיך הלאה לשני, שהלך לו הכיס בפנים, הכיס בפנים, אז כאן הכיס, יש לו חום, אבל הבשר זה בעצם שתי חלקים, יש בשר מבחוץ, בתמה, שרירי כאילו, ומשהו בפנים, בוא נלוץ. ניגה בכיס, וקוקי בנקאיים, מאי. הכיס בפנים, יש לו נגב, אבל החוץ היה. שמע, ואומר רב נחמן, ניקה, זה ולזה כבר. צריך שיהיה נגב, אחד וזה, החיצוני יש לו נגב, לא נגב. לא לחיצוני, חושב. אומר רב יש לו לבשת לבשת. גם לבשת זה בעצם כמו שתי צינורות. אחד בתוך השני. אחד חיצוי, עוד פנימי לא אמר, איפה הבשת שהשתמשנו הרבה זמן? זה לא זה, בוא נגיד. יש צינור בתוך צינור. החלק החיצון הוא אדום, החלק הפנימי הוא לבן. כמו שראינו את התמונה הזו מלא פעמים, אבל הנה זה עוד פעם. החלק החיצוני הוא לבן, החלק החיצוני הוא אדום, החלק הפנימי הוא לבן. ומילא. חיצון מאוד אוהב אותי, לא אומר. לי גם זה ולא זה, או שאם יש נקב רק בצינור אחד, ולא בשני זה קשה. לא ולרמם הכי זה לא נותנים לו. נבחר שבוא נגיד שלמשל המיטות קורה בפנימי, או שבוא נגיד שהפנימי נהיה אדום, כל כולו אדום. אז זה רגע. צריכים לדעת שהפנימי צפויה שווה. יבואנו ניקחו שניהם זה שלא כנגד זה, מהו? בואו נראה תמונה. נקב שלא כנגד זה. יש נקב בלבן, יש נקב באדום, והם לא ביחד. אז אומרת, נגיד, או מה זו נקודת הפופל, בבשת כושר, בקוקי מאוד כושר. אם יש לך את הבעיה הזאת, בבשת קשה. אבל בקוקי לבן, זה פסול, למה זה פסול? כי בקוקי לבן, האוכל מתאסף שם, וזה לא מתאסף החוצה, ובבשת זה לא מתאסף, זה לא שוב לרדת למטה שלו. לבן זה האוכל שם נשאר הרבה זמן, ואם יש חור, אפילו לא כנגד חור, הם לא ממש אחד מול השני, איכשהו זה יוצא בחור אחד, ואז זה זוכה לחור השני ויוצא. ואז, ולא רבה אשי, עד רב, ושדאוכו לו פה, הוא בעיו, ורוב הדימות, הוושת אוכלים עם הוושת, מה זה הוושת? זה הצינור של האוכל. בגלל עושים בזה רש"י, אז רש"י לא עושים בזה רש"י, כולם יודעים, אבל רש"י מגיע מהקנה. כי הוא אומר שהקנה זר, ורוב המתרחש, קומדו, זה נהיה גמד, זה נהיה כבש, לא שתלב. בקיצור, בגלל שזה כל הזמן מתרחב, ואז זה מה המילה? מתכבד, זימן, זה בחסיבי הדות. אז ייתכן מאוד שפתאום האחורים מתיישרים אחד לשני. יש לנו וידאו מאוד יפה שהם עשו, תסתכלו. יש לנו כבשת שיש לו חור בלבן וחור באדום. ושמים, בגלל שהוא זז, אז זה כל הלבן באדום.
Are you fucking serious? This guy's still talking. Kukulasi. The fuck is that? I don't know. It's poop and okay. What?
ואנחנו לא נפגשו אחד לשני, הם לא זזים. אתה צודק, אבל שלך צודק. אומרת הגברת, יש חור בבשל. יודעים שחור בבשל זה חוסר, זה מטיף במשהו, אפילו קטן. אז פתאום עלה שם איזה, איך קוראים לזה, חור, איך קוראים לזה בעברית. שיש איזה פצע, מה עולה? חור? גלד, אני לא יודע את המילה גלד, אבל איתו. איזה גלד על המכה, זה לא עוזר. מה כן עוזר לכזה דבר? אם היה משהו צמוד אליו, וסותר אותו, זה כן. הוא שואל אמר, מה אתה אוהב? זה ריבום? זה להיות ככה מנסחילה. הוא אמר בזה שאילו יפיק אותו בצור, זה לא לפני. אבל אחרי שתשחט את האבימה, אתה מוציא את הפשע, ואתה בודק את הפנים שלו ולא את החוץ. למה? כי בחוץ הוא אדום. כמו התמונה המפורסמת הזאת, אתה לא יכול לראות את זה כל כך. יש שם חור בצד האדום. אתה לא יודע, אתה יכול לראות. כאילו, יש יותר דק, אם יש לו פצע, אז יש כאילו, אתה יכול לראות יותר מהחור הקטן. אתה רואה, הדרומית, זה אדום סופק. זה מה הסיפור? סופק, זה סופק. ויומיים, כמה שנראה שהיינו אצל לוי פיטמן, שהייתי בפיטמן, יום אחד באו להגיד לנו שנכנס לעניין בחלום של התלמידים. עכשיו מה קרה? זה נהיה סופק בסופק. כי יודע כמה, ואפילו אתה לא יודע, בלגן, אנחנו נשאול את הרבנים, יש משהו כמו זה סופק בסופק, יש אותו דבר, אבל כל מביאה יש לך אריה, בין כל החמות, הם צועקים, הוא עומד בנחת, הוא עושה את שלו, הוא לא צועק, הוא לא מסתכל, אז הוא היה סופק בסופק, הוא מתחיל את הבאמת, ומסתכל לראות, הוא נכנס ארץ, זה רואים מפלא, רואים הדוח, רואים משהו, כאילו מסתכל לכל האורץ, כאילו הוא כנראה מתבשת, אז כמו שהוא אומר, אם זה סופק בסופק, צריך לבדוק לפני. בוא נדבור, היה סופק בסופק, באמת היה כזה סיפור. סיפר עליו, אבל בוא נדבר אליו ולבית מהברוי, הוא לא מסתכל בתוך הבשת על הבית, הוא מסתכל מבחוץ. אבל הבעי, מה הוא זוהר מהבשת? לא מה שאתה עושה. עכשיו קבענו לבדוק בתוך הבשת, כמו בצד ימין כאן, אבל הבית, לא בעדו, תודה לך, הוא דלק בעדו. אז מה אתה עושה? למה הוא תעקליס? טוב, הבית הצודק, נפס את זה לבדוק לפני ואם ישתעת ככה עלי, תריפו די דומו ואתה מצא שתי קליפות. כלומר, הנה, באמת, החיה שאתה הפך, את הדרך, באמת, יש שם את הציפורניים שלו בתוך הבשת.
She's an interesting shade of, an interesting shade.
עושה תאונות, שיתקנו אותו, לראות אם אחרי שמים יודע מה שקורה, הוא יודע טוב טוב, הוא יודע מאחורי. בגלל שהבא יצא, אבל הוא לא יתבבש, אתה יכול ששים שווה. מה זה ישב לקוץ בבשת? זה איך זה רואים את זה, בראש שלו גם. אז מה שקרה את זה, הוא פרדה את הקוץ. ואתה מסתכל בצד השני, אתה לא יכול. אבל אתה מסתכל, ובפנים זה חור טוב, אבל זה לא עובר מהצד השני. זה לא יכול ששם לקנות, זה חבר לצד השני, וזה לא מצליחים למושג את זה, הוא לא מה שאתם לסוף להתפוסק. נכנס הכל, זה לא עבר לצד השני. עכשיו, הוא לא יכול שבסוף יתפוסו, סימן שלא צריכים לראות באמת, הוא לא בעצמו אומר שיש לך טקסט בפוסה לא צריכים לדוק. ומה יש לך שני חתיכות? אחר ששומו, נצפו אירוע, הנה מישהו לא זוכר, אולי הנה בפריז, ואז טוב לפריז. אשתו שם לו שתי חתיכות, אחת בשרף, אחת ברף, ואחר כך מתברר שאחת בצטרף, הוא לא יודע אם זה מאוחר. אז הוא מביא אושם טוב. הוא לא יודע, הוא לא יודע... למה שם צריכים להביא אושם טוב? גם בקוד. בסדר, זה לא... יש חתיכת תשובה. אתה לא יודע מה חתת או לא. כאן, מה כמו שוב שהשתף עבר לכאן שלי? יש לנו שום סיבה לשאול את זה. מה יש למה? שואל את זה בסעד, אני יודע שחיטה ספינה בסדר. יש שחיטה, אתה רוצה שיש בזה פגם, שזה סדק משהו בספקיס. ואנחנו